I was just going to share, and it's a little lengthy, but I'm going to try to run through it pretty quickly. But we're hearing our first area special signage control today, and then at the next planning commission, we should be hearing our second one. So I thought just do a kind of a quick run through of the background and kind of where this started, and then walk through electronic signs, billboards, and then ASSEs, because that's kind of the nexus of the one today and future ones to come. So just a little bit of background for those that may not know or remember, but 2016, of course, we adopted Transform. That's where the concept of the area special signage control first appeared for the city. Also within the zoning code, Port Covington ASSE area was actually established, but there was no sign plan. In 2016, the department was also informed that the sign regs would have to be rewritten to respond to the Reed Supreme Court decision. So 2016 was really pretty pivotal for a lot of reasons. And also the Port Covington Master Plan was approved. The first time we saw a draft of the Port Covington ASSE was in 2017. That particular draft actually introduced these large format billboards that you're seeing in the NOHA plan. So at that time, we didn't actually have a vehicle to really even have those kind of large format digital signs, or even a way out of the billboard ban or the 3-to-1 ratio. Like you can actually do a digital billboard if you take down 3. But Port Covington was new. It's all newly constructed. So that mechanism wasn't in place. 2018, everything kind of converged and we rewrote the sign regs that we have today. So that's really the background that set the stage for where we are now. And this is a little bit pertinent in terms of how the sign regs are laid out. Of course, the definitions, placement design, sign dimension measurement methodology. This section here, requirements by sign type, is where we actually begin to define the electronic sign. Subtitle 5 is the areas of special signage control language. And then 17201 table is where you can actually see what kind of deviations you can do. So this is really kind of what tells the law. It's the law of what we can do. So what happened in 2018? The electronic sign range was created into 5 categories, and I'll walk you through those that allow from less than 15,000 square feet up to about 18,000 square feet with an area special signage control. And we also modified Subtitle 5 to really be more clear on, the rules and regs regarding how an ASSE gets passed. Billboards were actually going to be allowed, well, I'll say new billboards were actually be allowed within the city for the first time, but the vehicle is the ASSE. And we also would allow for what's called a percentage deviation for quantity, not for quantity, but for your area and any height. And you can also do quantity. Quantity isn't driven by percentage, but just a hard number. And we established that there would be the findings of fact and standards in order to review and approve not only a new area, but also the sign plan. So let's walk through electronic signs, because this is really pretty interesting. And I don't think everything that people think. So we merged several definitions of what were electronic signs, digital signs, all of these different things. We created 5 categories. And the reason was we had to accommodate, the small digital sign that was going into a neighborhood all the way to the large format that would actually maybe take up the entire elevation of a building, hence the 18,000 square feet. We also updated the definition and expanded it to include just your regular digital messaging, but digital art, electronic graphics, video projection, and wall integrated technology. So we were really trying to think in terms of what was going to be the future in terms of digital signage. Dwell time already existed. We reduced it from 10 to 8 seconds, but we also added in the ability to do videos, and that has a max dwell time of 1 minute. So let's walk through the categories really quickly, and you can see just for scale purposes what this actually means. This could actually be a size, and this is like the person. So category 1 is 15 square feet. And the way the code is written is there are certain sign types that this particular digital sign could actually be in. So it can either be, freestanding or wall. Then we move up to 50 square feet, and that can be freestanding, a projecting sign, or, a wall sign. Category 3, which is really the popular one that you'll probably see today, is 750 square feet in terms of the category cap. And that goes into freestanding. It could be a roof or a wall. And these last 3 are only in the areas of special sign control. Category 4 up to 5,000, and it mimics the freestanding roof or wall. And the category 5 are your really large, kind of the side of your building, and they're only at a wall. And the reason being is not just in terms of impact, maybe visual impact or, the lights and flashing, but also the structural technology changes the bigger you get. So we actually reduce the way you don't want a large, projecting. So we are really thinking that through when we did that. Allowable are your small ones. Your category 2s, depending on what zoning district, it may be allowable or only in an area of special sign control. And then your ASSCs. For the first time, the zoning bill that we actually have before City Council now, we are looking to add conditional to the board signage for electronic signs, category 1, so that they will go into residential areas. That's in the bill that we have now. So this was just kind of an example of, kind of the standalone digital signs that might go in. You also often see, this is very normal condition, where you'll have a regular static sign that might be combined with the digital sign. And so some of the rules in 17407 actually govern if you are doing this combination, what rules do you have to adhere to. So just a little bit about the illumination standards, and I talked about the dwell and loop time, but we do have some illumination standards that are in Title 17 as well, and they're really pretty basic because you have to evaluate on a location basis based on the context. But casting glare or direct light to adjacent publicly dedicated roads, distractions for motorists. So these things can be evaluated, and I'm not a professional in planning, so it would have to be a professional probably with the Department of Transportation if there was a complaint, via 311. So a little bit from 2018, I think this is pretty pertinent because we still get these questions about dwell and loop time. Have you considered changing this or putting in other standards related to that, basically saying you can only do it on certain street typologies or above a certain height? And we didn't do this simply because we do have the 5 categories. And again, it's going to be context based. So it's really hard to say, this building placement is up to this edge, therefore it will always affect the X, Y, and Z. That's not the case. Neighborhoods are different, streets are different. So we didn't give a certain criteria. Are electronic signs the same as billboards? No. People do think they are, and they go part and parcel, but they are not. You can have an electronic sign that does not have general advertising attached to it. But it is quite easy, obviously, with a digital sign to sell your ads or whatever and do general advertising on them. So we do have the billboard language that is separate and apart from the digital sign language. And that's really, I think, pretty important to note, and why in a sign plan, you actually have to say that you want it to be a billboard. So let's talk a little bit about billboards. So 17406 is the section that governs billboards. And so we still have the general prohibition in place. The only exceptions are if you're doing the 3-to-1, you're going from 3 static to 1 digital. But then we have this section that was added into the code for new billboards. So there is the vehicle to do static billboards, and it's very clear that they can't exceed 50 square feet. And these are all only in areas of special signage control. So these are the zoning districts that you can do them in. And then the new digital billboards. So we have certain zoning districts where you can do the new digital billboards, and this really outlines what can take place. If it's animation, it's streaming video, it really says what this billboard can do, and that they have to have ambient light monitors that adjust the brightness level. So we have, these kind of safeguards in place. And they can only be integrated into the sign type listed in 17201. So it isn't that you just get to pick out of nowhere. It really is related to whatever signs are allowed in that zoning category in the sign table or in the ASSC. So again, we had a lot of questions, and I think still have some of the same questions today. Will the loosening of the billboard prohibition in the city allow for billboards all over the city? At that time, no. As I stated, they're only in the ASSCs unless you can prove that you're doing the 3-to-1. Should billboards within the areas of special sign control have to conform to the 3-to-1 conversion? No, this was really created as the vehicle and the only vehicle to get new billboards while the general prohibition was still in place. And this is another something that's a little bit confusing for people, is billboards appear on the signage table. Should they have their own dimension requirements? No. And this goes back to that billboard is literally just general advertising. It's not a sign type. The sign types are, is it a wall sign? Is it a projecting sign? Is it a roof sign? It's the thing, the shape is the sign type. On any of these shapes, you could actually do general advertising. But the only reason it is listed in the table without dimensions is to just recognize that there is a vehicle by which you can create a new billboard. And so this section of converting the 3-to-1 conversion was also updated in 2018, and it really just clarified how an applicant needs to interface with the zoning administrator in the zoning office. And if they had a billboard bank, say they had taken down several billboards and wanted to cash in for a future digital billboard. So that is written into the code as well. So I'm trying to think, maybe one or two that have taken advantage of that I know of. There may be more. So ASSCs, this is where all of it, really kind of comes to a head and comes together. 17504 is, kind of the section that lays out what can be in a sign plan. And it's very clear that the sign plan has to be submitted to Planning Commission after the area designation. The contents of the plan, very, very clear. A list of what sign types are being sought in the ASSC, the location and number of the signs per lot or building, the maximum dimensions per sign, and this piece is really critical, the percentage deviation being sought in the area or the height of the sign. And this is based on, and I'll show you an example, but this is based on the deviation limits that are set in 17201. And I'll say in 17306, most don't reach this, but this is the maximum cumulative area for like every sign that exists on your building, whether it's electronic or not. And so content deviations, this just clarifies a little bit more what that is. The sign plan may include deviations from location, height, quantity, and dimensional requirements as long as it's allowed by 17201 and 17306. The sign plan may include a type of sign that's not generally permissible in the underlying zoning if that type is listed in 17201. So basically what that means, and I'll show you in the table, is you see kind of the method of approval. It'll say allowed or it'll say ASSC. And when our bill is passed, hopefully in the next month, or I'll say 2 or 3 months, some signs will actually say conditional to the board. And then this piece is actually pretty critical too. BMZA cannot grant a variance to any sign that has gotten a deviation under the ASSC. So you can't go just keep double dipping. And so Title IV is our design review authority within the zoning code. So one of the pieces that we do actually have authority over is any sign plan and any sign, but with, of course, without regard to its copy or message. This language you will actually see, and this is what's helping us to conform with READ. We also have additional authority in 4405 for specific types of signs, signs 100 square feet or more, all, digital signs. So we have very specific criteria that's giving us that authority. Now, how does that actually relate to the ASSC? As I pointed out previously, we have very strict criteria in the area of special signage control of what can be included. We do not have the ability to put in design standards in a specific area of special signage control. But because we do have design review authority that comes with a design manual, we have the ability to put some standards in our design manual. Right now, that section is not actually fleshed out other than, not covering architectural features. So one of our goals in the next, 4 months, 5 months is actually to beef up that section. To start giving some guidance to sign plans and some of the specific signs. How does that relate to the analysis for the areas of special signage control that's listed in Subtitle 5? So Subtitle 5 actually has the findings of fact and, the review standards for the Planning Commission. And the three of them are would not increase the likelihood of traffic congestion or distraction, would not add to the visual clutter in the area. It would not be incongruous with the existing and contemplated design of the area. These last two typically would fall under our design review authority. This first one, we actually have the authority through Subtitle 5 to send our draft sign plans to any other agency that we think would be critical in the review. And in the case of, the large format digital signs, whether they're billboards or not, we can send them to DOT. We can send them, we had an issue, for instance, about the structural component of a size of a sign. We could actually send it to DHCD and have plans examining, really look at it. So we have that authority through Subtitle 5 to deal with the first one, the first bullet, to get other eyes on it from our sister agencies. So a little bit about the sign tables. This is really a typical layout that you actually have the zoning district, and then you have the approval method that I talked about. And then we have some base requirements, the sign area, if there any height, maximum quantity. And then there's this section here that really governs the ASSC. It lets you know, is this sign type even allowed in an ASSC? Is it, maximum deviation? What is it? So this piece is really critical. We were never able to do 100% deviation. This is not a variance. This is literally your upfront agreement. In return, the Planning Commission is saying, yes, we agree with this. You don't have to go through another BMZA process, all of that. So this is actually your upfront agreement. It's not a conditional use. It's not a variance. So it has to be approved through this planning mechanism. And the quantity deviation is whatever we approve in the sign plan. We don't actually have a cap. So it has to make sense. And the reason for this is the whole notion behind the sign plan is that you're taking an area with multiple property owners and having this discussion of what is like the signage branding, if you will, that makes sense for this area. So the thinking is based on a master plan and based on this cohesive, thought process, and you're actually coming up with what makes sense. And that's all part of this upfront agreement. So billboards, I mentioned, why does billboards appear in the table? Literally, this is only to let you know that it's possible to do it in the area of special signage control. It does not have any of these other items in it because they actually have to conform to whatever this other sign type is. If you wanted your electronic sign category 1 to be a billboard, then it's going to follow this line here. So that is really only letting you know the messaging can be general advertising. So same thing, another example on the sign table, these particular categories, as I mentioned, are only available in the area special sign control. This is how they appear in a table. And these deviation amounts actually vary depending on the zoning district. So your C5s and your Port Covingtons and TOD4, they have the larger maximum deviations because those are seen as kind of the hustling and bustling areas that are really meant to take this. Your C1s and C2s, they might allow for, maybe a 25% or something like that. It's really about keeping the scale down, but understanding that you need some level of flexibility. And even if you're in like a C2, and most you're going to have like a category 1 or category 2. I can't remember if we have any category 3s by ASSE in C2, but they start appearing a little bit. So I know there were some questions. Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask for clarification before you went past the maximum percent deviation. So just so I understand, if it's 75%, that means that the sign could increase or decrease by 75% without coming back for another approval?
So it can increase. So, there's no problem with ever going lower. So if you, say you were not even here, if you were in an area special signage control, you could actually go lower than the 750. These numbers here generally are the break points for the category. So they're the kind of the cap of it. So you can go anywhere in there. This generally is above and beyond.
So
if that makes sense. And
real quickly, in that particular instance, if I have a 750 square foot maximum for a category 3, I can deviate that by 75% more, which would equal 1,312 square feet maximum.
Yes. Yes.
Does that help, Eric?
It does.
It helped me. I was wondering about that myself. So.
Okay. Thank you.
And the quantity deviation, just to state, has to be in the approved sign plan. So if you are going to deviate, you have to tell us that in the sign plan.
I guess why I'm confused is in the sign plan we're reviewing today, they all say 50% maximum deviation. So I'm trying to understand if the sizes that we're looking at are accurate or if they're going to be 50% larger.
Mm-hmm. They should be, based on the math, if they're saying that, they should be 50% larger. So it should say, the 70%, the math should be the 750 plus the 50% should equal whatever that proposed size is. And the other thing to remember about maximum percentage deviation, this number also goes for height. There's no height requirement for ASSCs, but in some sign types like a pole sign or a freestanding monument sign, they actually have height requirements. So in the case, if that were being, included in an ASSC, and they wanted to go taller than that height, limit, then they would ask for deviation in height, as well. So this is literally pertaining to those two different things, but the math should add up.
But to your point, Commissioner Stevenson, is they are not requesting any deviation. So that where they put that 50% in, that's actually just inaccurate. It should say 75% per the zoning table in front of you. But you can see the next column says requested deviations, and they are only requesting a deviation.
What number?
For one of them.
I see, and it is 75%. I was looking at the wrong column. So that's just for information, and it doesn't actually apply to the proposal per se.
Right.
Yes, it's just pulling the same information from the table. Sorry for that.
I got it now. Thank you.
And this is why the table is so important to look at, because, and especially with C5. So C5 has like 5 sub-districts. And so the numbers may actually vary within those sub-districts because they mean something. So is it Inner Harbor? Is it downtown core? Is it the historic, side of C5? So it does vary within C5. And so any more questions before I kind of moved on?
No, thank you.
I had one
Sure.
camera. I was finally able to get on. So good afternoon, everybody. Given the residential concerns we heard the first time we considered this, do we address on electronic signs set standards for the intensity of the lighting associated with the signs?
So they are supposed to have, for billboards, they're supposed to have light monitors on them, and we don't actually have a performance standard on, what that's supposed to be. And, I think that is going to be one of the questions or comments for DOT and what is that threshold. And I would imagine that could be flexible depending on the size of the sign or how close it is. Those are the things I don't really know, but we don't have a set performance standard. And so the Port Covington one, you're familiar with the NOHA one, and I know there were questions about the Port Covington one, and we're still waiting the final draft. So I put in a few slides of where they are. This one's extremely different. And if you go back from my first slide where, I said they kind of set the stage because their first draft in 2017 was really the large format that set the tone. But now their first phase is actually just regular building signage because they're new construction. And at the time in 2017, their building designs weren't even done. So what they're going to be requesting is really just regular signage for their Chapter 1 buildings. And these are just some of the images that'll be for the first 5 buildings. So what you'll see is, I mentioned subtitle 5, you have to show the location, sign type. In this case, it's their code reference, is their Port Covington master plan. The square feet allow the proposed max square feet, the deviation requested. They're doing height allowed because they will have some signs with height requirements. But theirs is basically regular, like banner signs or awning and canopy signs, wall signs. They do have, I think it'll wind up being 3, but in E1, this example is for their E1 building. There will be one electronic sign, category 3, that's going to be a billboard. And these colors are basically going to relate to their images where you can see the location on the site plan exactly, in their location key. So is it an awning or canopy sign? And you can look, at this point in location on the plan, where is this awning and canopy sign going to be located? And same thing in elevation. So we know in this case, this is actually their billboard. You can't really see the leader very well. But it actually goes to their billboard roof sign. And so if you remember, when I did the description of the 5 categories of electronic signs, I mentioned that your electronic sign category 3 and category 4 could actually be in the form of a roof sign. So that is what they're proposing here. So there is going to be that locational aspect. They're still working out the details and getting everything together, but this is generally what's going to be expected for the Port Covington master plan, sign plan that's coming at the next one. Any other questions before I unshare?
So, Tamara, real quickly, the scope of our review for an area of special sign control sign plan is limited to what? Just so we keep that.
Sure. So we have the contents, and this is driven by 17504. It's a list of what sign types are being sought, the location and number, and that's per lot or per building, the maximum dimensions per sign, and the percentage deviation. So these literally are what you can do, and it must include any deviation. So when we say percentage deviation, what does that mean? it's a deviation from the location, height, quantity, or dimensional requirements, so long as it's in something in the tables. So it's really limited scope that we have. And part of the reason for this is everything that you agree to today is what can go into a permit set.
Now, if I
This is
continue
what they
on,
can then use.
so now, okay, so they've submitted a plan, in this particular instance, they submitted a plan and it contains all of this information. Now, our review criteria is set up just as Caitlin's staff report is set up, is these are the three criteria by which we can judge it. It's got to be a non-increased likelihood of traffic congestion, not add to the visual clutter of the area, and would not be incongruous with the existing contemplated design area.
Yes.
So those are the only three reasons why we would be able to deny a particular sign. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is why I think it's important, with our analysis. And you'll see in Caitlin's presentation later, in reading in our staff report, which I know you all gone through, is how she's evaluating these three particular things in a way to analyze, the proposed signage.
Perfect. That answers my question. Thank you.
So I have two general questions pertaining to those 3 points that maybe we could get out of the way. So on the subject of congestion, I see traffic. I see that came up in the 2018 FAQs, and it was decided not to reduce the 1 minute video time. That is, the 1 minute video time is something that jumped out at me as a concern. So the code says a maximum of 1 minute, but
the code is, I think, a minimum.
Have a maximum that's less than that.
Now, I think the dwell time, I think it's a max dwell and a minimum.
I think it was 8 seconds for stills and a minute for videos. And
right.
So my point is that we didn't decide to make a change to that statute in 2018, but we could still raise that issue today if we're concerned with it.
Yes. So it's minimum dwell and maximum loop.
Yep. Perfect.
So the whole purpose is they don't want you sitting there like watching a movie. So that's why it's maximum loop. I don't know if does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. You don't want images flashing up every 2 seconds, and you don't want a video going on longer than a minute, right? Because the flashing every 2 seconds is going to, could be disorienting, and a video that's longer than a minute, people may stop and look at it.
So I understand that. I think the concern is that a minute may still be a long time.
And so those did come up. I remember back in 2018, and the Department of Transportation did help us come up with those times in 2018, and I do believe spoke to it at the time of the committee hearings as well, because it was a concern. But I think that is their specialty.
I understand.
And
we don't have to get into the details of that now. I just wanted to make sure I understood. And on point number 3,
sure.
When we talk about the contemplated design of the area, what are we referring to? Is there a master plan for that area, or what are we talking about?
Some may actually have a master plan that's adopted. Some may not. Some may actually just have a strategy. In the case of downtown, I don't know that there is an adopted master plan, but there is, the general vision of vitality and, whatever that design is that kind of moves towards that vision or that character. And so we can't say it must be an adopted master plan because we know a great deal of the city actually doesn't have an adopted master plan. But generally speaking, I think a couple of things that you can look for. With zoning, in zoning categories, every zoning category has a purpose. And it actually, if you read through the purpose, they actually kind of attach it to a character. So for example, like a C1, it's supposed to be your walkable, neighborhood commercial. So everything that is related to C1 in terms of scale, in terms of massing, in terms of uses is really related to that level of intensity. C5 is the same way. C5, when you start looking at your C5s, you don't have a parking requirement. You don't have a building height. You don't, your use list expands exponentially. So the intent around C5 is really about kind of amping it up a little bit and carrying a lot more people. So even if there isn't an, adopted master plan, there are cues along the way, even in our laws, such as the zoning code, of what the intent of that area is to be.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. On number 2, it says would not add to the visual clutter in the area. And I was wondering, could you give me just a brief definition? Because when I read the definition, it did give a definition of clutter, but can you just kind of make it simple in terms of when we say clutter, what that means?
So we talked a lot about this, and because we don't have a formal definition yet, and I think we're moving to that direction, we did, for the purpose of the NOHA sign plan, start evaluating that. So it's really looking at, looking at the amount of, say, street furniture, the amount of signage, the, what kind of building elements are really going around, everything kind of combined. If for some reason this kind of cohesive nature of that is lending you to say this is too much, then it is, too much. But the evaluation, and here's where it kind of becomes critical and where it relates to, I'll say, design or character. And this is when you read the staff report, it talks about as it relates to like the architectural style or it as it relates to the character of the area. So for some instances, you might have an architectural style that by its nature is very streamlined. It's very simple. And so we want to make sure that whatever happens, whether it's a large digital sign, whether it's, 5 more projecting signs, that is not actually departing from what the intent of that area is to be. Now, it could also, mean that, in terms of streetscape, do you have like a lot of pedestrian lights already there? Do you have 5 billion benches along the way? What is that additive that is creating more and more visual clutter to that area? And so one of the things that we've grappled with and really thought about is, what is that threshold? And so that's why we modify it with number 3. So it's incongruous with the existing or contemplated design of the area or the building. That's really the modifier. So what one building could take, another one may not, or what one area could take, another one may not. So it really is context sensitive.
Just follow up on that. That seems somewhat subjective. Is there a standard? I guess even going back to the lighting, I guess what you can measure that. But and related to that, if we were to approve this, then someone downstream violates one of these principles, what's the enforcement mechanism?
So if the enforcement mechanism really is you're approving the overall sign plan. So if they're deviating from what you approve in the sign plan, then that's the enforcement. So if for some reason you approve a particular sign that's 750 square feet, they get a permit for 750 square feet, but actually wreck something that's 1,000 square feet.
Yep.
There's your mechanism for enforcement because you've already done the upfront agreement in the sign plan of what it is supposed to be.
Yeah. No, so let's use your example. It's erected. Who is responsible then from evaluating, determining clutter, the light intensity, that type of thing? Who's actually responsible for doing that?
So these particular pieces are what you're evaluating prior to the approval of the sign plan.
I understand that.
So once you approve it, then that's when you're moving into enforcement. So these three don't actually matter once you're in enforcement land because you've already approved it. At the point of enforcement, either it is what you approved or it isn't. You're no longer, evaluating. This is what you use to get to the point of approval of the sign plan. Once you said yes or no, based on this, that is moving to kind of step B, which is permitting. So as far as... Sure.
Real quickly. So, Ted, I think what you're saying is, so the sign's up and now something else happens. And now there's more visual clutter in the area. Mm-hmm. Do we impact the sign? I think the answer to that, I don't know, but my personal position would be no, the sign was approved. At the time of the approval, the visual character, visual clutter of the area was acceptable with the sign. And if something happens post implementation of the sign, then it happens post implementation of the sign. And the sign would then become kind of background for that evaluation of visual clutter after the sign's approved.
And it would come for the next one. So if, say, we did exactly what you said, Chairman Davis, and then someone wants to come amend the sign plan. So any amendments to the sign plan actually have to come back to the Planning Commission. Now they want to add a second digital sign to that same building. Now it's additive. You're saying, wait a minute, we've already approved this sign in the last iteration. Now we have to evaluate this new request based on what's already there, which includes what's the sign you approved the first time. So it becomes additive. One of the things that I mentioned, and you may not have been able to join us yet, Deputy Mayor Carter, is this portion here of our design review authority. We have the ability in our design manual to create design criteria as it relates to the sign plan. So that's our kind of next work program within the department. Our next step is to go in and create this. And we gave ourselves the authority, but we hadn't created that section within our design manual. So hopefully we can come up with a little bit more objective criteria that is, I'll say, citywide in some ways. So that's what we've had that conversation internally, so that we don't have that in the future. Well, you let them have it here. Why can't I have it? Well, we can then point to some criteria to say X, Y, and Z. So that's kind of our next step. But for the ones that you're seeing today and for the next Planning Commission, we don't have this piece in place, but we are using what we know and what we use in design review for normal projects to help evaluate based on the criteria that you have to use.
Gotcha.
Mayor, may I ask two follow-up questions about that? The first thing is you said it's additive, so I guess you would agree with me that whoever gets in place first on this sign plan is going to have a significant advantage because anyone that comes second will just be adding to visual clutter. Is that fair?
Well, not necessarily. So if they want to add a second sign to a building that actually can take a second sign or hold a second sign, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. So that goes back to saying it really depends on the architectural style or the area. You have to evaluate it once that comes in. So maybe they want to come in on a different facade. That might be perfectly okay, but it might not be okay if they want to have a sign here and add one up, 10 feet or 20 feet above.
Right.
Now,
but it's easier to be first is my point. It's easier to be first because then you don't have to worry about saying you're not additive. And the second question I just had was you said something about then you go to step B, which is a permitting process. I'm not aware of a step B. Could you explain what the permitting process is after the design plan's approved?
So every sign that you put up has to get a permit. So that's just regular law, whether you have a sign plan or not. This is basically just giving you your entitlement for a certain thing. It's no different than if you were going in by right with a sign. It's no different than if, you had a sign plan in a plan unit development that's saying we agree to X, Y, and Z. For all of those, the next step after that is applying for a regular permit through DHCD. This is just telling you, this approval is just telling you what you can apply for.
So if we were to grant, there's like 12 buildings today. If we grant this approval of a plan that includes those buildings, is there a second public hearing setting or some other setting where they have to go in for a permit and DHCD or someone else will decide if that building actually gets to put it up or what?
No. So when we rewrote Title 18 and Title 17 in 2018, we actually worked with DHCD to create a code in their permit system for sign plans. I assume it's still in there. I know it was in there because I had them referred to me for a while. So theoretically, the way it's supposed to happen is once the area is designated, much like a PUD, those addresses within that area should be tagged within the permit system. And any sign that is coming through one of those addresses in the area should be referred under ASSC. If that is triggered, then we go back to this agreed upon, adopted, planning commission approved sign plan and say, this sign at this address was approved to be 750 square feet. And once we have that, then we can go back in the permit system. Yes, it matches what they, said they were going to do. And then we just press approve.
Are there any further questions?
And they pay for the permit.
Tamara.
I guess the one last question, if I may. It says without regard to its copy or message in that section 12 there. Does that mean that we're also being tasked with making sure that there's no restriction on speech of some sort? Is that what that's about?
So that language is all throughout our Title 17, and that's in response to the Reed case that we cannot evaluate signs. We can't have temporary signs and we can't have content-based signs. So the only areas that the city, I guess evaluates or has criteria based on content really have to do with like alcohol or adult content or tobacco. And the case of billboards, which is the general advertising, but we cannot evaluate a sign or say, no, you can't do a sign unless you're in that limited criteria. If you're not in the adult entertainment area of the city, but you somehow put in a permit for, an adult sign, then yeah, we can say no, but we can't say, I don't want, you can't have chicken fingers, listed on your sign or something like that. We don't evaluate it based on content, which is actually why the sign title was rewritten. We got rid of anything that said, building identity signage. We don't say building identity. If you want a wall sign, it's a wall sign. If you want projecting, it's projecting. We don't say, is it, an election sign or we don't, all those things, the way people were used to calling them, we don't call them that anymore. And that's why this language appears throughout Title 17.
Are there any other questions for Tamara? Thank you very much. We will see you again, I think, shortly with Caitlin. Sure. Eric, I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, we had a presentation from DPW, but I don't see Kim on our panelist or participants list. Is that?
Yeah, unfortunately, she had a hard stop at 1 o'clock and we blew through her half an hour. So we're going to reschedule potentially for the next meeting.
All right, great. Well, just so everybody knows, DPW.
Sorry, Kim.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, sorry, Kim.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to excuse myself. I'll try and be back later this afternoon after this council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Carter. Just real quickly, Kim was going to give us a presentation on their launching of their online permitting system, which is fantastic. And I look forward to her being able to present to us at some point in the future. It's 12:59. Let's take a short break. Be back at 1:05 to start our regular meeting. We're going to take a couple of breaks during this particular meeting because unfortunately I anticipate it being a long one. But let's be back at 1:05, okay?
Hi, Caitlin. I'm making you the presenter so you can load the slides.
Can you see it now, Eric?
Yep, you got it. Thank you.
Sean, I just have a quick question. Can you see my name without my video?
Oh, hold on a second.
Who's that, Talib?
Yes.
Yes, our names are visible without your video,
Yep, I can see.
without
you
video.
on the.
So you can see me. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. All right. Thanks. Because I can't see my.
you, but I can see. I can't see your video, but I can see you're here.
All right. Good. I just want to make sure. Okay. Thanks.
Also, Mr. Chair, just for a little bit of stage direction for item 7, Kristen will have a separate PowerPoint, so we'll just take a few seconds after introduction of the item to drop the main slideshow and exchange controls.
Sounds great. And we'll go through the WebEx tutorial, including the audio for the hearing impaired after the approval of the minutes.
Yes.
Consent agenda. Make sense?
Yep, that'll work.
Okay, great. Oh, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:06. Welcome to the March 3rd, 2022 Baltimore City Planning Commission meeting. My name is Sean Davis. I chair the commission. Sitting somewhere in Baltimore is Chris Ryer, the Director of Planning and the Secretary for the commission. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Certainly. Robin Allen,
Present.
Ted Carter just said he had to leave for a few minutes. Victor Clark,
Present.
Marcia Collins,
Here.
the Honorable Eric Costello,
Present.
Talib Horn,
Present.
Thomas Previs,
Present.
Eric Stevenson,
Here.
and Sean Davis.
Here. We have before us our meeting minutes from February 10th, 2022. Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding those minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve?
So move, Commissioner Horn.
Thank you, Talib. Do I have a second?
Second, Allen.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Eric, you want to go through the WebEx tutorial?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Welcome everybody to the Planning Commission meeting. This is, as with many virtual meetings, has a couple of basic ground rules that we ask for. For the panelists that can control your own mute, we ask that you remain muted until you're actively speaking to minimize background noise and crosstalk. For all the members of the public, you'll enter the meeting muted and will remain muted until called upon for testimony by the chairman. When you're introduced or when you're invited to speak, please introduce yourself so that we will know who we're hearing from. If you're not interested in speaking aloud, that's fine. The chat box is in the bottom right-hand corner. It looks like a cartoon bubble. If you click on that, there's a chat utility. Make sure that you address your comments to all of the panelists, not just to me as a host, or nobody can see it but me. We are capturing the contents of the chat box for our record, so that's an equally valid way to express your concerns. If you are interested in speaking on one of the items, You can identify yourself by opening the panelist tablet, which is also in the bottom right-hand corner. Looks like a person with a stack of papers. That's the participants panel, and it'll open the raise hand feature. Once you're called upon by the chair to speak and you're done speaking, make sure you click that button and put your hand back down. All the controls are basically across the bottom of the screen. And then for how you choose to view it, in the upper right-hand corner of the active part of the screen, there's a couple of options. We recommend using the full screen mode, which will make it as big as possible so that you can see our slideshow as we go from there, which is especially useful if you have more than one screen available. So there's where the participants in the chat button are located. And again, there's a little raise hand button. In the event that you can't find that, you can just identify yourself in the chat box and I'll let the chairman know that you're interested in speaking and we'll work it that way. For anybody that might be joining us on the telephone today, we can't see the raise hand since you're not using a computer. All we can see is a phone number. What we'll have to do is we'll go through each one individually, unmuting you. When you're unmuted, you'll hear 2 beeps, and that's your cue to introduce yourself to the commission and provide your testimony. If you're not interested in speaking, that's okay too. Just say no thank you or no comment. We'll put you back on mute. And we'll go to the next person. I believe that will, and also I've entered into the chat. We do have closed captioning provided today. There is a link in the chat box. If you click on that, it's https://purplecart.the1capp/event/BCDP. And you can receive closed captioning separately from that link. And I believe that will be our briefing for today, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. We have CIP transfers. Moving on to our consent agenda, we have first our CIP transfers. There was one meeting held yesterday, March 2nd. There were 21 items on the transfers. Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding those? Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
So we have Commissioner Clark, I think, seconded by Commissioner Allen.
Yes.
Great. Is anyone opposed to this motion? Anyone abstaining from this motion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Great. Next, we have minor subdivision final plan for 1018-1022 Boyd Street in the 9th District. Any questions or comments regarding those? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Clark moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I think that was Commissioner Horn.
Yep, I second it.
Great, thank you. Anyone opposed to this motion? Anyone abstaining from this motion? All those in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Next, we have the minor subdivision final plans, Uplands redevelopment, Section A, Phase 1 in the 8th District. Anybody have any questions or comments regarding this item? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Second.
Second, Stevenson.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. Anyone opposed to this motion? Anyone abstain this motion from this motion? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Finally, we have minor subdivision final plans, Habitat for Humanity, Orchard Ridge in the 13th District. Any questions or comments regarding this? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Anyone opposed to this motion? Anyone abstain from this motion? I will actually recuse myself from this motion as I serve on the board for Habitat. All those in favor say aye.
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 Moving on to our regular agenda, the first item, Mr. Secretary.
First item on the regular agenda is a Planning Commission work session for the preliminary capital improvement program recommendations. Kristen Ahern will present.
Ms. Ahern, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Great.
All right, let me just share my screen. All Are you all seeing the
Yep.
correct one? Great. Start at the beginning. So good afternoon, everybody. We are here today to review the draft recommendations for the fiscal 23 to 28 capital improvement program. So I hope you're ready. It's going to be a lot. We have a lot to go over. And this is just a work session, so there's no vote today.
And we'll be back for the vote at our March 17th meeting.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yep. So this is a chance to ask questions, to review the recommendations in detail. Anything we can't answer today, we will follow up and come back either by email or by during the briefing session on March 17th. And you can discuss, review, offer any suggestions or changes, and then we'll come back on the 17th for the vote. So by way of background, City Charter requires the Planning Commission to submit a recommendation for a 6-year CIP to the Board of Estimates. The first year of the 6-year CIP becomes the capital budget for the city, and we do a new 6-year program each year. A reminder that BOE policy for a capital improvement is a physical betterment or improvement and any preliminary studies related to it. It is not an improvement that costs less than $50,000. It's not vehicular equipment. It is not repairs or maintenance unless it reaches a certain cost threshold. And it's not salaries other than those which are capitalized as part of the project. In January, you heard from agencies with their project requests. Today, we're here for the initial recommendations in a working session, and then in 2 weeks, we'll come back and vote. After you vote, the program will go on to Board of Finance for review, and then Board of Estimates, where it will get combined with the operating budget. And then the City Council will vote and review and vote in June on the first year only on the city's capital budget. So this year, what I am presenting you today is $766 million for fiscal 23. And just to note that in general, we'll focus on fiscal year 23. We'll talk a little bit about the outer years as well as we go agency by agency, but we'll focus on fiscal 23. And I have an asterisk in there. This isn't going to exactly match the reports that you have on your Wix site and that are posted to our website. We heard fairly recently about an additional $2.5 million in general funds and $12 million in additional federal funds for transportation related to the infrastructure bill. So that number will be represented in the totals I present to you on this presentation, but not in the reports that you have. We have not made recommendations yet as to which specific projects those funds will go into. And in general, we're going to have a lot of good news for you today. There are significant new funding sources or one-time funding sources that were made available for this year. So as we get into it, we can talk about all of those. You'll notice this very large, relatively large wedge for city general funds. Typically, we have about $15 million between city general funds, typically referred to as PAYGO, and highway user revenue. This year, we have about $90 million, which is really exciting and certainly helps make progress on a lot of the city's deferred maintenance needs. There's a significant federal funds this year, and then, of course, about half of the recommended capital budget is for the utilities and revenue loans and county grants. We'll also focus today on the general fund back sources. So these are either general funds PAYGO or debt that is paid off by general funds each year. So GO bonds, general funds, highway user revenue, and then transportation revenue bonds. And just to look at the trends in these four sources over time, you can see that this is far and away the largest year in recent history in terms of the general fund sources available for capital projects. And some of that is discretionary. Some of it was provided for very specific purposes. So we'll get into all that. Just a quick reminder that the loan authorization guides how we use the general obligation bonds. So we have 18 million for community and economic development, 7 million for affordable housing, 36 million for public infrastructure, and 19 million for schools. We use new evaluation criteria for fiscal year 23. The first, we have a baseline criteria that asks whether the project is required by state or federal law. If it is, we'd recommend it for funding. If not, we would look at each project against the scoring criteria, which are equity, health and safety, asset condition, return on investment, environmental impact, and efficiency and effectiveness. And so we had a review. We have a CIP oversight committee comprised of representatives from the major capital budget agencies and a few other select offices throughout the city. Members reviewed a subset of the projects and scored against each of these criteria. Now, I will say that given the additional funding this year, we were able, for the most part, to fund most of the requests in most agencies. So the scoring became a little bit less relevant this year because of the additional funding. So to break out these recommendations by agency, I have listed here each agency and the amount recommended in the general fund backed sources and all sources. And this table is sorted by all sources. So as every year, the utilities make up the largest share of the recommendations, and that is all funded with either revenue loans or utility pay-go funds from the bills that we pay, our water and sewer bills. Next, you have Department of Transportation, Department of Housing and Community Development. Both of those agencies get significant federal or state funding, which makes them typically two of the highest funded agencies. Recreation and Parks, we are recommending 62 million this year. And I should make a note that we still anticipate some changes in some of these numbers, particularly as the state budget is finalized and as we work through some of the American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funding decisions. Department of General Services is recommended at 60 million. That you may recall that in past years that number has been closer to 10 to 15 million. So that's exciting. Department of Public Works Solid Waste recommended at 23.5 million. Again, that typically would be closer to 5 million. Public Schools is recommended at 19 million. BSIT around 7. BDC around 7 as well, the library at 3.5 million, and then the mayoralty projects at about $1 million. So I can pause here and ask if anybody has questions about any of those overview slides before getting into the agency by agency recommendations.
Anybody have any questions for Kristen?
I have a quick general question that relates a little bit to your overview slides, but when I look through like project fund summary, I think it says, well, that's not the right one, but it says by source or something, it says agency and then it says planning as two separate line items. And I didn't understand what was meant by that. Yeah, it's like appropriated to date. And then it says agency, like 400, planning 0. And then it says,
yeah, so the capital budget report, I think, is the one you're looking at.
Yeah.
So that is the report that shows you the differences. It'll show you what the agency requested, that's the agency column, and then what planning is recommending. So that's what we're recommending today.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's a helpful report to follow along with.
Right, I was trying to, but couldn't figure out what that meant. Okay.
Anyone else? All right, Kristen.
All right.
The details.
So let's jump in. First, we'll start with Baltimore City Information Technology. And you may recall that this year we tried to sort of separate the true construction projects with a well-defined geography and beginning, middle, and end. Tried to separate those from the more programmatic items. So the ongoing investments that we need to make as a city for state of good repair or just kind of regular programmatic items. So we lumped BSIT into the program category and gave them a target, a request limit of $7 million. And for the most part, we'd recommend funding that full $7 million request. The only item that we wouldn't recommend funding is upgrading 311 call center hardware. And that's because this request was really for equipment for computers and laptops. And that's not really an eligible capital expense. And so that's what this yellow indicates, is that one is not recommended for funding. But otherwise, we'd recommend fully funding their requests, including a lot for cybersecurity in various categories, a lot for storage infrastructure, other infrastructure, network hubs, cables, switches, cameras. There are requests related to the city's website and web applications that are used by agencies for various purposes, and some of the resident-facing applications. And then public safety technology as well.
It's one happy agency.
Over the 6 years, you'll see really continued refresh cycles for some of those infrastructure requests. You'll see continued cybersecurity upgrades and application upgrades. And then you'll also see significant amounts for replacing components of the city's mainframe with more modern and flexible applications and systems. Does anybody have any questions about BCIT? All right. Moving on, the mayoralty category, we're recommending fully funding all of these requests. These are all commitments that were made through the Cultural Spaces Capital Support Fund process. This is a set aside in the capital budget for the city's cultural organizations. It's an open program we run every 2 years and make commitments for 2 years, roughly on cycle when we go to do the loan authorization. So we will open the program again this summer for fiscal years 24 and 25 and accept applications from cultural organizations, museums, theaters, and that type of thing. So these should be familiar to you, but we'd recommend funding for Baltimore Museum of Art, the Peel Center, Lamando, the Constellation, Maryland Center for History and Culture, the Maryland Zoo, Reginald F. Lewis, Creative Alliance, and then the Baltimore National Heritage Area kind of extends our reach by running a small capital grant program through which they make smaller grants to smaller organizations for capital improvements. And in the 6 years, you'll just see $1 million per year set aside for this program. Any questions about the mayoralty category? Okay, and feel free to stop me at any time and ask questions. This is really meant for you to understand the recommendations and ask questions and dig in. So jump in. Within Department of General Services, we were able to fund most of their requests for fiscal year 23. So you'll see City Hall stone walls, 401 East Fayette, some of these big office buildings, a lot for various fire houses, police districts, senior centers, etc. So I won't read them all off to you, but I do want to call your attention to the ones where the recommended amount differs from what was requested. And so there were a few where, because of the additional funding that was put toward capital this year, we were able to recommend even more than was requested for the fiscal year. And in most cases, what we did was take projects where the request was split up over multiple years So the Eastern District Police Station, for example, they requested $300,000 this year and 1.7 million next year. So kind of split up the design and construction funding into requests over multiple years. We would just recommend fully funding the project so that they can get started, move on it, and then next year we don't have to come back and dedicate the construction funding. The Star Spangled Banner Flag House falls into the same category.
I had a question about that. You know, in previous years we had allocated funding, and I don't know if it was drawn down or not for that Eastern District Police Station bathroom, and then it wasn't drawn, and then I guess it's back again. So what I'm just concerned about is that money is actually spent for that, and it's not sort of a repeat customer for additional funding, and it's actually getting fixed this time. I'm not quite sure why it came back, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'm wondering if it was programmed in an outer year or if the funding was for a slightly different purpose.
Yeah, maybe it was not programmed in that given year, but I just remembered having it before, and then we have it again. So if we're putting all the money in, I just want to see it get fixed. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I can follow up to see what they've gotten in recent years. I'll just make a note.
Kristen, could you also comment on why you took that approach as opposed to funding some of the items that didn't receive funding?
Yeah, I'll definitely come back and talk about the items that didn't receive funding. Actually, let's go into that now, because you'll note the two I'm sure that you're particularly concerned about: the Druid Health Center roof replacement. This is a building with an FCI score of 84, which means that it would cost nearly as much to fix all the systems as it would to replace the building entirely. So typically when you're looking at an FCI score, lower is better in this case, in the case of an FCI. I think in the private sector, they aim for an FCI around 10 to 20. In the public sector, we aim for about 30. This one's at 84, which indicates that the building is a candidate for replacement. I'm sure you've seen press or may be aware of the condition of that facility. So we'd recommend that they relocate the health center or a total rebuild. And so that is why that is not recommended for funding. In the case of 101 West 24th Street, HVAC upgrade, this is a building that we believe is a good candidate for disposition. It does need work, but it's in relatively good condition overall, and it's in a strong market location. So again, it's a recommendation that the services in this building move to a different location and the city disposes of this building. And Chris may have more to add, but this is kind of in a bigger context of the need to downsize the city's real estate, recognizing that we're not able to invest enough to maintain all of the buildings that we have.
Thank you for that explanation. I guess my concern on the Druid Health Center would be that we're recommending that they relocate or build a new building, but we aren't funding that.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts them in a tough spot, I would imagine.
Yep. And I know, and Chris or Sarah, please feel free to jump in. I know those conversations are ongoing with the health department, and I think a consensus is developing around the need to relocate. It may be a situation where they're leasing space, in which case we wouldn't need to dedicate funding to construct a new facility. And so I think those decisions still need to be made before we can start to set aside or identify funding for the new facility.
Kristen, would it be possible for you to ask EDS what they're specifically doing with the health department on that prior to the 17th, just so we know?
Yep, we could provide an update just kind of on the status of that.
Yeah, because Commissioner Stevenson makes a good point. Okay, we've decided the building's going to be, it doesn't make sense to invest in this building. What's the alternative?
May I ask another question about DGS?
Sure.
There's two line items in the spreadsheet that both just indicate like 25 million for fire department improvements and 15 million for public safety facility. Ah, there they are. Okay, I got ahead of you, Kristen. I'm sorry.
Yep, no, there's two slides for DGS because there's a lot in there this year. Let me just
That's
quickly
my
touch
question.
on.
197, 361, and 197, 362.
Yep.
It's sort of not broken down by any specificity, and I'm concerned that you're just we're providing sort of a pot of money without detailed allocation, and then we don't know how it's going to be used, and it may be that, I don't know, just maybe you could talk to those two things.
Yep. And again, this is like very late breaking. Like 2 days ago, we heard about this additional 40 million in PAYGO, in general funds PAYGO, that the city's set aside to dedicate to public safety facility improvements. At least 25 million of that will go to fire department facilities specifically, possibly more. It is new revenue related to billing for EMS services. So it will be dedicated to public safety facility improvements. But because the decision is so recent to make that investment, we're still working to get the details. And I think there's some groundwork needed to get the details, but we share that desire to get specifics. I don't know that we're going to have specifics in 2 weeks, but we are pushing to get those specifics hopefully in 2 weeks. But if that's not possible, we would hope to have them by the time we go to the Board of Estimates with this program.
Thank you.
Regardless of whether or not we're able to get them in 2 weeks, hopefully we will be. It would be I think it would be prudent for us when you get them to come back and present that detail to the commission. So at least we know what we have recommended for approval.
And finally on 197, 332, the gunpowder range replacement, I noted it is being funded, but it's being funded by something called other state funds in the spreadsheet. And I just thought I'd ask what does that mean?
So we wouldn't recommend putting general fund back sources to this project, but there is a request into the state for funding through the state's capital budget or a different state fund source. So that's kind of there as a placeholder until we hear whether the state has decided to fund that or not.
Okay, so we're not doing it, but that 2 million in the total recommended column is there sort of as a pending there if they get state funding.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And so if they get state funding, they will now have, if this goes through, they'll have the authority to spend that state funding.
That's it. Thank you very much.
You're
Good job
welcome.
on all this.
And then 342 and 343, the Southwest and Northeast District female locker and bathrooms. Again, that's funded out at a higher level than the request in order to fully fund the project. Otherwise, they would have had to come back next year and ask for more.
Okay.
Right.
Just commend you guys for prioritizing this DGS stuff. Since we've been on the commission, we hear about it every year. I'm happy to see some relief.
It is exciting, the additional 40 million for fire and public safety facility improvements. That'll be very meaningful. Within the Innick Free Library, they requested funds to complete funding for the Forest Park Library renovation at 2.9 million. They also requested 1.6 million for the Clifton Branch Library renovation. We'd recommend deferring Clifton and fully funding Forest Park. And then you'll also see 500,000 for the Park Heights Library. That is Pimlico Local Impact Aid.
Just a quick question in terms of your reasoning behind the Clifton Branch Library renovation not getting any dollars.
This was kind of a matter of prioritizing the Forest Park Library renovation, which is partially funded already, and making sure that we finish funding that before starting the next branch. So we wouldn't recommend not funding Clifton. We would just push it back into next year.
Will this be the total funding necessary for Forest Park?
They have a balance. So they've been funded in a prior year. So this should be the last increment needed to let that project move forward.
Then Clifton Branch Library would move up to number one then?
Then presumably next year, Clifton would be the first priority, unless the library system sort of changes its priorities over the next year.
That answer your question, Philippe?
It does. Thank you.
Over the 6 years, you'll see completing the City Hall Stone Walls project that has been in for a long time and will continue to need additional funding. You'll see windows at the courthouses, major system replacements at downtown office buildings. And I say limited because these aren't full building renovations, but just system replacements, which are very costly. You'll see more fire station upgrades, and then you'll see some police station system upgrades and more broad renovations to those buildings. And in the 6-year program for the library system, of course, you'll see the Clifton Library renovation, and then Hamilton and Herring Run are their next identified priorities. Any questions before I leave DGS and the library system?
Yeah, Commissioner Clark, that looks like a jump over for Park Heights on the library listing. I can understand moving the Forest Park idea and having Clifton hold on, but then how did Forest Park not get put into the next grouping?
The Park Heights Library would be building a new library, and I may ask Sarah to jump in here, but that has been funded with Pimlico Local Impact Aid. So,
okay, you just answered it.
Yeah.
It's a separate funding source. So that goes through a spending plan process, and what is in these recommendations reflects what's in the draft spending plan. And we are in the process of working with the Pimlico Community Development Authority to submit recommendations to the mayor to finalize a spending plan. So once that spending plan is finalized, those recommendations will be revised and reflected in the CIP and in the operating budget.
Yeah, there's so much activity in Park Heights that it kind of it's kind of interwoven with everything that's happening on the standard side, like with the CIP and whatnot. I got it now.
Yeah, but it's a funding source that's limited to that geographic area.
I got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the Baltimore City Public School System. You all reviewed and approved the city school CIP in October. And so this is consistent with that. You see the funding for programmatic space upgrades, systemic improvements, Marie G. Faring, Furley, and Armistead Gardens. And I will, again, note that the state public school construction program funds don't run through the city's budget. So this is not the total capital budget for the school system. This simply represents the city's contribution. And of course, over the 6 years, you see continued systemic improvements and programmatic space upgrades complete the funding needed for Marie G. Faring, Furley, and Armistead Gardens. And then you'll also see Benjamin Franklin and Edmondson High School renovation funds over the 6 years. Moving on to recreation and parks. So this is certainly going to be an interesting one. Before going line by line, I want to call your attention to the totals on the next slide. So as you all are probably aware, on Monday, the mayor made an announcement related to a major investment in recreation centers, pools, athletic courts, playgrounds, and trails through the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. So these ARPA investments are time sensitive and really represent a major investment in our recreation infrastructure and quality of life in these neighborhoods. So for the general fund back sources through the capital improvement program, we really focused this year on completing funding for projects that were already in the pipeline. And for the most part, we're not recommending starting new projects with general funds, with only one or two exceptions. And so most of the yellow that you'll see are asks that would begin funding for new projects with general fund sources, which we will not recommend this year, as the agency will be focused on spending the ARPA dollars as well as state dollars for the next couple of years. So Faring Baybrook Park and the Middle Branch Trail are the two notable exceptions. Faring Baybrook because of its connection to an Inspire area and because it was reviewed and scored very well by the review committee, and the Middle Branch Trail. And that's because that project leverages a lot of major investments in that area through the plans, through the recently announced resiliency investments. It takes advantage of federal funding for the project, and more. So to go through line by line, we would not recommend funding for Riverside. This is a new phase for lighting. The Druid Hill Park Reptile House is a previously funded project that needs additional funding to be completed. We wouldn't recommend funding Northwest Park with general funds, but there will be $75,000 dedicated through Pimlico Local Impact Aid, or that's in the draft plan anyway. The Druid Hill Comfort Station, this is an existing project that needs additional funds to get it across the finish line. Bocheck Park, also an existing project. Park and recreation facility signage, we would not recommend funding this year, but there is $1 million dedicated through ARPA for park trails and signage. So that is an activity that does have some funding, just not in this line item. The Gwynn Falls Athletic Field renovation is an existing project. Druid Hill Lake, Phase 1. This is an existing project that you are all familiar with. Chick Webb Rec Center, I know you're familiar with that. It's existing. Walter P. Carter is existing. Mary Rodman is not recommended for funding. We will later on talk about a line item for recreation centers. So the city is investing quite a bit in recreation centers. Robert C. Marshall is an existing project. Tree Baltimore is ongoing. Pool improvements, we would not recommend putting general funds into this year, but there is nearly $10 million dedicated to pool improvements through the American Rescue Plan Act. Garrett Park is existing. Parkview is existing. Faring Baybrook we've talked about. Latrobe Park Longhouse would be a new project. We don't recommend funding. Towanda Rec Center, this is Pimlico funds. Cab Calloway Legend Square, this is an existing project driven by the Baltimore Green Network. The Conservancy is existing. Hardcourt resurfacing, we wouldn't recommend putting general funds, but there is a $2 million investment through ARPA. Middle Branch Trail, we've talked about to build on other investments in that area. Solo Gibbs Park, we would not recommend general funds in that project, but there is $1.5 million in casino local impact aid that will be dedicated to that project. These next several, Carroll Park, Patterson Park, Myers, Leon Day, and Latrobe are all new projects that we wouldn't recommend they start this year. Playground improvements, we're not recommending general funds, but there's a $5 million investment through ARPA. Florence Cummings Park, we wouldn't recommend funding. And then Park Trail repairs and signage is $1 million investment through ARPA. And rec center improvements, nearly a $19 million, $20 million investment through ARPA. About $900,000 of that would go into the Parkview Rec Center. And so we're showing all the ARPA investments in capital on these two slides and in your SIPI reports for now. This might change somewhat. The Department of Recreation and Parks is ready to start spending some of those ARPA dollars. And so it may be the case that we find a way to fund some of it in the current fiscal year, in fiscal 22, so that they don't have to wait until this budget is adopted before they can start to spend. And that might happen through a capital transfer from an unallocated account. So you might see that, or it might be through some other mechanism. But I would expect to possibly come back to you in 2 weeks with a slightly lower number for Rec and Parks. But I just want you to be aware that that won't mean that those funds aren't dedicated to capital projects for Rec and Parks. They still will be. They might just be sort of budgeted or authorized through a different mechanism. So with that said, does anybody have questions about, let me just touch on the 6-year highlights really quickly, and then we can take questions. You'll see more for Bocheck Park. The current funding is focused on the rec center or field house and the gym addition. So you'll see funding in an outer year for the rest of the park. You'll see new projects for Canton, North Hartford, Madison Square, Tracy Atkins Herring Run at Hall Springs, City Springs Park, Solo Gibbs Land Day and Florence Cummings. You'll see more for the Middle Branch Trail. You'll see more for Druid Hill Park. And then City Springs Park, that should be completed next year so that that project that's part of the PSO Choice project can get done. So with that, any questions about Rec and Parks?
I think it's important to note that with the amount of money that they're getting from the additional ARPA funds, their plate is going to be full for 2023 in terms of really implementing those improvements. So I think it's a wise move to hold off on some of these other ones, let them, focus on implementing what they have, and then come back and visit again.
I just have a question. First of all, it's great news that they're getting, close to $41 million of ARPA funds. I just have a question in terms of similar to the question that Commissioner Previous asked with regard to the fire department coming up with a plan to identify how they'll use those dollars. Is it possible that Recs and Parks could, I know they're going to have around $9.9 million for city pools allocated for ARPA and another $20 million for recreational center renovations, but could they provide a map or some type of summary to us before we vote in terms of the geographic disbursement of where those pools and where those recreational facilities are going to be? Because the equity piece is important to me in terms of the distribution. I know there's citywide issues, but still with like just a map, just so we can look at it to make sure that there are no gaps, no visible gaps where our capital dollars could be used. My assumption is everybody should be good with the 41 million, but I just want to make sure.
Sure.
In terms of certain neighborhoods.
Totally legitimate request.
Yeah, we'll go back and see if they can provide that by the 17th. I know that they should have at least some specifics. They might be working out some final details still, but we'll go back and see what they can provide. Definitely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great. All right.
All right, moving on. Department of Transportation. So Department of Transportation, really with, I think, just one exception, we're recommending, fully funding their requests. And so you have bridges fully funded. It's about $7.7 million in general fund back sources to leverage $17 million in federal. Sorry. We'd recommend fully funding their ADA, sidewalk, alley, bike ped, all of the bike projects, improvements along MTA, priority routes, Frederick Avenue upgrades. The two exceptions are for the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard side path and the Wolf or Washington Street bike facility. This is another case where we'd recommend fully funding the project, where previously the agency had asked for the funds across 2 years, and we'd recommend pulling that funding forward and just fully funding the project while we have the funds available this year. The only project that we're not going to recommend funding this year is the agency has asked for a project for Falls Road at Northern Parkway. And the reasoning for not funding this is the scope of the project was not very clearly defined. It was unclear whether this was intersection improvements or a road diet along Falls Road. There were a couple different ideas thrown out, but the project hasn't really been scoped. And so this may be something they can come back with next year with more specifics, and we can evaluate it at that time. So because this did have federal funding requested, we're still recommending dedicating this funding to DOT. It's just going to appear in a different line item, the Transportation Management Center upgrade. And the Transportation Management Center, this is a long deferred project that's pretty important to the agency and would allow them to operate more efficiently in some of their kind of managing traffic signals and that sort of activity. So we'd like to go ahead and dedicate that funding to that project instead.
Will it fully fund that?
No.
How far off?
Let me see if I can pull that up. I might have to get back to you to see what the total amount needed.
Today, I don't need it today, but it's nice to know that they're getting a significant increase in it. How much more do they need?
Yeah, and I'll go back and ask. I think my understanding is that this is the type of thing that may be phased, so they may be able to make some progress with this funding and do some of the pieces that they need to do, but then, still need to do more down the road. But I can get back to you with that answer.
Yeah.
So back to this, we're recommending funding for some of their major route rehabilitations, 25th Street, Fremont, Madison, Pennington. These have been in the program for a while. Neighborhood traffic calming, the I-83 safety improvements. This is the new speed camera revenue on I-83, and then some traffic safety improvements.
They expect to make $20 million in speed camera improvements on speed cameras in 1 year.
That's the best estimate to date, yes.
Wow, I got to slow down.
Yeah.
I want to just reiterate, as a frequent driver on 83, those improvements I just think are so critical. That place can become so slippery on those bridges. So I'm glad to see that we're putting an effort in, and I'm glad to see other people paying for it through, even though it's traffic ticket revenue.
Kristen, I thought it might bear repeating what you mentioned in the beginning about the additional funds for the infrastructure bill that will be incorporated before the Planning Commission votes.
Yep. I'll get there.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So you'll see funding for communication upgrades, traffic signals, the regular resurfacing activities, and then the conduit program. And so what you didn't see reflected in any of the specific projects was $2.5 million in general funds related to the infrastructure bill. So the agency's anticipating that the city will get about $12 million additional dollars per year through the regular formula funding that it gets from the federal government, and has estimated that it will need $2.5 million to match that funding. So in order to take advantage of the $12 million, the city had to find $2.5 million recurring annually to set aside And so the Department of Finance did set aside an additional $2.5 million for a total of $14.5 million additional dollars for the federally eligible projects. So over the next week, we will try to work with DOT to determine exactly which projects that will go into. What we know is that for the most part, it will accelerate some of the projects that you already see in the program. So Madison Street, Pennington, Fremont, Bel Air, Frederick Avenue, those and the bridges. You might see, if you look at the 6-year program right now, funding for those major federal projects is split up over multiple years, over the entire 6-year program. And in many cases, the projects will need even more funding after those 6 years. And so really what you'll see is those projects accelerated and fully funded sooner, and maybe 1 or 2 new projects toward the end of the 6-year program. So we hope to, go ahead.
Is when we came on the commission, I mean, years ago, talked about the Orleans Street Bridge being in terrible condition. And I was just wondering, that's one of the, as we got more funding, I was thinking bridges in really bad condition like that could either be taken down or fixed, but I don't even see it here. Do you know what's going on with Orleans Street Bridge?
It is in there. It may be that it is in design right now.
Okay.
And so the funding is not needed this year. I can follow up on that. But I'm nearly certain that it's in there.
And then Hanover Street Bridge, there's some money for that too, I guess, but it's still, but the amount, I understand the amount of money being almost, I don't know, it was like $1 billion or something insane to really do it right. And that we just we're never going to have that.
So this is the Hanover Street Bridge over CSX. So it's north of.
Yeah, it's the extra piece, right?
Yeah, north of the one over the Patapsco.
But I guess we're just hoping the Patapsco one gets some sort of federal funding because it's such a high number, right? Is that more or less correct?
There are competitive programs through the infrastructure bill that are still being rolled out by the federal government. But certainly there will be competitive programs for bridges. And I know that DOT is looking into that and believes that the Hanover Street Bridge should be competitive, with the port traffic that uses it and its importance for commerce and that sort of thing. So I would fully expect them to be looking at those competitive programs for that piece of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Over the 6 years, you'll see a continued $3 million per year in general funds set aside for ADA improvements, in addition to some of the other regular ADA projects that you've seen, such as curb repair, slab, and ADA improvements. You'll see more for bridges and major route reconstructions, the federal projects. You'll see a couple projects related to the Greenways Trail, and then additional traffic signals and communication upgrades. Any questions about transportation? Right. Department of Public Works Solid Waste. DPW requested $17 million for various items. So in general, we're recommending fully funding their request, except for the rail transfer station, $500,000. Requested for that. And this is a major project that will potentially impact multiple jurisdictions throughout the state. So we would like to kind of see further study on that before dedicating general funds. But we'd recommend fully funding the East Side transfer, setting aside $3 million per year to get that done. 2.1 for solid waste regulatory compliance. And then the agency requested $10.8 million for solid waste facility renovations. We're proposing to dedicate about 17 or 18 million to solid waste facilities. recognizing that a lot of these facilities are in quite poor condition. But we want to break it up into specifics. So we've recommended 1.5 million for health and safety improvements across all the facilities in the city. And then 2 full renovations, the Southeast Sanitation Yard on Kane Street and the Western Sanitation Yard on Reed Bird. Over the 6 years within the solid waste program, you'll see continued funding, that $3 million per year for the Quarantine Road landfill, continued funding for the East Side Transfer Station. It's been a priority for the agency. And then you'll see some funding set aside for an Inner Harbor facility. Currently, the agency is operating out of a facility that it has shared is much too small for their needs. Any questions about DPW solid waste? Okay, hearing none.
I just want to say a quick thank you on behalf of the Department of Public Works for keeping us in mind. We really appreciate it. It was the first time I saw a smile on a lot of our solid waste workers' faces.
Oh, good. You were able to share it with them. That's great. All right, moving on to HCD. Again, this is a case where we were able to fully fund all of HCD's requests and pull forward funding for two projects in particular to complete them. So you'll see the regular funding fully funded for demolition, stabilization, acquisition, relocation, for all of their programs, the homeownership incentives, housing upgrades for seniors, low-income mortgage, lead hazard, et cetera. You'll see a couple specific projects. This should be the funding needed to complete a project in the 800 block of Edmondson and Harlem. You'll see funding for middle neighborhood implementation. Johnston Square, we were able to fund at a higher level than what was requested. This is a case where they requested the funding over multiple years, but we'd recommend fully funding while we're able to.
Just as I thought of it, I've always been really interested in whole block demolition in the sense of how is it done? How are the blocks selected from like a planning perspective? If some future date we could ask HCD to talk to us a little bit about its selection of demolition programs, I would be interested. I don't know if others would be.
I think it's a great opportunity for a briefing from Commissioner Kennedy.
Thanks.
Yep, and I'm sure Chris would have a lot to share as well, because I know we've been involved and our planners are involved in that process as well. You'll see.
I mean, that's $51 million.
You'll see funding set aside for the Affordable Housing Fund in both this account, 6.5 million, and in Southeast Baltimore redevelopment, affordable housing specifically. You'll see funding for the impact investment areas. Penn North is the other project where we were able to kind of pull forward funding from next year to fully fund a project. These 4 homeowner repair, development incentives, social settlement, or these 3 rather, are Pimlico local impact aid. I will call your attention to City Springs Elementary middle construction. HCD, I believe, is applying for a Section 108 loan, and I believe that's a loan paid back by future CDBG revenues to the city. So they would be managing that loan and that funding to get City Springs Elementary Middle built as part of the PSO Choice Initiative. It's not the only fund source for that project, but it's an important fund source for that project. So that's that.
Manage that construction part.
I believe that would be managed by city schools. But I don't know. I can follow up on that. I'll follow up on that because I don't know. And then the remainder is sort of these regular items that you see every year: demolition of blighted structures, housing repair, land management of city-owned property. Any questions on HCD?
How does the 6-year look?
Oh, right. Thanks. A lot of the same: continued stabilization, demolition, acquisition, rehabilitation, their homeownership and home repair programs, the Affordable Housing Fund, Southeast Baltimore redevelopment, community catalyst grants, middle neighborhoods, impact investment areas. And then you'll see some of the specific projects is our acquisition around the Rayner Brown site and Poppleton, the ongoing activities related to Poppleton.
Where did we end up on talking about Poppleton? I know that Commissioner Stevenson had a conversation on for the legend. I can't remember.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. I was going to ask the same thing. My recollection was that we weren't able to be briefed at this time because it was sort of an ongoing situation.
Okay.
But I think that it would be great if we could be updated before we vote.
No, I think it should be updated regardless, because it's an ongoing issue. And I think, right, but thank you for jogging my memory. I do remember that there were some things that needed to be resolved prior to briefing us, and so let's just keep that on the front burner when it comes back.
Commissioner, Deputy Mayor Carter's directly involved in working with the neighborhood, and I think he would like to see that process a little further before coming back to talk to you all.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying that because he's not here today. He was.
Well, he's now responsible.
I just have a request. I think routinely since I've been on the commission, we have been supporting the Community Catalyst Grants program. Is it possible that we can just kind of get an update in terms of the impact of that program? Maybe some brief examples of completed projects with the infusion of those grants?
Sure, I can ask if they can prepare something. Would something written be
Yeah. I just haven't seen that.
Mm-hmm. All right. So before March 17th, we'll ask them to provide a written summary of impact. Okay.
Actually, I mean, I take that back. I don't need that now. I'll just say in future, I would just sort of like an update or something like that. I don't want to put too much on them. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe not time sensitive, but we can still ask them now and maybe within the next month.
Yep.
All right.
All right. And before we get into the utilities, our last agency is Baltimore Development Corporation. And so we would recommend funding most of their requests, with the exception of Inner Harbor infrastructure improvements. And they have a large balance in an account for that line item. So we would not recommend funding it this year. And then business park upgrades. This is used for really more of an operating activities like landscape maintenance and that sort of thing. So we'd recommend that they work to identify funding in the operating budget for that item. And then the only other, go ahead.
No, let's remember to make sure that we discuss that at next year's capital.
Oh, and whether they even ask for it.
Right. If they ask for business park upgrades, and I'd be delighted to support them in that, so long as it's capital work related, not operations work.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, noted. And then Warner Street Entertainment Corridor, we would not recommend putting general funds into this project, but the Casino Local Impact Aid, the Local Development Council, I believe, or whoever manages the Casino Local Impact Aid has determined that they would dedicate $2.5 million to that project in fiscal 23 and $7 million in casino impact aid over the 6-year program for that project, which is also looking at state funding and potentially some private funding as well.
Great.
In the 6-year program for BDC, you'll see there are continued programs for facade improvements, innovation fund, commercial and industrial financing. You'll see microloans. They didn't request that this year because they have a balance, but they have that programmed into the outer years. You'll see requests for Metro West realignment, and then Madison Park North development. Any questions about BDC?
I would imagine, I mean, the Baltimore Together sense plan that they pulled together was a great comprehensive analysis, and I'm paying particular attention to its implementation. I would imagine that the items that are identified here as capital, if there's elements in the Baltimore Together plan that are capital, they're embedded in one of these 9 or 10 CIP numbers. I'll follow up with, I see Ms. Clark is on the attendee list. She's going to tell me, but I'll follow up with her there. It's such a good plan. I just want to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to fund it. A lot of it's probably operations and whatnot, but there's capital stuff.
Kristen, I have one question.
Sure.
I seem to remember a project from last year's future year's proposal related to the overpass at Route 40 and MLK.
Yeah, that's the Metro West realignment.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to confirm if that was still in their 6-year plan.
It's still in the 6-year plan.
I understand a lot of that is focused on federal investment in resolving that highway to nowhere overpass. That's right.
Well, it obviously it's related, right? And we would expect the city to be applying for the Reconnecting Communities grant through the infrastructure bill for the highway to nowhere. And so I think there's potential for this to be wrapped into that, or maybe there's some supplemental work that needs to be done. So I would expect to see that kind of refined as we get to the year in which it was programmed.
That answer your question, Aaron?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. On to utility.
Okay. So the utilities don't have any general fund back sources, so I won't spend a lot of time on these. Just to review real quickly, all the 520s are the stormwater program, the gray infrastructure related to stormwater. And so you'll see projects related to drainage and flooding and the city's MS4 permit at $33 million. And in the 525 series, this is kind of more of the environmental and green infrastructure, pollution and erosion control. You'll see all of these environmental restoration bundles and projects. So this is stream restorations and greening and best management practices. We really appreciate that DPW has taken the time to give us some specifics on, in terms of the geography of where they're planning to locate these projects. So again, there were quite a few, $40 million worth this year. And
all those funded through the stormwater utility fee?
And revenue bond. I believe these are almost exclusively funded through revenue bonds, but yes, paid back by the stormwater utility fee.
Okay. Great.
Over the 6 years, you'll see, of course, more of the same. Drainage, flooding, stream restoration, and then other best management practices related to environmental restoration and greening. And these all go toward the city's compliance with the MS4 permit. In the wastewater program, you'll see $160.6 million budgeted. A lot of these are related to the consent decree. So you'll see sewer main replacements, inflow and infiltration reduction, urgent needs, improvements to sanitary sewers. and then a couple more specific projects like the egg-shaped digester, rehabilitation, etc. And again, in the 6-year program, you'll see more of the same: consent decree improvements, the facilities, the pumping stations, treatment plants, and then the mains and the sewer lines. There's also a fairly large line item for renovations to the Patapsco administration building. And within the water program, again, you'll see a lot of those facility upgrades at Ashburton, at Montebello. And then you'll also see water main replacements. And again, we appreciate the specificity that they've provided as to where they intend to do that work in the various fiscal years. So you'll see some with locations identified and others that are more urgent needs, kind of as events come up. They need to go out and address the main.
Is that a negative next to Montebello Water Recycle Program?
Yep. So this is a very old project that had requested a large appropriation. I can follow up to get the fiscal year that it was appropriated in. Either it came in far under budget. I can't remember exactly. Either it came in far under budget or they kind of took a different approach to dealing with the issue. And so they had the appropriation sitting in that project, and just for transparency's sake, wanted to do a negative appropriation to get it out of that project. And then basically through the fiscal year 23 CIP, they're putting those appropriations in the different projects that you see here. So it's a little bit of just kind of an administrative type of item. And then over the 6 years, you'll see more for Montebello, reservoir improvements, water main replacements through the 15 Mile a Year initiative, urgent needs, more facilities, so pumping stations, dams. There are several watershed bridges in there. You'll see funding for a watershed comprehensive plan in one of the outer years, and then improvements to 210 Guilford to their office space. Any questions about the utilities? That wraps up the detail on our recommendations.
Did we go over the convention center? Did I see the convention center?
Yep, that was in DGS. Let me see.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's fine. It's easy enough. Yep, we'd recommend we make a kind of a mandated $200,000 contribution each year to the convention center capital accounts. The state does as well, so that's $400,000 total. And then we would recommend $2.2 million this year to replace the variable frequency drives, which I think drive or enable the HVAC system to operate.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Kristen from the commission?
Just real quick, let me just reiterate that there's a lot of things moving this year and a lot of uncertainty and a lot of additional funding, which is really exciting. So we expect to get some more specifics on the infrastructure bill. We hope to get some more specifics on the fire and police items. And then obviously the state's in session right now. So over the next couple months, we expect to hear more on state capital budget items and then maybe some other state funding as well. So a lot of moving parts this year, and I don't think this is the final capital budget, but believe that most of what we hear should be good news from here on out.
No, it's great news. I think I have a couple of things for you to follow up on. The Druid Health Center roof, what are they going to do with the building?
Mm-hmm.
The $40 million for fire and emergency services, how's that going to be spent? Details on the $19 million for rec and parks and the $9 million for pools. The Transportation Management Center, DOT Transportation Management Center, whether or not that was the total funding necessary. who's managing the City Springs Elementary Middle School construction project for $20 million. And update on the community catalyst, not critical for by the 17th, but just an update on that program. And then at some point in the future, the Popple thing. Does anybody have anything else for any other notes for Kristen?
I have one additional item.
Please.
So Kristen, back on the DOT budget, one of the items where we were able to pull forward the funding is the Fremont Avenue reconstruction. And I'm familiar with that project. In that case, they're reconstructing Fremont from Lafayette, I believe, to Pressman, which is there's a lot of interest from the community in expanding that project to do all of Fremont Avenue, to also include the Harlem Park neighborhood. In light of the additional funding, would it be possible to speak to DOT about increasing the scope of that project?
It's a very specific request, Commissioner Stevenson.
I don't know the answer to that question. I see where they have almost all of what they need. They would come back in 24. So I don't know what the status is, like what percent design they're at, and that sort of thing. So I suspect it's more complicated than just putting additional money towards it. Chris, you look like you have something.
I don't know anything specific about this project, but I think you just answered the question. It depends on where it is in the process and what we would have to cut to expand the scope of it.
Justin asked.
We'll talk.
And a good one.
Thank you.
We can follow up and get their response to that.
What would be the proposed new limits? I know you said in the neighborhood of Harlem Park, but do you have a specific proposed?
Sure, it would be from Franklin at the base, to extend it from Lafayette down to Franklin specifically.
Okay, we'll ask them whether that's possible and what would be involved.
Thank you so much. That's all from me. Thank you for an excellent presentation.
Are there any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Allen? Robin? All right, to come back, Commissioner Carter. I don't see Commissioner Carter.
I'm sorry, I'm listening, but I had gotten up to walk around with my headphones on, couldn't get to my mute button. No questions, just a great presentation.
Great, thanks, Robin. I think Commissioner Carter and Councilman Costello are still out. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I've got a certain fuzziness about the Falls Road Northern Parkway situation. It seemed like that was being shut down to put the money into other traffic devices. I may be wrong, but that's my only concern. If I can get a little clarity on it later.
Sure. And it's not recommended to not be funded because we wanted to direct the funding elsewhere. What DOT submitted was the scope was unclear, whether it was intersection improvements at Falls Road and Northern Parkway, or whether it was a road diet, and what all would be entailed within either project, really. So we'd recommend that they come back next year with a more specific scope so we really could understand what we were being asked to fund.
Yeah, it's a tough intersection. That's all I'm saying, and I didn't understand it. I think it made it sound like that increasing or decreasing or improving the actual roadways was traded off for more traffic control devices in other areas. If that, unless I'm wrong.
So are you asking for more specifics about what DOT would intend to do there?
Yeah, if they had the funding. I mean, they don't have it now, but what were they trying to do? I mean, it doesn't have to happen right away. I'm just concerned because I thought maybe I missed it.
No, I think that was our concern as well, is that it wasn't entirely clear. So we can get clarity from them and see what we can provide to you.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Collins. I spent a lot of my life at that intersection. It is a very difficult one, just topographically, as well as what choices that you can do. It could be intersection improvements. It could be merging or additional lane. I can understand why they may be quite vague because you've got a lot happening there. It is a challenge. They're trying to improve it, and I know they had a number of community meetings around that about a year ago, but there are both limitations and challenges to making that intersection work and blend in with ramps and limited width exchanges. So I have sympathy for them. I'm going to be fascinated to see what they come up with.
At $320,000, they got to be talking about design stuff, not physical improvements. That's nothing to do. I mean, that's nothing for physical improvements.
Well, there was federal funding in that as well.
Oh, okay.
So we wouldn't recommend funding the local or the federal for that.
Okay.
And it was a multi-year request that was actually very substantial. So before we start, we want to understand what the project is. And to Commissioner Collins' point of view, there is a relationship between the ramps. And so if it does impact 83 ramps, is that something that the I-83 safety improvements may be able to address potentially?
Okay. Commissioner Collins, anything further to add?
And I just want to thank everyone for the great presentation. This is, there's a lot in the CIP. It's challenging, and I really appreciate getting these updates and the opportunity to revisit everything. I am so pleased that we've been able to find money in this year, because I know how depressing it can be to have these conversations with the various agencies and want to make significant impact, but being limited with what we have. So I appreciate all the thought that went into these recommendations by the staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Commissioner Horn.
I'm fine. Just want to thank the staff for the summaries and all the information. And I'm just happy for all the agencies. It seems like they got a lot of what they wanted. So I'm happy. And then also the influx of the ARPA dollars, I think really helped out certain agencies.
Commissioner Priebus.
No, just great presentation, and thanks to Kristen and Sarah for all they do.
And Commissioner Stevenson.
Nothing, thank you.
My only comment is, I think this has been said before. It's a great opportunity. I hope we can capitalize on it. It's not often we have these kind of financial resources. I hope we can, successfully deploy that capital in the necessary times. So thank you very much, Kristen and Sarah, for a great presentation. I'd like to open it up to the public for any questions or comments from the public. Eric, I don't see any hands up from the public, but I do see two calls. And while we give those who may want to put their head, could you call on the two calling?
All right, we have two callers. Again, I will unmute you each individually. When you hear the two beeps, that's your cue to introduce yourself to the commission if you're interested in speaking. If not, you can just say no thank you or no comment. We'll put you back on mute and continue. So the first...
no thank you.
Right. And the second caller. If you heard the beeps, that's for you. Okay, Nothing heard there. And as a reminder, if you open the panelist button, which is the one in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, looks like a person with a stack of paper. That'll open the participants panel, and towards the bottom right corner of that, you should see the little hand button to raise your hand. If you can't find that, feel free to use the chat utility and identify there.
All right, see no further hands up. Close the public hearing. Since there is no motion to be had, this is just for information. We look forward to seeing you back on the 17th with the final recommendations. It's good to see you back, Councilman Costello and Deputy Mayor Carter. We missed a absolutely phenomenal presentation by Kristen and Sarah. So actually, in looking at it, Kristen, Sarah, do you guys have anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, see you on the 17th. So one of those oddities, of course, it happens every once in a while. Our agenda states that the next agenda item will not start until 3 p.m. It is now 2:34 p.m. So it looks like we, and it's my understanding, we cannot begin the agenda items until the time that they are posted. So it looks like we have a 26-minute break. So everybody take a 26-minute break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m.
Thank you. In the meantime, Caitlin, I've made you the presenter again. If you wouldn't mind loading the slides, and there is, I think, at the very end of the slides, there is or you can use that one. I might have had one at the very end. That's an intermission. So if you want to make that say 3 p.m. or something like that, that would be fine, whatever's convenient. Thank you. Sorry to hold your computer hostage for that.
right. Hopefully everybody was able to take care of some emails and some phone calls and everything. We're back in session. So with that, if Mr. Ryer is here, if we would call the next agenda item, number 8. Chris?
Yes, certainly. Agenda item number 8 is City Council Bill number 22-0188, rezoning for 3101 through 3113 Eastern Avenue in the 1st Councilmatic District. Martin French will present.
Mr. French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. We could move to the next slide, please. This bill would change the zoning of the properties in question, which are side by side on the south side of Eastern Avenue, from the R8 zoning district to the C1 zoning district. Petitioners are Councilmember Cohen at the request of the Gallery Church of Baltimore Incorporated, which is the owner of both properties. This is in the East Planning District, and the community planner is Imani Jasper. Next slide, please.
Eric?
Next slide. Okay, these are the properties. The mapping is a little interesting because the zoning districts, when drawn, use the center lines of streets. And so this appears to show there would be a gap of R8 left on all sides of the property. But in fact, once the east side of Elwood Avenue would be rezoned C1, the west side of Robinson Street would be rezoned C1, and the south side of Eastern Avenue would be rezoned C1. The little pocket of C1 you see on the left of this screen, the west side, will be linked to the larger C1 zoning district, which is on the east side of this district. You'll note C1 zoning applies going east on Eastern Avenue, which is to the right, and that leads up to the heart of the Highlandtown business area. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the property looking overhead. The top of the screen would be Eastern Avenue. Elwood Avenue is on the left side of the screen. Robinson Street is on the right side of the screen. And there's an alley 10 foot wide parallel to Eastern Avenue running behind these two properties. The church itself is the building on the right side with the pitched tan roof. Another slide, please. This is a view of these properties looking from the north across Eastern Avenue. The church is on the left side, as you see here. There is a single building, residential building, which has served as the parsonage for the church since the time of its construction. And then next to that is a commercial building, which was previously used as an office for an insurance company. And that is 3101 Eastern Avenue. The church building and the parsonage collectively are 3113 Eastern Avenue. The lone C1 property on the southwest corner of Elwood and Eastern is at the far right of this picture. Next slide, please. This is a view of the property looking eastward towards Highlandtown business area. This shows again the nature of the properties. They are non-residential buildings, as you can clearly see. Next slide, please. In order to approve a rezoning, the state land use article requires a finding to be made at the very beginning, which is whether there was a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood or whether there was a mistake in the existing zoning classification. Because the C1 zoning of the southwest corner of Elwood and Eastern and the C1 zoning of the heart of the Highlandtown business area were done in 2017, it appears to be an omission to leave out these two properties, which could have obviously connected those two sets of C1 zoning district together. There have not been significant population changes or other major changes in the character of the neighborhood since June of 2017. Therefore, the staff is recommending a finding of a mistake being made. Next slide, please. This is the zoning map of the area before 2017, before the current zoning map was adopted. And as you can see, the property at the southwest corner of Elwood and Eastern was technically a non-conforming use at that point in the R8 residential zoning district. The previous classification of commercial property was B2, which is now being changed to C1. And you can see that the C1 zoning district could have picked up this area, but it did not. Next slide, please. And making that point, this is the map that is currently in effect. And as you can see, these two properties together, 3101 and 3113, basically would fill in a connection between the C1 property at the southwest corner of Elwood and Eastern and the heart of the Highlandtown business area. Next slide, please. There are required findings of fact to be made according to the zoning code. Planning staff have reviewed these factors and believe first that the population changes basically are relatively small, a little over a 4% increase in population in the area. Public facilities will continue to be available. There are no plans to alter those. Present and future transportation plans would remain pretty much as is. The proposed redevelopment of this property would be compatible with other proposed development in the area, as well as recent redevelopment of the area. And this proposed amendment would be consistent with the city's comprehensive master plan. Next slide, please. These are additional standards that have to be reviewed in order to determine if a rezoning is appropriate. The existing uses of property within the general area are primarily residential mixed use and commercial along Eastern Avenue itself, and primarily residential to the north of Eastern Avenue and to the south of this property. And those properties are appropriately zoned R8. The zoning classification of other property, therefore, would be appropriate to change this from R8 to C1 to match the residential mixed use development along the south side of Eastern Avenue in this vicinity. The suitability of the property in question for the uses permitted under its existing zoning classification is good, but not as good as it could be, basically. The R8 zoning district would allow some limited redevelopment of this set of properties, 3101 and 3113, but to change the zoning to C1 would allow several things. First, a greater diversity of commercial uses, potentially, and secondly, a greater number of additional dwelling units, which could be created in this area. And this is an area which has a high demand for both residential and commercial space. The trend of development in the area basically is one of a slow but steady process of increasing property values for both residential and commercial properties. And that reflects a slow but steady or constant demand for good quality residential property and good quality commercial property. The proposed redevelopment of the property itself, which is being discussed with planning staff, is basically a residential mixed-use development, which would put a commercial street-level building in place at 3101 in replacement of the office building that's there now, and several floors of residential units above that. The church property would remain, which is 3113, would remain largely as it is at the present time. It does have an office building in the rear of its property, which would continue to be used for office purposes. Next slide, please. These are additional requirements for rezoning. And basically, to itemize these, the proposed rezoning would be consistent with the city's comprehensive master plan in that it would create both additional residential opportunities and additional commercial opportunities, especially for small and startup businesses in a small redevelopment such as this one would be. The needs of the particular neighborhood for the change, essentially, as reiterating this, the Canton community and the Patterson Park Highlandtown community, which is on the other side of Eastern Avenue from this property, would benefit from having a small-scale, purpose-built residential mixed-use development created on this property. And the possibility is, of course, that with that small-scale commercial development included, there would be additional employment opportunities for residents of the area. In terms of population changes, the census 2020 showed that the Canton area had gained approximately 539 persons, or a 4.4% population increase. As stated earlier, the availability of public facilities is expected to continue undiminished. There are no changes anticipated in present or future transportation patterns in this vicinity. Eastern Avenue will continue to be a major traffic thoroughfare leading from downtown Baltimore out to the eastern side of Baltimore City. The uses that would be authorized by rezoning these properties would be compatible with other uses in the Canton, Highlandtown, and Patterson Park communities nearest this site, and specifically with the portions of those communities that are already zoned C1. And for this reason, the Planning Department is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval of this bill. Next slide, please. Therefore, planning staff are recommending these findings be made. First, that there was a mistake made when the property was not rezoned to C1 during the comprehensive rezoning process. Secondly, that the findings of fact which are contained in the staff report, which hopefully you have before you, are in fact correct and are adopted by the Planning Commission, including the equity findings at the end of that report. And I'd like to go specifically to those. The development would be made possible by this, would not have a major effect upon the surrounding community in the short term, given that it is already a fairly robust real estate area, both for residential and commercial uses. In the longer term, it would help to anchor the Highlandtown business area further, and the proposal would not aggravate or ameliorate any existing patterns of inequity that exist in Baltimore City at large. So this would be a relatively small area that would be rezoned, and therefore it can support a relatively small residential mixed-use development. As far as engagement of the communities in question, the Canton and Highlandtown communities have been meaningfully engaged in this proposal. They, in fact, participated in recommending to the council member that the bill be introduced to propose the rezoning of the properties. The one issue that planning staff would point out is it's not known if residents historically excluded from planning processes have been authentically included in the planning of the proposed redevelopment. And specifically, this would refer to residents of the area who are Spanish speaking and whose language barrier may have prevented them from having full knowledge of this proposal and a chance to provide input to it. However, we are reassured by the representative for the developer that they will continue to have community conversations about the details of the proposed redevelopment. This proposed rezoning would not affect the planning department's workload as far as we can tell. The development review process would, in fact, take care of reviewing the proposed redevelopment once it has been submitted for review by various city agencies. Therefore, planning staff recommend approval of this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Thank you as always, Mr. French. Great presentation. First, open it up to the commission for commission questions and comments to you. Starting off with Commissioner Allen. Do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. French. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Carter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good presentation, Mr. French. You mentioned that the change back to C1, or two things, that there was a mistake in the zoning review. Could you kind of comment on that further? And then I think you said that as a result of the change, there would be, a higher density of commercial uses. What type of commercial activity do you anticipate being there, and how do you foresee that impacting traffic?
There probably would be very little impact on traffic. The developer is proposing to provide parking spaces in the rear of the property, what is now the rear of 3101 Eastern Avenue. As far as what they are looking at right now, they're basically only discussing first floor or street level possible retail space and office space. They would continue to use the building that is at the rear of 3101 Eastern Avenue as an office building. If you recall the photograph, the aerial photograph, it's already a 3-story building back there. As far as what the real estate market would bear, thank you for coming back to that. This basically would be an extension of the Highlandtown business area, and it would be the western edge of the Highlandtown business area. So it's expected that whatever businesses would appear here would be similar to those already in that area.
Okay. Which are what? I'm not that familiar with that area.
Well, it's a wide variety of retail, commercial, quite frankly, and also office uses. And in fact, I would even encourage the director to speak to that, since he has direct personal experience with the Southeast Community Development Corporation.
I'm sorry, what was the question, Deputy Mayor?
What
Yeah,
kind of retail
Mr.
stuff?
Prince was talking about the variety of commercial uses and retail uses. I was asking what type specifically.
It's a very interesting commercial area. It started 100 years ago, back when the neighborhood was originally an immigrant neighborhood, and it is made full cycle now. It's a new immigrant neighborhood, different immigrant groups, not Eastern European, now Latin American. But it's a very rich mixture of commercial stores, primarily small single proprietary businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Deputy Mayor Carter?
No, I saw something in the chat, but it disappeared. Just if you could spend a minute on just, you said it was a mistake, but I think someone tried to clarify that comment. So what was the issue that?
Right.
Martin?
The rezoning process back in 2016 and before, as the zoning map was being assembled and finally adopted, basically should have picked up these two properties as part of the C1 zoning district. But for whatever reason, did not. And therefore, it's the opinion of staff that that probably should have been done. These two properties have never been used residentially. They've always been non-residential uses, with the exception, if you want to consider it a residential use, of the parsonage, which is accessory to the church itself at 3113. So there was no particular reason to rezone, or I should say to zone this property R8, and it would have been more appropriate to rezone it to C1 back in 2017. But for whatever reason, that did not happen at that time. And now there is actually a viable redevelopment proposal which could be made possible if this property is rezoned to C1.
Okay, no further questions, Joe. Thank you, Mr. French.
Great. Let me see. We have Commissioner Clark. Victor?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I looked at the mapping. I see where where one side of the property just about parallels the C1, whereas on the other side it kind of overlaps a little bit. I think the whole reason that it may have become a mistake is because there was a church on it, and they thought that the church parsonage and stuff that the church, my guess, might have been a problem in making it anything but residential. I couldn't say for sure, but I would agree with Mr. Prince that it looks like it might have been a mistake.
Thank you, Victor. Ms. Collins? Mr. Collins?
Pull up the existing zoning map again, just real quickly for me. Yes. So that little tag there of C1 to the left of the properties, what is that from? Do we know?
Well, if you look at the chat, it says
that is a residential mixed-use building, which was in use as a drugstore. We looked at some simple records we have available to us back in 1936. It was a drugstore. And it's now a residential mixed-use building. I don't believe there's a drugstore in it any longer, but there is some type of commercial use active in the street level, the first floor of that building.
It's a commercial gym now, Commissioner.
Yeah, if you look at the chat box of Mr. Hughes, whom I'm sure we'll call on, during the public testimony, says it was not a mistake to C1 zone to the left of the proposed site was given a conditional rezoning. Or such a thing as a conditional rezoning, given the condition that the site would remain a small local gym.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Costello. Do you have any questions for Martin?
Excellent presentation. I'm good. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Horn.
No questions. Excellent presentation.
Commissioner Priebus.
No, thank you. Good job.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Questions? Thank you.
I have no questions myself. So with that, I see that there's a Frank Leon in the chat. Let me first off see if anybody has their hands up automatically. I don't see any. So Mr. Frank Leon says he would like to speak, but I can't unmute. So Mr. Tiso, would you unmute Mr.
Oh, hello?
Yes, there you are.
Oh, great. Thank you for unmuting me. My name is Frank Leone. I live in the neighborhood. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for having this and having a public forum for this and allowing us to log in and see the process and give our opinion. So as we're looking at that map that's currently on the screen, the C1 zoning on the west side of the property, which would be what you guys were talking about, the gym now. My understanding of that is, and it's one of my neighbors, that was that zoning, that C1 zoning is not a permanent zoning. It literally was granted to her so she could have a gym, but my understanding, and I don't know if she's on the call or not, but she could probably clarify and let you know that in the event that she were to close that gym, that zoning would not go with it. In addition, I think the neighbors are pretty much in agreement that there's the mistake that's been made. We looked at the zoning rules, and it says that in order for someone to change a zoning, you have to literally prove that a mistake's been made. In this case, there was commercial zoning up until Robinson Street, which is on the east side of the church, but that's a church. Why would it be zoned commercial? There's no reason for that to be. In addition, some of the things that have been talked about here, and I just want to thank everyone that's been a participant. I believe it was, I can't remember the gentleman's name that was speaking earlier, but who gave the presentation and basically talked about some things about residents may have not been included in the process, and that's 100% true. There were a few things that were put out to the neighborhood, but not in a timely fashion, so that we would have an opportunity to provide feedback with the Highlandtown and Canton Community Associations. I was a part of the call on the Canton Association meeting, and there was several members of our neighborhood that voiced our opposition to this project, but no one really did anything about it. And the next thing that we heard was it was just approved. So we did not really have a big part in that. In addition, just so you know, I've been in contact with Mr. Zeke, or Councilmember Zeke Cohen's office in detail about this project because of the implications it's going to have on our neighborhood, and was assured by Councilmember Cohen that I would be made aware from his office that when this rezoning hearing was going to happen, so that we'd be a part of it. Unfortunately, it never happened. He never contacted us. No one from the development group, no one ever contacted me again. The only reason I'm on this call today is because I saw a sign on the property. So again, I don't think it's been very handled very properly as far as the communication to the neighbors and to everyone about this. In addition, I think you should know, one of the other things that I thought was a bit disingenuous from the presentation was that, the zoning board needs to change because of different things about commercial properties and things like that. The reason they want this change is specifically because of parking. They want to have a 30-unit apartment building with only 6 or 7 parking spaces in an area that is congested already, and is also a main thoroughfare for emergency vehicles. If you're familiar with the neighborhood, Elwood Avenue is a 2-lane, one-way street that emergency vehicles use often. Hasn't been any consideration whatsoever as far as how that will impact emergency vehicles and that type of thing. So in conclusion, thank you again. I mean, I heard it was a small area. It's not a small area to us. We're very concerned about this. We don't think the zoning should be changed, and we don't think there's been a mistake that's been made. We believe that zoning should end at Robinson. There was never any indication that it should go beyond that. And the zoning for the C1 at the gym is a temporary. It is not 100% approved. And again, I don't know if the other person who owns the gym is on this call, but they can verify that as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leone. Just a couple things. First, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Secondly, it's important for you to understand the Planning Commission is a recommending body. So our recommendation, we make a recommendation back to the City Council for the City Council's ultimate approval of this rezoning. So there will be another hearing, and potentially or possibly Mr. Councilman Cohen was talking about that particular hearing. So please stay tuned for that. Whatever recommendation we make, the City Council can either accept that and move on it, or they can not accept it and move differently. We are strictly a recommending body. Mr. French and anybody from the planning department, I have never in my lifetime heard of a conditional or temporary zoning. So can you tell me anything regarding that western portion that's zone C1. It's, as far as I'm concerned, once you're zoned forever. If it was a non-conforming use, that would be something different. But if the zoning is the zone, please help me.
You're correct, Mr. Chair.
correct.
Zoning is what the zoning
Zoning of the
is.
property.
This is
will remain in effect until it is changed by an action of the mayor and city council. I'd also like to take the opportunity to add a statement, which I should have made earlier in my presentation, that the planning staff notified the Economic Development Committee of the Canton Community Association, the Highlandtown Community Association, the Southeast Community Development Corporation, Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, and Councilman Cohen of today's meeting. And as of 2:30 today, I had not received any communication back from anyone concerning this particular thing. I'd also like to point out that although the church is at 3113, and there is no proposal to redevelop that particular property in any major way, 3101 is really the heart of this matter, and that is a property that has been used as a business office for an insurance company previously. It was in use as a business office for an insurance company in 1936. It is a non-residential building, and there is no record of residential use of that property. So what happens to the church property at 3113? At this moment, nothing is particularly contemplated, but 3101 is the place where the proposed residential mixed-use structure would be built if the rezoning was to be made effective.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation and clarification, Mr. Fritz, but let's make sure that everybody understands, especially Mr. Leone. When the property is rezoned to C1, any use that's permitted in the C1 is thereby permitted. Whatever has been discussed heretofore by any applicant, property owner, or whatever is fine, but whatever it is, that's great. But once it's rezoned to C1, any use that's permitted in the C1 can be developed on the property.
So, Mr. Davis, thank you for clarifying that. And that's one of our great concerns is that once 3101 and that parcel is rezoned, then anything can happen there. We're a little neighborhood, community. And that's one of the things we're concerned about. In addition, I noticed the red line that kind of goes through the middle of that parking lot. I know there's a variance that's being asked for as well. When you look at that map pin and you look at 3101, that's a smaller building. The building that's proposed is going to go all the way across that next lot line and attach to that second dwelling there, which is a townhouse at the time. So it's going to be quite a considerable project. And in addition, just piggybacking on what you said, you're right. Once that zoning is changed, anything can happen there, and that's a very big concern of ours.
Well, hold on a second. Anything that can happen there that's permitted within the C1 zone.
Yeah.
Not just anything can happen. Anything that's permitted in the C1 zone can happen there.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. You're right. I should have said that.
Okay. All right. And are you clear now regarding the C1 zone property to the west of this subject site that it is not temporary, it is not conditional, it is zone C1 until such time as it is changed by the city council?
Yeah, I mean, that's the case. Like I said, my understanding from the owner of the property was that it was a temporary or some sort of thing. She may be on this call. I believe her name is Jody. I think she raised her hand. She might have a little bit more.
If she raises her hand, I will call on her.
Yeah, she might have some more background on it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you and the committee hearing me and for the clarification. And thanks to Mr. French as well. I appreciate all the work he put into this.
And please stay tuned for, stay tuned for the city council hearing that will also take this up. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. I do not see any other. I see Mr. Hughes has written a comment, but I don't see a hand up.
Actually, Mr. Chair, there are 4 hands up, one of which is Mr. Woolman, who represents the applicant, if you'd like to hear from him.
Well, let's let Mr. Woolman go last so we can back clean up.
Okay, fine. Then we'll have Jean Pulo.
Hi, this is Jean Pula. I'm here with Dennis Moore. We live on Eastern Avenue in very close proximity to the proposed zoning change and subsequent redevelopment. We are also in opposition to it for many reasons, but I would like to have Mr. Moore speak on some of the research that he's done.
Is that all right?
That's fine, please.
Okay, let me get in front. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
And your
Thank
name
you so
again,
much for
sir?
letting me, excuse me?
Your name again?
Dennis Moore. Okay. I live here with Gene. I'm also a local artist in Highlandtown. I have a small studio on the corner of Conking and Bank. All right. So I'm involved with the community. Okay. Now, a couple of things I'd like to bring up, okay, is I think Zico has been misinformed. I'm going to get to that later. Okay. But I'd like to point out the absurdity of having to defend my home and my neighborhood from community associations, a church, and my council person. There's not an existential writer or philosopher that would be grinning over that right now. All right, let's jump right into it. Okay. Community associations are forbidden to act as a government body. And in this case, both community associations have acted as a government body. Okay. I'm going to show you a message I got from the Canton Community Association back on November 19th when I asked them what their standing was for this, because it's not in the Canton community, it's in Highlandtown. Okay, they told me the Canton boundaries are Easton in the north, Water on the south, Chester on the west, and Conkling in the east. So apparently, this is in Canton. It's not even in Highlandtown. Okay, all right, here we go. We solicited input from the community, which is not true. The church, Highlandtown, it just says Highlandtown, not true. Southeast CDC, true. Main Street, Highlandtown, true. Hampstead Hill was Gene's community association that she folded up last year. So, no, not true. Okay, zoning change to C1, which is what is appropriate. The new development has not been finalized, no supported, so you can still voice your opinion about that development. Here's the important part. And we are elected to represent the Canton community. I missed that election. I don't see anything in anybody's charter that gives them any kind of government authority or authority to speak for me. Okay, we have elected officials for that. There you go. So that's point number one. So I think anything from these community associations should be thrown out and not even considered because it's inappropriate. All right, let's move on to the Southeast CDC. I would ask Mr. Ryer to recuse himself from these hearings for obvious conflict of interest. That was his
Mr. Ryer, Mr. Moore, just so you know, Mr. Ryer is not a voting member of this commission, so you can move on from now on.
Not a voting member. Okay, very good. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Okay, but Southeast CDC has been in charge of Eastern Avenue for 22 years. Okay, and they have a poor record at best. It's an old saying that success has many fathers, but failure is a bastard. All right. Now, Main Street is full of empty space. Highlandtown has empty spaces all over the place, retail spaces and everything else. So you can see where this is going. More retail is just going to be more empty space. They're not able to utilize what they have and take care of that. Now, they're always complaining about, the retail. One of the things Southeast CDC did was they turned Highlandtown into a bedroom community. Okay. Originally, it was a nice blue-collar neighborhood. People walk to the store. Now, if you have a car and you're on your way home from work, you're not going to park and walk up Main Street to do stuff. You're going to just stop someplace and get whatever you need to get. So that's point number one. It's a bedroom community. All right. There you go. Now, Highlandtown Main Streets is an incentive-based organization. All right. Which we should be looking at seriously in the city because there's a lot of things about incentive-based organizations that just aren't that great. Merit-based is really where we should be at, not incentive-based. So their funding model revolves around them getting businesses into these spaces, which open and close like umbrellas. I am not exaggerating how fast they go out. A big feel-good piece about Corazon Helado. I don't think they lasted 6 months. All right. So there's huge problems with this business district and importing people. That's what they say too. High-density apartment buildings on Eastern Avenue are going to pick up business in, the East Avenue corridor. It really didn't work with Highland House. Okay. Of course, we have Off the Rocks, great people, but the guy was a good businessman. He did his own marketing research, okay, and determined that a wine store would do very good in the neighborhood. And indeed it does. If you walk around on recycling days, tons of wine bottles. All right. So very, very good. But they put all that stuff in the Saya building, the juice bar, the health food place, the gym, all of that stuff. It's a church now. Just like all the main retail spaces in Highlandtown. The biggest spaces are all churches. All right. They're not retail at all. All right. Now, the CDC has obviously prospered, though. All right. They have millions of dollars in real estate. Okay. They have 20 employees. Okay. But they prospered at the expense of these poor people that opened and closed these businesses. All right. It really is pretty awful. And I've talked to a lot of them, and they've definitely been misled. No two ways about it. All right. So we have credibility issues in this whole thing. All right. There you go. Let's see. What do we got? Here's oh, I lost the Main Street thing. Oh my God. Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. Anyway, they claim that Main Street is thriving. Okay. If you read an article in the Baltimore Business Journal at the Highlandtown Renaissance, it's anything but. Okay. So if they want to revive this place and they want business, don't do population farming, okay, because it really didn't work with Highland House. All right. And get some competent business people in there who know how to market, who know what their demographic is actually going to be. Don't get poor people in there and tell them, oh, you're going to do great. If you walk around Highlandtown on a Saturday, it's a ghost town. All right. There you go. So that's enough about Southeast CDC and Highlandtown Main Streets. All right. But I mean, I would literally say their failure rate is 80 to 90%. Okay, here we go. Gallery Church. Very little information about Gallery Church, but from what I could tell, they're a multi-state corporation. You know, they're located in all these other places. I have absolutely no idea how they work. If it's a charter, if it's a franchise, I don't know what's going on. But they're not just based in Baltimore. They're in multiple states. I don't know what their home state is, but I would say they're not part of our community. Okay, Ellis Prince, okay, who claims this is absolutely the only way he could do his mission, right? Because he got all these things about helping out the Latino community and all this other stuff. He's not a resident of Highlandtown either. Okay, he's not the property owner, and he doesn't live there. He lives someplace else. I mean, according to Google, he lives over in Federal Hill, but he's not a constituent. He's not a resident. Okay, all right. Let's go. Here we go. All right. Now, they all talk about community. All right. So I got the legal definition of community. A group of people or a society living together in a specific local area, or a group of people with similar rights or interests. Now, Southeast CDC talks about community first. They also talk about residents first, right in their mission statement, which is a binding contract. Apparently, we're not residents and we're not community members. Same thing with HCA, same thing with CCA. All right. Not residents, not community members. If you read this letter from Southeast, all right, about zoning, yada, 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 yada. Southeast CDC looks forward to working with the property owner and developer on future development plans for the site, along with the impacted community associations. There's no mention of residents, okay? And let me make this very clear, all right? The residents are the people who do the living, the dying, the working, and the paying, okay? It's no secret that property taxes in the city are outrageous. Water bills are outrageous, okay? And we certainly have some rights here. No two ways about that. Now let's go on up to Zeke. Okay, here we go. Yes. All right. According to Zeke's webpage, community first. Okay, which I'm laughing. All right, because we have never heard from Councilman Cohen. All right. He's had plenty of meetings. He claims in emails he's had extensive meetings with the developer and the property owner and all this other kind of stuff. Nobody from our group was represented there. Nobody's invited to any of these closed door meetings at all. So much for community. So much for transparency, which he also says he's transparency. And he also advertises world-class constituent services. Okay. All right. Very good. We haven't had any constituent services from Zeke Cohen. All right. None. So I don't know what he thinks world-class constituent services are. All right. He also strongly supports civil rights. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what some civil rights are here. All right. It's a constitutional right that people are allowed to enjoy their property. All right. Now, this is why we have zoning and zoning boards and all this other kind of stuff, because it happens all the time, right? My fence is too tall, my fence is too short, the shed is too close to the property line. So this gets resolved that way. Okay. But these rights are being ignored by all of these people, all of these groups. All right. There you go. And the other right is we have a presumptive right, 14th Amendment, constitutionally protected right, okay, that the person we elect as our representative is going to actually represent us. And we've been ignored. All right, there you go. So much for civil rights. All right, there you go. And in closing, I'm just going to say this. These people all stand on the rooftops with their chest puffed out and they crow about all the great stuff that they're doing. However, I'm going to point this out to you right now. Everything that's happened in Highlandtown, all of these row home renovations and all this other kind of stuff that goes on has been done on the backs, okay, of immigrant labor, exploited immigrant labor. These people get paid garbage for doing the rough, dirty, hard jobs. I don't own a car. I walk through this neighborhood every day. I see these guys in the rain, the snow, the cold, the heat, you name it, doing every rotten, dirty job you could possibly imagine. You know they make garbage money. So these people should be ashamed right off the bat, okay? And all this is more of the same stuff. And that's really all I have to say. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I think next we had Tiffany Bolden.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Very great. Ms. Bolden.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for having the time to meet with us today and for the presentation. I found it very helpful. I understand this is just a recommendation committee, but I think to make a recommendation, you need to be fully informed. And I'm not sure everything that was presented today was being fully informed. And I don't mean that as a criticism of the presentation. I just think there's information being provided that is misinformation. And I think it's important for all of you, regardless of whatever you decide, to have all of the information, as both, Frank and Dennis said, as someone who physically lives on that block, has lived on that block for a year, engaged community member, engaged as in terms of I live near where I work at Johns Hopkins Hospital. And so I just think it's important for everyone to have, to hear from our constituents, because I think has been alluded to, we have not had the ample opportunity to voice our concerns, whether it's the Canton community, Highlandtown, whatever it is. Like, I know I have personally reached out to these organizations on several occasions and have never heard back. I also said, how can I get a voice? Maybe I haven't had a voice during this process, but it was never articulated to me, like, how do I get a voice to represent my community going forward? So I don't want to say that, there was malicious intent at all. That's not what I want to say, but I want to say we have not been given the proper voice. I moved here in 2006 from central Pennsylvania to a city. So, of course, I expected more crime. Having said that, I will say it has gotten progressively worse over the years. And what do I mean? As Frank said, it's a major thoroughway for emergency vehicles. We hear all the time, fire trucks, ambulance, what it is coming through. That is also a major thoroughway for the community constituents. Every weekend morning, even every morning, you can walk past and you see people walking their families, their dogs, whatever the case may be. So I think the consideration on the traffic impact has been minimized. Since I have been there, the amount of crashes in that intersection have substantially increased. And I'm just not sure it's been given the proper due diligence. Additionally, there are safety concerns in that community. I know personally myself, I get home from work late at night. Just 2 weeks ago, I was approached by someone that, had I not stayed in my car, my safety would have been jeopardized. So whether it's traffic or, unintended consequences of increased retail, I'm not sure that's fully being taken into consideration when looking at this. Dennis does provide a very valid point. There's a lot of unoccupied commercial use on Highlandtown. He's correct. If you go up and down, we have buildings that are vacant. Not only commercial buildings, but also apartment buildings. So again, not a criticism of research that has been done, but from someone who lives there day in and day out and has, since 2006, I'm not sure the information that is being presented is completely factual. And just one other thing about the safety concern, again, the pastor himself had concerns about safety in general. Unfortunately, he had a really negative interaction that happened between him and between his son, right? His son's safety was in jeopardy. He moved out because of that. We're talking about increased traffic, increased, foot traffic, whatever. So if that just to me is telling in and of itself that, someone who's proposing more development in this area, he himself moved out of it. So that's what I wanted to share today. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bolden. We appreciate your perspective. I have a Jody, I'm going to mess this up, Naz.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can hear you great.
Great. I am actually the owner of the property in question on the southwest corner. Charm City Fitness is the business. And I know that the zoning rules kind of ebb and flow, and I guess they kind of locked them in 2017. I got my zoning in 2005. When I did it, it was an R8 zoning, just like everything around. And I came to the board and asked for a special exception for conditional use. At that time, there was such thing. And the way I understood it when they granted it to me was that they would give me C1 for my specific use, only for the term that I remained open. That was how it was explained to me. Mayor Dixon was the head of the council at that time. And so when I stood with the council, that's how they described it at the time. So my business is we call it a boutique fitness studio. We service, no more than 8 people at a time. So it's kind of more like a hair salon, but there was no proper description of that at the time because it was new. So the only thing was a gym, which would have been C1. So that's why they gave it to me as a conditional use. And like I said, they said they described it to me as, once my business ceased to exist, it would be R8. Now, when 2017 came around and they did the rezoning, I guess that memo didn't get crossed. But I think the point is you look around at that map, and none of the corner bars or pharmacies around here are, or even the spa that's right across the street from us, is zoned C1. So, I mean, if we're talking about a mistake being made at the risk of my own business, I would say mine was the mistake that was made being listed as C1 there. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify the history of why that little piece that I own is C1 and why it doesn't necessarily make, that it should be connected. We're not a traditional retail space. And when we came along, it was a very different time. But I think also, the other point I want to make, like Tiffany pointed out, I'm not sure, I don't feel like that presentation that was made was as complete as the one that was made to the neighbors upon our specific request just weeks ago, where really the focus, it was not on the retail space, which is what they're trying to what's being presented now. And the focus was the 30 unit residential space that they're trying to bring in to as a revenue stream. And I think that's kind of being a little bit glanced over, which I think and that's really our bigger concern of, it's just not a necessary, not a needed element in this space with so much vacancy already and so much congestion. So I think I just wanted to make sure that piece, like Tiffany said, that the whole truth is being put on the table here, and what we're trying to express as concerned neighbors. But I want to thank you for your time and for hearing all of our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Ms. Naz. Mr. French, is there something you want to say?
I was going to comment. What probably was going on that she was referring to with the zoning board, I can't say for sure, but it sounds like it was a change of non-conforming use of the property, because the previous use as a drugstore that we noted would have been a non-conforming use in the residential zoning district R8 at that time. And the zoning that was applied to the property, which is the C1, basically was recognizing the use of the property as it was at that time in 2016 to 2017.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty clear it was a use issue, not a zoning issue. But thank you very much, Ms. Naz. I appreciate your input. One thing just to clarify real quickly is that the presentation that you heard today was probably for a very, very different reason than any other presentation you may have heard from property owners, developers, or whomever. As Mr. French went through his presentation, there are legal standards that we must apply to a rezoning, and that was the genesis of this reason or this presentation. So, but thank you very much for your participation. I have also, Mr. Woolman, I'm not forgetting you. I just figured you probably would like me to get everybody else through. So I have a Susan Allen back.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great.
Good. I just want to add on to what Jody and Tiffany have said. When I first, and I realize this is just about the zoning, not about the project per se. When I first heard about the project, it was only represented as apartments. And then, of course, the outcry from most of the people that heard about it was, what about parking? Which is always the first question I think ever asked in all of Baltimore City. And the next thing I heard about this project was that it was now going to be a mixed use. It was going to have some retail on the first floor. And I thought, oh, that's curious. I hadn't heard that before. And then, anyway, the concern was that now they're saying that some of these apartments, these efficiency and one bedroom apartments, or maybe, well, actually today I heard something different. Today it sounded like it was only the first floor, which again seems different from what I heard, could also be work live environments. So they might have somebody living in the apartment, which also has a business in the apartment. So all this it made me think that perhaps this request to change the zoning was they were building in all of these things in order to justify the request for zoning. I don't know whether there was a mistake made or not. I do think that when you purchase a property, you have a specific time to challenge a zoning thing, and I don't think it was done at this time. So the fact that it's coming up now also seems a little manipulative. There's many other concerns that I have, but the sort of the growing, evolving use of this property has concerned me, and it makes me wonder what else we might be going to find out later on if the project, as it is explained, continues. Thank you very much, and thanks so much for allowing us to participate in this hearing. It's very informative.
Of course, that's why we're here, and thank you very much for participating in this hearing. A couple things real quickly to point out. So again, the Planning Commission, we look at this from a zoning perspective, not a use perspective, because the use can change from day to day and whatnot. So we have to look at it from the zoning side, and was there a mistake, and so on and so forth. The second thing that you said is, that I just want to clarify with you, is there's no time limitation on anyone's ability to request a rezoning for their property. So there, in Maryland, you can rezone property either through a comprehensive rezoning process, which the city went through back in 2016 and 2017, or you can do it in a piecemeal fashion where you go and request the rezoning, which is what's happening here. There's no time limitation on that. So there's nothing, don't think of anything nefarious that's happening because of this is the way the zoning is being requested. Now it's just, this is when it's being requested.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
You bet. Seeing no other hands up but Mr. Woolman's. Mr. Woolman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'll try to be as brief as I can. I know the commission has a long agenda and other items to get to, so I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I do want to respond on behalf of my client, who is the developer on the property. I won't get into the legalities because Mr. French did such an outstanding job of laying out the law both within our code and the state law as it comes to change mistake analysis. I think he did a great job of making that case for us. And you stole some of my thunder, Mr. Chairman, by answering some of the questions that the neighbors had regarding timing, et cetera. Obviously, I don't think I would ever be able to change the minds of Mr. Leone, Mr. Moore, Ms. Bolden, Ms. Naz, or Ms. Allenbeck. That being said, I do feel I need to speak on behalf of Councilman Cohen because I don't know if he's here or not. I don't believe he is. This is the thing I hate about virtual. Yeah, it's the thing I hate about virtual meetings. You're not sure if he's there or who's not. But I don't think he's here. And I just want to quickly say something about the community engagement, which was significant in this matter. And I'll get to the support letters in a second. But as you know, I've probably been taking rezoning bills through the council for close to 20 years. Man, does that make me feel old? But I've rarely seen this level of community engagement in terms of the amount of time my clients took, the amount of time the councilman took to set up various forums. Again, there's challenges during COVID with virtual forums, but my understanding is that there was an almost 2-hour virtual forum that was attended by Councilman Cohen's chief of staff a couple of months ago. I'm pretty sure Mr. Leone and his group that's testified today participated in that forum. Obviously, you're not going to necessarily always convince everybody, and I certainly have great respect for their opinions. They're obviously very strong opinions. They were all articulated very well. But again, I think Mr. French's report lays out the law. You're correct, Mr. Chair. You are looking at this from a zoning perspective. As the commission is aware and staff is aware, zoning does run with the land. It's not use specific. There's always going to be an aspect of a redevelopment project that some people are not happy with. But I would comment that regarding public safety, I think the planning staff would agree. I would hope they would agree that, you know, activating a street front with some street level commercial is a good thing in terms of public safety. Regarding the authority of these associations acting as a government authority, I don't think that's taking place at all. I would just quickly state for the record that there were letters submitted by Southeast CDC on November 23rd, Cant Communication back on October 21st. This is all 2021. And Highlandtown back in November of 2021. The fact that these were all submitted so long ago and we're here now in March kind of speaks to the amount of effort we've been taking all along to try to engage as much as possible with the various interested community associations and residents. Again, we're not going to be able to please everybody all the time. And again, I respect some of the opinions that were raised. I don't think they're germane to the legal issue before you. I think Mr. French's report provides you more than enough basis to recommend a favorable vote on this bill. And with that, I'll submit at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woolman. Copies of those we did not receive, to the best of my knowledge. Martin, I didn't see anything on our works page, any letters of support. So if you could provide those to Mr. French, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, I sent these to Mr. French, I believe a few weeks ago. I also spoke with Mr. French earlier this week and made sure there weren't any more questions that staff had. I also submitted a memorandum to Mr. French back on February 11th that, you know, outlines the legal issues again, which I think he's captured very well in his report. But we'll make sure we send additional copies of these letters to staff, and obviously we'll have them at the city council hearing as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Chip.
The letters which Mr. Woolman sent to me, at least the ones I received, were copies of letters that actually were addressed to the councilman's office in favor of introduction of a bill, and did not specifically address the planning commission, as I recall.
Okay. Great.
And that is correct. That is correct, Mr. French. Thank you.
I don't think, I didn't think that anything was going on there. I just, you had mentioned letters of support. I didn't see them in our agenda materials. And if you could just provide them, that would be great, since it's now on
certainly. And if the commission wants to hear anything from the body of those letters, I'm happy to provide that now if you'd like to hear it. But we do have those 2 letters.
Yes, as Commissioner Carter, I would.
Okay.
At least who the letters were represented.
Absolutely, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that. I'll start with Southeast CDC, letter dated November 23rd, 2021. I'm going to read verbatim the letter regarding rezoning of Gallery Church site 3101-3113 Eastern Avenue from R8 to C1. Dear Councilmember Cohen, Southeast Community Development Corporation has met with the current owner of 3101-3113 Eastern Avenue and with their development partner on several occasions to discuss the rezoning of the site from R8 to C1. The site is situated along the main commercial corridor of Eastern Avenue in Highlandtown and among C1 zone parcels along that corridor. The developer has also met several times with the impacted community associations and has received their support for the rezoning effort. Southeast CDC is in support of the proposed rezoning to C1. Southeast CDC looks forward to working with the property owner and developer on the future development plans for the site, along with the impacted community associations and the Highlandtown Main Street design team. I think Mr. Moore actually quoted from this letter during his testimony. The next letter is dated October 21st, 2021, again to Councilperson Cohen. Dear Zeke, and this again is from the Canton Community Association. The Economic Development Committee, EDC, of the Canton Community Association has met with the current owner of the site, as well as with their development partner on several occasions on public Zoom meetings to discuss the rezoning of the site located at 3101-3113 Eastern Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224 from R8 to C1. Due to the site situated along the main commercial corridor of Eastern Avenue and being in the middle of C1 zone parcels along that corridor, the EDC and CCA support the proposed rezoning to C1. While we have seen preliminary plans to redevelop the property, neither the EDC nor the CCA support nor oppose the potential redevelopment plans. We want to continue to work with the property owner developer more on the plan with the surrounding community, and we look forward to working with them in the coming weeks and months. And then the third letter dated November 16th, 2021 from the Highlandtown Community Association, again addressed to Councilman Cohen. Dear Zeke, Highlandtown Community Association, HCA has met with the Gallery Church site owner, development team, and interested community members to discuss the proposed site rezoning from R8 to C1 and associated redevelopment plans for the site located at 3101-3113 Eastern Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224. Due to the site being situated along the quote-unquote Main Streets Business District, main commercial corridor of Eastern Avenue, and being in the middle of C1 zone parcels along that corridor, HCA supports the proposed rezoning to C1. Further, HCA supports thoughtful, high-density redevelopment in and near its Main Street Business District, believing it attracts new investment, residents, and opportunities that benefit the community over the long term. And that concludes the three support letters.
Thank you, Mr. Wallman. Any questions, Deputy Mayor?
No, I didn't. I appreciate that. I think it's important to get a complete perspective from a community. Mr. French, I just have one question regarding the demarcation of the new zoning. Is it along Eastern Avenue or does it bisect the property? I couldn't tell from your map. That was my last question. But thank you, sir, for reading that.
Well, the rule, the simple practical mapping rule is the zoning boundaries where they run along a public right-of-way go to the center line of the right-of-way. So that's why I made the comment I did, that if you looked at the map that was attached to the bill itself, it appears to leave two strips of R8 zoning surrounding these two properties, when in fact those two strips are the half of the right-of-way of the two streets, the boundary streets, Elwood and Robinson. And therefore, when the zoning district change happens, if it happens, the mapping would actually link the C1 zoning of these two properties to the C1 zoning to the west of them and the C1 zoning to the east of them.
Okay, that clarifies. Thank you.
You bet. All right, I don't see any further hands up. Everybody whose hands up has been called, but I see a number of calling users. So, Mr. Tissot, will you go through the calling users?
All right, we have quite a number of them. So I'm going to go through each individually. Again, as a reminder, when I unmute you individually, you'll hear 2 beeps. That's your cue to introduce yourself to the commission. If you'd like to testify, if not, you can just say no comment, no thank you, something like that, and we'll move on. The first person is unmuted now. Okay. And the next?
No, thank you.
Okay. And the next caller? Okay. And the next caller? And the next, if you hear the 2 beeps, that's you. Okay. And the next. All right. And the next caller.
Hello, this is Carlos.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My name is Carlos Palmer. I'm a visual artist here in the Baltimore area. Were you just asking us to introduce ourselves, or did you want us to discuss the matter at hand?
If you have questions or comments regarding the matter at hand, we'd love to hear them. If you don't, you can just say no comment.
Okay, no, I actually do have a comment. This is regarding the LED board in Baltimore City.
We're not at that agenda item yet, sir.
Okay, all right. I have no comment at this time.
That is 2 agenda items away, so hold on.
Okay, that's fine. I will.
Great.
All right, thank you. Continuing, the next caller is unmuted.
No, thank you.
Okay. And the next caller. And the next. Okay, and one more. You heard the beeps, that's for you. No?
No
Okay.
comment on this.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just as a reminder for those that have their hands up that have already spoken, if you wouldn't mind pushing that hand button just to clear our board, that would be helpful for us so we don't miss anybody. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. With no further public comment, I will close the public hearing. We open up discussion and deliberations amongst the commission. Anybody have any thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Rivas.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to read my thoughts. It'll be more condensed. Although I support the neighborhood's position, I'm so happy that they came to this body and that in this public forum to express their views, and they had this opportunity to do so. I don't agree that rezoning this property from R8 to C1 is inappropriate. Before I begin, I just wanted to address the question about neighborhood community associations. They are not governing bodies. I agree with that. They're not elected. They're independent organizations. They're 501c3s or other nonprofits, and they have a role of advocacy, but not of governance. If you don't like yours, you could form a new one, but they are able to write letters and otherwise advocate for something in this neighborhood. But this body and the city council is free to do or not do whatever it chooses in that regard. With that considered, and with your view considered, and taking all the views together, I think we should recommend to city council that this is an appropriate rezoning. I pulled up in the interim the R8, the description of an R8 district and a C1 district. And shoot, an R8 district is in Transform Baltimore is a traditional form of urban row house. Continuous row house development along full blocks built to or modestly set back from the street. Also accommodates other residential types of similar density, limited non-residential uses. And I went to C1, commercial clusters or pedestrian-oriented corridors of commercial uses that serve the immediate neighborhood. Ensures compatibility between neighboring residential areas and commercial uses. I also note what Mr. French and one of the advocates noted that this R8 district is right between 2 C1s, and it's on Eastern Avenue, which is a classic commercial corridor. With all those finding of facts and the significant pedestrian traffic and all those things that we saw and the link that this would provide, for me, this, and as much as I respect the views of the community, for me, this is an easy case of mistake. This should be C1. It should never have been R8. And I would make that recommendation to my fellow commissioners.
That in the form of a motion?
That can be a motion.
Can you
So choose.
Any findings of facts and conclusions involved?
I would say that the findings of fact and conclusions of law were built into the motion based on the corridor and the area and what it means to be a C1 and an R8 and the various things that I had mentioned.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion?
I second that, Commissioner Horn.
Okay. Now, the motion seconded. I see Mr. Stevenson, Commissioner Stevenson, it looked like you were about to say something. Good.
Commissioner Previs addressed my comments. I'm good.
Anybody have any other questions or comments regarding the deliberation on the motion? If not, we got to recognize that we have to have 6 affirmative or negative votes to pass this to council. With that, Mr. Secretary, call roll.
Certainly. Robin Allen,
Approve as recommended.
Ted Carter,
Approved.
Victor Clark, Mr. Clark. I'll come back to Mr. Clark. He's here. Marcia Collins.
Approve.
The Honorable Eric Costello.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Previs.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve.
And back to Victor Clark. He's still here, but he must not be able to get.
Okay, I think we've got 8 affirmative votes, so the motion carries and the order can be passed back to the city council. For those who participated in this hearing, I thank you for participating. I know this is not the result that you were anticipating. We are governed by laws that are focused on the rezoning. In our opinion, those laws dictated that the property should be rezoned. And I suggest that you stay tuned for the city council hearing on this matter and participate in that. With that, let's move on to the agenda item number 9, Mr. Secretary.
Agenda item number 9 is actually 2 actions by the commissioner. One is a major subdivision final plan for 4,600 and 4,700 blocks of Park Heights Avenue, also known as the Park Heights MRA Phase 1 in the 6th Councilmatic District. And the second action is a street closure for 3 alleys at the rear of 4,600 and 4,700 Park Heights Avenue on blocks 3301 and 4621. Bren Southern will present.
Ms. Southern, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Good afternoon to the commission. I'm here to present the major subdivision final plans for the 46 and 4,700 blocks of Park Heights Avenue, as Commissioner Ryer just mentioned. And the second item, the street closure, which will be the street closure of the 3 alleys rear of 4,600 and 4,700 block of Park Heights Avenue, which will be the second item. I'm presenting this on behalf of Matt DeSantis, who is not here today. Again, my name is Renata Southard. Petitioners of this motion are STB Incorporated, care of Sharon Huber Plano. Owner of all of the parcels that you'll see are mayor and city council. This is in the Northwest Planning District, and the community planner is Micah Zaslow. Next, please. This is an aerial of the site. Next, please. And you see it outlined in red there. It consists of 80 individual parcels. Next slide, please. This is a bigger image of the site. Next, please. Outlined in red, and you can see that it's bounded by Park Heights Avenue. I guess, to the northeast, Homer Avenue to the southwest, and then Woodland to the north. And at the bottom is an alley. Again, it's 80 individual parcels, all owned by mayor and city council. And it's difficult to tell from this aerial, but all of the improvements have been cleared from the site and it will be redeveloped. Next, please. And this is an axonometric aerial view. You can see better in this one that the site has been cleared. And as Director Ryer mentioned, this is part of the major redevelopment area, or the MRA, that has been underway for a number of years. This is not the full major redevelopment area, but this is phase one of that project, being led by Department of Housing and Community Development. Next slide, please. This is the subdivision plat outlined in red. The parcels are majority R10. Next slide, please. And the proposed subdivision, or pardon me, final subdivision plan shown. And in this, north has been rotated counterclockwise. Next, please. This gets to the alley closure on the same set of parcels. And parcel number 31, I wanted to make a quick note that this is not part of the subdivision process, which is why the alley closure ends at number 32. Thank you for pointing that out. Next slide, please. And then this is the alley closure overlaid on the final subdivision plan, just to show where the former alleys would have been located. And you can see on the subdivision plan that the alleys are basically just moved down a little bit. That was on purpose to give a little bit more breathing room to those parcels on Park Heights Avenue. The development plan will not be included in this subdivision item. The elevations and basic plans have been through the Urban Design and Architecture Advisory Panel, but they were not quite ready to come for this item yet. So they'll be coming back to the Planning Commission at a later date. But the multifamily there are 2 multifamily buildings proposed, just for reference sake, for those 2 parcels along Park Heights Avenue, which is why the alley closure was suggested with this item. I also wanted to mention that the Planning Commission has already reviewed the smaller alley closing, the north or the up and down alley closing on this image, and approved it, but DOT did not take action on that item and has asked the Commission to review the whole package today. Next, please. The equity analysis is the staff found that the creation of these lots and the resulting development that will be constructed on them will have a significant short and long-term impact on the Park Heights community. The neighborhood has suffered from decades of disinvestment and more recently many years of city land acquisition for site assembly, that major redevelopment area that was mentioned. These development sites, along with others just on the other side of Park Heights Avenue, the Woodland Gardens project, will be the first significant new construction after many years of demolition. Next slide, please. New construction that will soon follow on this land subdivision will hopefully begin to reverse the long trend of declining population and disinvestment in the Park Heights community. Additionally, future phases of the Park Heights major redevelopment area propose a mix of housing types at different price points, aiming to provide a variety of housing choices for existing new residents and existing and new residents, with the goal of fostering a healthy neighborhood. And just for reference, there is a senior building proposed for this site that will have 100 units, a multifamily building with 53 units proposed, and also in this phase, some single family fee simple homes for sale. 17 of them are proposed. So they really did try and get a good mix of housing. Next slide, please. The Department of Housing and Community Development has engaged with Park Heights community members for several years regarding this major redevelopment plan. They've had community meetings and distributed lots of information to the neighborhood organizations. Additionally, Park Heights Renaissance has been notified of this hearing through email communication, and postings have been placed on the property. Next slide, please. While the Park Heights community could widely be considered a historically excluded part of the city as it relates to formal planning processes, DHCD has engaged with Park Heights community members for several years regarding this major redevelopment plan. The subdivision application encompasses only a portion of the overall redevelopment area, which spans a total of 62 acres. Impact on internal operations, there has not been, nor is there expected to be any substantive impact to internal operations as a consequence of this subdivision application. Next slide, please. The Park Heights Renaissance has been notified of this application, and the property has been posted in accordance with Planning Commission guidelines. Next, please. And staff recommends approval of the final subdivision plat, and then as a separate item, approval of the alley closures. And I'll do my best to answer questions, but I am not the subdivision expert that Mr. DeSantis is.
Well, thank you very much. Is this the first time you presented to the commission? Ms. Southard?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Is this the first time you've presented to the commission?
Yes.
Great job.
Thank
you very much. Open it up for questions. Commissioner Stevenson, any questions for Ms. Southard?
No questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Priebus? Tom? Okay, stepped away. Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Councilman Costello? Oh, I see Eric is, oh, no, there he is. Eric, any questions for Ms. Southard? All right, how about Commissioner Collins?
No questions, but thank you very much, Ms. Southard, for giving this presentation. I appreciate it. It's nice to see some continuing positive developments in the Park Heights community, who is not that far from where I live. So this looks very interesting. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark? Victor? All right, how about Deputy Mayor Carter?
Very good job. Just, I want to ensure, just given the conversation we had on the last item, you did say that the Park Heights Community Association has been engaged with this issue, and what was their position? Are we going to get to that?
Yes, sir. They've been closely involved with the Department of Housing and Community Development, and they've been aware of this project for a number of years. We may even have a representative in the
okay
list of participants.
I hope so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then Commissioner Allen.
No questions. I echo those who have expressed excitement about this. This has been a long time and still is developing. And from another lifetime, I remember how daunting it can be to present to the commission your first time. You did an excellent job. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no questions, and somebody did a great job. And it is, it's time for something to happen, something vertical to happen in Park Heights. So with that, I'll open it up to the public for comment. And I'm not seeing any hands displayed this time. So with that, I would ask that Mr. Tiso go through the caller list.
Okay, we'll go through the callers and unmute you individually. When I unmute you again, you'll hear 2 beeps. That's just for you individually. That's your cue to introduce yourself to the Planning Commission if you would like to address them. If not, you can just say no comment. We'll put you back on mute and continue on. So starting with the first caller now. Okay. And the next one.
No, thank you.
And the next caller. Okay. And the next caller, if you hear the 2 beeps, that's you. Okay. And the next caller. Right. Next.
No, thank you.
And the next caller.
No comment. Thank you.
Right. And the next.
No comment. Thank you.
He looks over this way.
Next. They're on something else. And the next caller. Right. One more.
No comment, thank you.
And just as a reminder, if you click on that panelist button, which looks like a person with a little stack of papers in the bottom right-hand corner, that'll open the panelist panel. In the bottom right-hand corner is that hand button. And then if you use that, once you're done talking, please click it again so it clears you off our board. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great. I see no hands up. We've called on all the callers. With that, I will close the public hearing. Any deliberations from the commission? If not, do I have a motion? Anybody there?
This is Commissioner Collins. I'd like to make a move to approve the final subdivision plat. I understand we have to vote on these two things separately.
Yes. So first and foremost on the final subdivision plat, approve
Yes,
in accordance with the staff report and recommendations and findings of fact in the staff report.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Do I have a second for Ms. Collins' motion?
Second.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Stevenson. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Certainly. Robin Allen.
I'm sorry, I keep losing my connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Approve.
Ted Carter.
Approved.
Victor Clark Jr.
Approved.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Priebus.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
And Sean Davis.
Approve. Now regarding the alley closures, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson.
Second.
Okay, I think that was Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Collins. Mr. Secretary, you call roll?
Certainly. Robin Allen.
Approve.
Great.
Ted Carter.
Yeah. Come back to me, please, Mr. Ryan.
Certainly. Victor Clark.
Approved.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Priebus.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve.
And back to Ted Carter.
Approve.
Great. Thank you.
All right. With that, congratulations, Ms. Southern. You're batting 1,000. So with that, let's move on to our final agenda item, number 10. Mr. Secretary.
Certainly. The final agenda item is an area of special sign control, also known as ASSC, a planned adoption for the North Harbor area of special sign control, otherwise known as NOHA, in the 11th Councilmatic District. Caitlin Audette will present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today to present to you the signage plan for the North Harbor Area Special Sign Control. My name is Caitlin Audette. The Downtown Partnership of Baltimore is the petitioner. There are multiple owners. This is within the Downtown Planning District, and I am also the community planner. So I'm going to begin with some general information on the process for areas of special sign control, as this is the first signage plan to go through this process. Most of this was discussed in the briefing session by Tamara. I'll continue to go through it for the public's reference. So in 2018, Title VII zoning code was repealed and replaced to create a new method for the classification and review of signs. Included in the replacement was the creation of areas of special sign control. This was created to allow commercial areas the ability to depart from the standard signage requirements described in the zoning code to better respond to their unique character. Under the subtitle, the Planning Commission may recommend to the City Council, and they may approve the designation of an area that meets certain criteria as an area of special signage. The Planning Commission may then approve a specific signage plan for that area of special sign control. So additionally, one aspect of the area of special signage is that in 2018, with the passage of the zoning code update, it became one of a limited number of methods to introduce new billboards in the city. You can see here the table from the code that lists ASSC only as the approval method for billboards. A number of sign types were also created at that time that would only be allowed in areas of special sign control. These are large electronic signs as shown in the zoning code table here. Additionally, here you can see the specific language regarding when new billboards can be allowed and in which specific zoning districts they are allowed. Subtitle 4 of the zoning code sets forth standards for design review and the process for creating and implementing the design manual through which design review is completed. Design review is applicable to signs in the ASSC, and the design manual states that signs must be designed so as to not interfere with important architectural details, and that placement on flat portions of buildings and in line with architectural elements is preferred. Some further relevant information from Section 17 of the zoning code includes limitations on illumination and dwell and loop time, which are shared here. So again, this was shared previously, but this includes the information regarding the 8-second minimum dwell time for static images and the maximum loop time of 1 minute for digital animation and videos, as well as the specifics regarding illumination, glare, light, those things that we've discussed earlier. So before I dive in, just a reminder on the process. For areas of special sign control, the Planning Commission must take 2 separate actions. The first was completed at the October 7th, 2021 Planning Commission hearing, where the Commission reviewed City Council Bill 210118, the designation of the North Harbor Area of Special Sign Control. That was adopted into law on October 19th, 2021. Following the designation, a signage plan must be submitted. The proposed signage plan is what is under review today. The sign plan is only reviewed by the Planning Commission. It does not go to City Council. Planning Commission is tasked with making the following findings of fact regarding the signage plan: that it would not increase the likelihood of traffic congestion or distraction, that it would not add to the visual clutter in the area, and that it would not be incongruous with the existing or contemplated design of the area. For the purpose of this review, visual clutter is defined as the presence of or abundance of signs, poles, mechanical equipment, and other accessory items that are of multiple sizes, types, and colors that are inappropriate for or conflict with the character of the immediate context, which includes but is not limited to architecture or building design, street typology, and surrounding uses. And again, what might constitute visual clutter in one context may be appropriate in another. Per zoning, again, the signage plan must include the following information: a list of what sign types are being sought, the location and number of signs per lot or building, the maximum dimensions per sign, and the percent deviation being sought in the area. The signage plan under review today limits the sign types to Category 3 and Category 4 electronic signs. All other signage will need to meet the underlying zoning requirements. This is the boundary that was approved via City Council Bill 21-0118. The boundary is generally the Harbor and Conway Street to the south, Howard Street and the Convention Center to the west, West Baltimore Street to the north, and President Street to the east. The proposed signage plan includes 11 signs, 8 Category 4 and 3 Category 3 on 9 buildings, a reduction from what was included in the draft plan provided during the designation at the October 7, 2021 Commission hearing. And you can see them here on the location map. The required information is provided in the table shown, which continues on the next slide. which acts as the required list. This includes the building address. We have sign number just for ease of understanding which sign is which. The building owner or landlord, the zoning district, the sign type, the proposed sign area for the requested sign, the allowable max deviation for area allowed per zoning code, the proposed location on the building, the distance of the sign above ground level, the total estimated area of all the proposed signs for each building. So here you can see that both 100 South Charles and 100 East Pratt Street have multiple signs in the sign plan. So that's why you can see that the total estimated area proposed signs for those includes both signs, and it states underneath that there are 2 new signs. The existing sign area, and see here, the max cumulative sign area, the max percent deviation for area, and the requested deviations, and lastly, whether the proposed sign is intended to be a billboard. This is the second page of the proposed sign plan. In the next portion of the presentation, each sign will be described. If applicable, they will be described within a cluster, and they will be reviewed against each of the findings of fact with a staff recommendation provided for each proposed sign. So bear with me. It's not short. So I'll begin the review with the cluster of proposed signs at Lombard and Charles Streets. The intersection at Lombard and Charles is the location of 3 proposed digital billboards. The intersection experiences heavy vehicular traffic moving west along Lombard Street with 4 lanes of traffic, including 1 bus lane. Heavy vehicular traffic also moves north along Charles Street with 3 lanes of traffic and a lane of parallel parking to the west. North of Lombard, a ramp to below ground parking divides the 3 lanes of traffic from an access road that goes under 36 South Charles. It's here. To allow drop off at the building. This results in an irregular crosswalk at the intersection, which is shown in the image on the screen. The intersection includes a large raised plaza at the southwest corner adjacent to 100 South Charles Street. Here, the plaza includes seating and green space. To the southeast, another plaza surrounds 100 Light Street. Commercial space is located on the ground floor of 30 Light Street to the northeast, with parking above. The building at 36 South Charles to the northwest is an office building with limited ground floor activity. So now I'm going to go into each of the individual buildings proposed in this, each of the individual signs proposed in this cluster. So 100 South Charles is sign number 1. And this is located on the east elevation of 100 South Charles, along the western edge of the plaza at the intersection of Lombard and Charles. The sign would be located directly above the commercial space. The proposed sign would be 900 square feet at 20 feet tall and 45 feet wide and 44 feet above the ground level. This is a reduction in what was previously proposed and what was originally shared with everyone. The numbers that they provided did not add up correctly, and so they came back with this proposal when I requested that the numbers be accurate. And so they've reduced the size. From a design standpoint, the proposed sign, which faces the plaza, no longer overwhelms the design of the building like the previously proposed sign, but it continues to dominate the existing plaza, creating an uncomfortable space for pedestrians and those who use the plaza. So the next sign, 30 Light Street, which is sign number 6, the proposed sign, 30 Light Street, would be located at the western edge of the south elevation within the architectural screening. The proposed signage would have an area of 1,500 square feet at 30 feet tall and 50 feet wide and 55 feet from the ground level. Located on a parking garage with commercial space on the lower level, the proposed location is in line with and proportional to the architectural screening found on the south and west elevations of the building. Overall, the sign is appropriate and integrated into the design of the architecture. 36 South Charles, sign number 8. The proposed sign at 36 South Charles would be located at the location of the current address signage along the canted edge facing the intersection. The proposed signage would be 1,200 square feet at 20 feet tall and 60 feet wide and 25 feet above ground level. The proposed sign is located on a portion of the building void of windows. However, the space is well designed with clean lines and centrally located sans serif numerals displaying the address, creating a minimalist design that was intentional and in keeping with the style of the building. The proposed sign would negatively impact this design by occupying the entire space below the windows on the canted edge of the building. The proposed signage would cause the address numerals to be relocated along the east elevation without regard to the design of the building. As such, the proposed signage is not congruous with the design of the building or area. Now regarding the traffic impact, the two signs in this cluster north of Lombard face vehicular traffic traveling north. The sign at 30 Light Street is higher above the ground plane. The proposed sign at the east elevation of 100 South Charles has been modified and reduced in size from 2,250 square feet to 900 square feet, directly facing vehicular traffic traveling west. There is no evidence that the proposed signs are disruptive or distracting. Visual clutter. So the location of the three signs in such proximity will create visual clutter that is unavoidable for pedestrians walking in any direction along Lombard Street or south on Charles or utilizing the various plazas. Similarly, vehicular traffic will see all the signs when moving north or west. Staff recommends that the sign at 100 South Charles be reduced more in size to no more than 20 feet in height and 15 feet in width to reduce it so it's no longer overwhelming the plaza. Staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at 30 Light Street, and staff recommends that the sign at 36 South Charles be removed from the sign plan as it is incongruous with the existing design of the building and creates visual clutter in the area. The next sign is sign number 2 at 100 South Charles on the south and west elevations. The proposed sign at 100 South Charles is located at the corner of Pratt and South Hanover Streets. At this location, Pratt Street experiences heavy vehicular traffic moving east in 4 lanes of traffic, one of which is a bus lane. Additionally, the south end of the intersection includes a side street for drop-off at the convention center. The area includes a deep sidewalk to help serve the heavy pedestrian traffic that can occur as a result of the convention center. The immediate vicinity includes an office building and the federal courthouse on either side of Hanover Street, both of which have limited ground floor activity, and the convention center to the south. The proposed sign is located on the uppermost area of the southwest corner of the building. The proposed sign would be 959 square feet at 14 feet tall and 68.5 feet wide and 91 feet above ground level. The proposed sign is located to be visible to vehicles traveling east on Pratt Street, high above ground level, and there's no evidence to suggest that the signs would be distracting or disruptive from a traffic impact review. For visual clutter, the proposed sign will not be near any other proposed digital billboards. It's located in an area without an abundance of signage or other types of visual clutter. As such, the proposed sign would not create visual clutter. For the design, the proposed sign is located on an unadorned area of the building. The only visual interest on the building are material joints that run horizontally along the elevation, along with ribbon windows that maintain the strong horizontal lines of the building. The proposed sign will extend over the uppermost portion of the area of the building, ending on the south elevation where the ribbon windows begin. The proposed sign would not be incongruous with the design of the area. So staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at the southwest corner of 100 South Charles. Now I'm going to review the 2 signs at 100 East Pratt Street. The 2 signs located on 100 East Pratt are proposed to be on opposite side of the building's north elevation, with one facing the intersection of Lombard and Light Street and one facing the intersection of Lombard and Calvert Street. Lombard Street in this location experiences heavy vehicular traffic moving west with 6 lanes of traffic, one of which is a bus lane. This reduces in size on the west side of Charles Street. So at the intersection of Lombard and Light, this is one of the busiest intersections in the city with heavy vehicular traffic moving both south on Light and west on Lombard. 3 lanes turn south from Lombard to Light Street. Additionally, heavy pedestrian traffic moves in all directions at the core of the city. The intersection includes the plaza at the southwest corner and wide sidewalks along the eastern edge of Light Street. Surrounding buildings include office space, commercial space, and a garage. The intersection at Lombard and Calvert experiences heavy vehicular and pedestrian traffic. In general, the sidewalks are not overly wide, with an exception at the southeast corner of Lombard and Light. Surrounding buildings include commercial space, a garage, and a hotel. Sorry. So for sign number 3, the sign located at Lombard and Calvert at 100 East Pratt, the proposed sign curves around the northeast corner of the building directly above the glass vestibule. The proposed sign would be 750 square feet at 15 feet tall and 50 feet wide and 30 feet above ground level. The proposed sign at the northwest corner of the building, sign number 4, mirrors sign number 3 and curves around the northwest corner of the building above the glass vestibule. The proposed sign would again be 750 square feet at 15 feet tall and 50 feet wide and 30 feet above ground level. So traffic impact, the 2 signs in this cluster face intersections where they are the only proposed digital billboards. The proposed sign at Lombard and Light Street is a block away from the proposed signage at Lombard and Charles Streets. Each sign will face vehicular traffic in one direction, south on Light Street for sign number 4 and west on Lombard for sign number 3. They will be highly visible to pedestrians moving in all directions, and there's no evidence to suggest that the signs would be disruptive or distracting. For visual clutter, the 2 signs will not be visible to either pedestrians or vehicular traffic at the same time, as they are not immediately adjacent to one another. Sign number 4 is a block away from the intersection of Charles and Lombard and the proposed signs there, but the distance minimizes that impact. As such, the proposed signs will not create visual clutter. For design, the proposed signs each extend from the lowest visible horizontal structural member and extend to the top of the next horizontal structural member. The signs are located above the glass vestibules located at each corner and curve around the corner to address the entire intersection. The curved nature of the signs reflects the curved roof elements visible at the street level and help to integrate the signs into the building. The signs could be more congruous with the design if they were minimally reduced in size to be more proportional to the building massing. So staff recommends that the signs be reduced in height to roughly 2 feet to be more proportional to the building massing. Next, we're going to review what we're calling the West Lombard cluster. These are signs number 5 and number 9. The 2 signs in the West Lombard cluster are located perpendicular to Lombard Street at President Street and Marketplace. Lombard Street in this location experiences heavy vehicular traffic moving west with 4 lanes of traffic. President Street is a wide divided street with 3 lanes of traffic in either direction, with additional turning lanes and a bike lane for bike traffic moving north. South Front Street acts as a southbound access road for properties east of President Street. And Marketplace is a smaller divided street that only extends 2 blocks north of Pratt Street. Marketplace includes 2 lanes of traffic in either direction with parallel parking on either side of the street. Wide sidewalks support pedestrian traffic to the surrounding sites, including Port Discovery Children's Museum, Baltimore Soundstage, the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, and Power Plant Live, among others. The immediate vicinity is composed of commercial space at the ground floor and office and parking above the ground floor, as well as the vacant former location of the Baltimore City Community College downtown campus. So 124 Marketplace, sign number 5. The proposed sign is located at the northern edge of the west elevation of 124 Marketplace, facing Marketplace, perpendicular to Lombard Street. The proposed sign would be 1,625 square feet at 25 feet tall and 65 feet wide and 30 feet above grade. The proposed sign at 124 Marketplace is located on an area of the building currently open to the parking garage. The building is divided into 8 vertical bays, and the proposed sign would extend over 4 of those bays, half the building's width. It would extend in height 1 full structural level, and the sign would be and the staff's opinion that the sign would be more congruous with the existing design if it was in proportion with the overall building, and that this could be achieved by reducing the width by 1 bay or reorienting the sign vertically. The sign at 55 Marketplace, or sign number 9, is located on the west elevation of the parking garage at 55 Marketplace, facing President Street. The proposed sign would be 1,320 square feet at 22 feet tall and 60 feet wide and 60 feet above ground level. The proposed sign is located on a portion of the building currently open to the parking garage. The west elevation of the building is composed of three large bays, each of which is made up of 3 smaller bays, flanked by brick-faced massings to the north and south. The sign is proposed to extend over the southernmost large bay near the top of the building, and it is not incongruous with the design of the garage. For traffic impact, the 2 signs in this cluster face vehicular traffic moving west, and there is no evidence to suggest that the signs would be disruptive or distracting. As for visual clutter, the 2 signs would be visible to pedestrians and vehicular traffic as they move west, but are not immediately adjacent to one another and would not overwhelm the smaller scale of Marketplace or the larger scale of President Street. As such, they do not create visual clutter along this corridor. Staff recommends that the sign at 124 Marketplace be modified in design to be in proportion with the building's massing, and that this could be achieved by reducing the width of the sign by 1 bay or reorienting the sign to be vertical and placed against the northern edge of the building. Staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at 55 Marketplace. The next sign under review is 300 South Charles, sign number 7. The proposed sign at 300 South Charles is located on the east elevation of the property, perpendicular to Conway Street. At this intersection, Conway Street is a divided street with 3 lanes of traffic moving west and 2 lanes of traffic moving east, with several turning lanes. Charles Street is composed of 2 lanes of traffic moving north and a single lane of parallel parking south of Conway Street. North of Conway, 3 lanes of traffic move north, and they're separated from a single lane of traffic moving south by a landscape divider. The immediate vicinity includes residential buildings to the south, hotels and parking garages for those hotels, and residential properties. The proposed sign is above the recessed canted entry at the southeast corner of the building along the east elevation and extends the entire width of that portion of the building. The sign would require the relocation of the existing Sheridan signage, and the proposed sign would be 680 square feet at 17 feet tall and 40 feet wide and 30 feet above ground level. For traffic impact, the proposed sign is located to be visible to vehicles traveling west on Conway Street and will impact drivers and pedestrians moving towards Orioles Park at Camden Yards. There is no evidence to suggest that the sign would be disruptive or distracting. For visual clutter, the proposed sign will not be near any other proposed digital billboards. It is located in an area without an abundance of signage or other types of visual clutter. As such, the proposed sign will not create visual clutter. Design, the proposed sign is located on the minimally adorned east elevation of the hotel. The location is a large blank area between windows at the ground floor and windows in the upper stories, which are congregated at the corners. The existing signage is the only visual interest on the building, and the proposed sign will require the relocation of the existing signage further down on the facade. The proposed design is not incongruous with the design of the area. Staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at 300 South Charles. The next sign under review is 204 East Lombard, sign number 10. The proposed sign at 204 East Lombard is located on the east elevation of the property, perpendicular to Lombard Street. Due to its location, the sign would likely not be visible from the intersection of South Street and Lombard Street, the intersection most closest to it. Rather, it would be highly visible from a street away, Commerce Street and Lombard Street. At this intersection, Commerce and Lombard, Lombard Street is composed of 5 lanes of traffic, including 1 bus lane and 1 lane of parallel parking west of Commerce Street. Commerce Street is composed of 1 lane of vehicular traffic in each direction with parallel parking. The immediate vicinity includes surface parking lots, office buildings, parking garages, and limited ground floor commercial space. The proposed sign is located in the upper north corner of the east elevation of the building. The sign is visually directly above 44 South Street, the former Farmers and Merchants National Bank, and more recently, the former Uncle Lee's restaurant, currently the Crafty Cretin. The sign is on the property line above both the historic building at 44 South Street and the small surface parking lot at 213 Water Street, which is internal to the site right here. As such, it will require an easement or an agreement between property owners. The proposed sign would be 1,800 square feet at 30 feet tall and 60 feet wide and 75 feet above ground level. For traffic impact, the proposed sign is located to be visible to vehicles traveling west on Lombard Street and will impact drivers along Lombard Street near the intersection with Commerce Street. There is no evidence to suggest that the sign would be disruptive or distracting. The proposed sign will not be near any other proposed digital billboards when considering visual clutter. It is located in an area without an abundance of signage or other types of visual clutter, and as such, the proposed sign will not create visual clutter. For the design, the proposed sign is located on the unadorned side elevation of the parking garage at 204 East Lombard. The only visual interest on the buildings are material joints that run horizontally along the elevation. The proposed sign will extend over most of the visible elevation. While the installation will impact the view of the historic buildings along South Street, which are included in the East Redwood Street Special District identified in the Central Business District URP, it will not negatively impact the architecture or the pedestrian experience of the historic buildings, as it will not be visible at the pedestrian level when you're near those buildings. Staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at 204 East Lombard. And the last sign under review is 601 East Pratt, sign number 11. The proposed sign is located at the north and west elevations, wrapping around the northwest corner of the property. The sign faces the Inner Harbor and Pratt Street, which at this location experiences heavy traffic moving east. Pratt Street consists of 1 lane of parallel parking and 4 lanes of traffic, one of which is a bus lane. A separated bike lane is located to the south. Located directly on the Inner Harbor, the area experiences heavy pedestrian traffic in all directions. The proposed sign is located at the northwest corner of the power plant building, a historic industrial building. The proposed sign does not impact any decorative architectural features and is located where temporary wall signs have been located in the past. The proposed sign would be 750 square feet at 50 feet tall and 15 feet wide and 25 feet above ground level. For traffic impact, the sign would be highly visible to vehicular traffic moving east on Lombard Street and to pedestrians moving in all directions. There is no evidence to suggest that the sign would be disruptive or distracting. For visual clutter, the area is one where there are many signs in all directions, specifically on the historic power plant building. These include large-scale signage near the roof, including a guitar attached to the stacks. The introduction of the proposed digital sign does not add to the visual clutter in the area, which is and should be lively. Design. The proposed sign does not obscure any decorative historic architectural elements and is in an area where signage has been located in the recent past. The proposed sign is not incongruous with the existing design of the area, and staff recommends approval of the proposed signage at 601 East Pratt. So one of the things we did want to talk about is that DOT has provided a memo in reference to the first finding of fact, and they have stated that DOT feels like there may be an initial period where distraction is more likely because anything new or any changes to existing conditions often do create attention, or catch attention. And so after the initial rollout, they do not think that the proposed signage outlined in the sign plan would increase traffic congestion or significantly increase distraction. DOT recommends a post-implementation review of traffic conditions, including crash data along the corridors where signs are placed. So conformity with plans. So as mentioned, portions of the proposed area are within the Central Business District Urban Renewal Plan and the Inner Harbor Project 1 Urban Renewal Plan. The urban renewal plans are both set to expire in 2041. The Central Business District URP has limitations on signage and a prohibition on general advertising. Additionally, the URP includes notable properties and special districts of historic properties. A bill to amend the URP was introduced on February 22nd, 2022 to remove conflicts with the proposed ASSC. The amendment will return to the Commission at an upcoming Planning Commission meeting. The Inner Harbor Project 1 URP does not have conflicts with the proposed designation. For equity, how might the proposal impact the surrounding community in short or long term? So the proposal will allow digital billboards to be constructed in 11 specific locations in the downtown area. This will have a large visual impact to community members, both residents and visitors. In working with the applicant, any proposals facing residential units have been removed and proposed signs facing the inner harbor have been minimized. How will the proposal impact existing patterns of inequity? The signage plan hopes to mitigate any impact of inequity on residential stakeholders by eliminating signs facing residential units who have been less engaged historically. Has community been meaningfully engaged in discussing the proposal? So following the October Planning Commission hearing on the designation of the ASSD, Downtown Partnership has worked to reach stakeholders, specifically those who reside in downtown and will be most impacted by the proposal through a series of meetings and outreach. Multiple letters and emails have been sent by Downtown Partnership to every property owner. And how are residents who have been historically excluded from the planning process being authentically included in the planning process? So historically, residential properties were not typical in the downtown core and thus have not been as integrated into the outreach. Residential properties have been rapidly increasing in the area in the past decade. Including this group in outreach is a step in including an underrepresented group. Additionally, commercial tenants rather than property owners have historically been underrepresented. Again, Downtown Partnership has made extra efforts to reach all stakeholders. For notice, staff notified the City Center Residents Association, the Downtown Residents Advocacy Network, the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore, and interested individual residents. Physical postings were placed at 11 locations of, at the 11 locations of proposed signage where the postings were looped on 15 digital kiosks operated by Downtown Partnership throughout downtown. Downtown Partnership of Baltimore mailed every property owner within the boundary and met with a large variety of stakeholders. So staff recommends the sign plan be amended and approved, that they amend the plan with the recommendations outlined in the following table, which are the same ones that I've spoke about when we reviewed each sign, and then approve and adopt the findings of fact that the proposed signage plan will not increase the likelihood of traffic congestion or distraction, add to the visual clutter in the area, and be incongruous with the existing or contemplated design of the area. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Odette. That was an excellent and thorough presentation. Let's have questions from the commission, starting off with Commissioner Allen.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Can I please ask a point of clarification real quick? Not anything specific?
Please.
Caitlin, thank you. I wasn't able to find this presentation on the Wix page in the documents for the bill file. Did I miss it?
It was the staff report.
So the staff report is there, but it's not the presentation.
Oh, okay. The presentation, irrespective of content, was very helpful in terms of following along. Is that something, Mr. Chair, that Caitlin or staff or Mr. Tizo could send out to the commission just so we have that handy in front of us? Just so I'm not asking to. Thank you.
That'd be great. I think it's a great suggestion. While Eric is pulling that together,
thank you, sir.
Pulling that together, we will go back to questions for Caitlin, starting with Commissioner Allen. Robin, you're breaking up.
No questions. I'm sorry. My connection is
okay.
All afternoon.
I heard no questions. Then you were breaking up. If you have any. Okay, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Carter, any questions for Ms. Odette?
No, very well done presentation. I just have one, Caitlin. Just when you summarize, I think I only heard the staff only did not recommend one of these signs because it excessive height. Is that right? Did I capture that correct?
Yeah, there is the one sign we are recommending be removed from the sign plan is the sign at 36 South Charles because it creates additional visual clutter and is incongruous with the existing design of the building.
Okay, we've talked about this clutter couple of times today. So that seems somewhat subjective, but I don't have any questions. Thank you. Great presentation. Very thorough.
Commissioner Commissioner Clark.
No, I'd just like to congratulate her on a very well done presentation. I had some technical difficulties back on the last two. I want to make you aware of, Commissioner.
Okay.
Oh, one thing I did forget to mention, Commissioner, is the letters that we received. So on the WIC site, there are a number of letters of support, mostly from property owners and business owners. And there are also a number of letters of opposition, and those are primarily from residential people who live downtown. So I forgot to mention that. Just want to make sure that was there.
Yes, I mean, on the Wix page, there's evidence of the posting. There is 40 plus letters in support of the application. I think there's 12 letters in opposition to the application. So, for the record, Commissioner Collins, any questions?
Thank you very much. Very thorough presentation. Thank you so much, Caitlin. I just wanted to. I was looking at the photographs and listening to your presentation. Am I correct that none of these signs face toward or into residential units?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question.
Great. Councilman Costello. Oh, by the way, Councilman, if you check your email, Mr. Tiso was very quickly able to pull that together and send that out to us. So we have Caitlin's presentation in our email box.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tiso, thank you. Caitlin, just want to thank you and Tamara and the entire team at Planning. We've been talking about this for a long time, so I really appreciate all of the hard work and due diligence that has gone into this. There are recommendations here that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm sure we'll have opportunity to delve into those in more detail and ask questions as appropriate. But I do want to thank you and commend you, because you all have worked incredibly hard on this over the past God knows how many months. I also want to take a moment, Mr. Chair, to thank the Downtown Partnership for working together on this over the months. And lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank everyone from the community who's been engaged in the outreach process. What we started with months ago, I believe, is a much stronger plan. It much more better fits the needs of our downtown central business district. And that is in large part because of the outreach that Downtown Partnership has helped facilitate, and really because of the feedback that we've gotten from members of the community. So I really appreciate all the contributions that have been made along the way to help get this plan to what everyone sees before them today. I'll yield my time at this juncture and look forward to continuing to discuss it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Horn.
Great presentation. Just two questions. The first question is, I see that we have approval of 6, removal of 1, and a modification of 4 in terms of signs. And I just didn't know what has been the outreach to those owners in terms of the modification and the removal in terms of our recommendations. Do the owners, my assumption is they're fine with this amendment, because in reading the support letters, nothing jumped off, but I just want to kind of make sure. Could you talk about that?
I do not believe that most of the property owners are aware of these changes. I do think most of them, where we have minor modifications, I think that they would be open to them based off my communication with Downtown Partnership. I do think that the property owners at 36 South Charles will be disappointed, and that they would like to retain a sign on their property. I think that we could work with them to find another location that might be more appropriate. Based off our communication with Downtown Partnership, there has there needed to be a stopping point or else these conversations could have gone on forever. So there is not a lot of communication. Additionally, of the bulk of the letters that were provided were from December, if you can see their dates on them. And that was when there was the big push. We fully anticipated sharing this at the December hearing. And so most of the letters in support date from that time. The letters in opposition also date from that time, but we have had a number of updates from community members who have updated their opposition letters following seeing the revised sign plan.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would, if I could, I'd just like to hear when we get to that point, particularly from Zamir Equities, who owns 36 South Charles, just to get his opinion, just on that. And then the second piece is, it seems, my I guess question in the past was the process of community engagement. It seems that Downtown Partnership has been earnest in that, and I would just like to hear specifically some of their efforts in terms of particularly residential community engagement. Those are my two.
All right, great. Let's park both of those questions until we get to the public comment, and we will call on the owner of 36 South Charles and the president of the Downtown Partnership. Okay. All right, Commissioner Priebus.
My question was the same as Commissioner Horns, which is I wanted more specific details about engagement. So I'll wait.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you for the presentation. It was impressively succinct for the amount of information that's all in there. I guess I only have a comment for now, which is I have the DOT memo gives me some concern. It states that there will be a period where distraction is more likely. Our standard doesn't give a time frame for distraction. It just says, will they cause distraction? So I think that's something to be concerned with. However, I do think that the staff's recommendations were thoughtful and mitigate some of the biggest concerns. So thank you for that. I'll hold any additional questions for after the public comment.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. So that I just have a couple of questions. Under the current plan that was presented to us, which let's just make sure that we're all on the same page with that current plan. I have a plan that's before me that is a total of 9 pages long, if I'm not mistaken. It contains kind of an introduction, and then North Harbor District is area as follows, with the description of the district, kind of needs and bounds. That talks about signage types. Following signage types are permitted: A, B, C, and D. And then it ends with a 1-paragraph signage control. Then it has a matrix for Schedule 1 signage table. Then it has a matrix. Then it has a Schedule 2, which is the map, and then it has graphic examples of the buildings with photoshopped billboards for all 11 signs. Is that correct?
Yes. The only thing to pay attention to that changed recently was the 100 South Charles. And that is because we did the math on the version that was provided to us, and those signs, the height and width that were provided did not add up to the area that was provided. So I asked the question, and they came back and they actually provided smaller signs. So rather than the initially 2,250 square foot sign that was proposed at the east elevation of 100 South Charles, that has been reduced in size to, I believe, 900 square feet. And so that is
It should go the other way around.
That is a recent change.
Okay. All right, great. Under the signage control system, in the middle of that paragraph, or under the sign control paragraph, in the middle, it says no category 3 or 4 electronic signs shall be permitted in the NOAA district except set forth on Schedule 1.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, somebody's talking. I think Ted can go on. Very good. Caitlin, in the middle of that paragraph, it says no category 3 or 4 electronic signs shall be permitted in the NOAA district except as set forth on Schedule 1. Schedule 1 shows the 11 signs that are proposed here. So under this proposal, no other category 3 or 4 signs can be permitted in the NOAA district. Is that correct?
That's correct. If additional signs were to be proposed, they would have to amend the sign plan and come back to the Planning Commission.
Great. That answers my second question, which was if there are additional signs, they'd have to amend the sign plan and come back before us, right? And then we would go through the exact same analysis that you've done here.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, the one thing that the current proposal does not have that the draft did have was some guidelines for any potential future signs. The draft.
That's correct. Yes. So we had initially anticipated including guidelines that would limit, signs being facing residential properties, and then we were alerted by the law department that we could not have guidelines or standards in the sign plan. So those need to be in the design manual, which is something that you all control as well. And so we, Tamara and I, and the design team here at Land Use will be updating the design manual to include such guidelines and standards. But at this point, we just in conversations with Downtown Partnership modified what was in the sign plan so that there were no signs facing residential properties, et cetera.
Okay, that's it's unusual to me that a sign plan that includes guidelines can actually include guidelines. But that is what it is. So if additional signs were to be permitted in here, they would have to amend the sign plan. So let me step back. Additional signs could be permitted within the NOAA area of special sign control if the sign plan sign plan is amended. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, great. That addresses my questions. So with that, let's open it up for public comment. And shockingly, I'm not seeing any hands up. I think you've just mesmerized me.
Pop in now, Mr. Chair.
I see. There we go. Let's see. Let me first start off with Ms. Domsel. Alyssa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Alyssa Domsel with Ballard's Bar on behalf of the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, the applicant. I would like to begin.
Alyssa, real quickly before I wanted to ask you, would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait until you hear all the public comments and then come back in and kind of back clean up?
I would like to wait, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'd like to start with Shalonda Stokes.
No, that's great. I just wanted to ask you.
I appreciate that.
Whether or not you wanted to do that. Great.
Thanks.
So with that, Ms. Stokes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of the commissioners. We appreciate your time and the opportunity to present. I would like to acknowledge the appreciation and hard work of the Planning Department, Director Ryer, Deputy Director Tizo, and City Planners Caitlin. An amazing job. Thank you. And Tamara. So appreciate that. Also want to recognize you, Councilman Costello, for sponsoring the initial legislation and for the support of the administration, Deputy Mayor Carter, throughout this process. With me today, I do have other members of my team, Lauren Hamilton and Claudia Jolin on the line, as well as, Alyssa from Ballard's Bar and John Laria are on here. Won't go into a lot of the details of what Caitlin already explained phenomenally well, but I would like to offer a few points on Downtown Partnership and why we believe that adopting this plan is beneficial not only to the property owners, businesses, and residents of downtown, but to our city overall. We were created at the partnership to enhance downtown neighborhoods. That means cultivating a vibrant business community, increasing residential population, and stimulating a diverse retail community. As such, in our 39 years of existence, we've spearheaded and or partnered on initiatives that make downtown more vibrant, resident-filled, and safe, as much as we can do in those areas. And so really, just as we look to this initiative, we want to make sure that things that we've done, like increasing the high performance market rate tax credit, which position downtown for a residential boom, things we're doing like adding GIS into our mapping to help reduce crime in these areas, and more recently creating initiatives like Boost, which promotes an inclusive downtown. So what we know is that we have a history of that. And by maintaining our experienced team and leveraging the expertise of our board, participating outreach and initiatives and convening partnerships, learning from organizations that we belong to, like the International Downtown Association, our team wakes up every morning with the goal of making downtown a destination of choice for residents, for businesses, and for visitors. And I'm saying this background to you. I know that you know it all, but I want you to know that what I'm saying now, those of you who know me know I say it all the time. I could not love this city anymore. Our team is really dedicated to that. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else but downtown. And we're willing to give all that we have to make our downtown, our city, the best she can be. So what's important to know in the background of why I'm saying all of this is that the sign plan that Caitlin presented is the result of lengthy and expansive research and outreach. I mean, we wanted this plan to be thoughtful, to be vetted by various stakeholders. We hired one of the best consultants in the country to help us determine if even bringing the digital billboards downtown was the right thing to do and the best way to do it. We learned best practices from cities with a similar scope. We consulted with any and every person, resident, property owner, business, civil servant who wanted to engage. We wanted to do that and created a number of forums to make sure that we could make that happen. So as an entity with a broad responsibility for the health of downtown and a strong track record of undertaking civic and economic development initiatives, we were a natural choice to advocate for and coordinate on the approval of the sign plan. So we understood from the planning department that this coordinated approach, and I know Caitlin said it earlier, is exactly what was intended for the ASSC concept. But through into the Transform Baltimore, the vision was always for ASSCs to create engaging and catalytic signing plans in Main Street areas to be proposed by a community organization or a Main Street association representing multiple property owners and businesses. And we've done just that. So along with our board, which as many of you know is made up of residents, property owners, businesses, we've engaged community leaders, residents, city council members, and property owners in our direction. And the result of all of that is the 11 signs that you saw that Caitlin presented that span 50 blocks. So we're talking about, 144 acres, 11 signs over 2.5 miles. Which is also 11 opportunities to promote art, information, and advertising. It's to showcase our unique neighborhoods. And we're doing this in the underutilized facades of some of these select buildings. Our intention is to get this right. Commissioner Horn and Commissioner Previs, part of the reason we asked for the postponement, we heard you back in December. We wanted to make sure that we could allow more time for input. And that postponement gave us an opportunity to do that. Specifically, some of the things that we did, and it's massive. We have kept a running list, just so that you all know, on our website consistently, along with opportunities for people to continue to engage with us. But it gave us more time to weigh in with stakeholders that were pro and against this, so we could hear all voices, to meet with another architect, make sure we were taking in account best practices for light and architectural review, to meet more with the planning department to understand the findings of density and high commercial areas, to perform additional outreach to the residents, to the property owners. We worked diligently with the planning department to review the signs on the plan for visual clutter and provide feedback to the property owners so that we could make changes, so that we're coming forward with a thoughtful recommendation. We spoke with organizations on the effects of lighting. We worked with other cities to review their community content. I'm saying all of that to say we put in time. 8 community input sessions. We met with 22 community partners and resident organizations, reached out to over 100 property owners. We spent time before and post the meeting in December aggressively making sure that we could hear all of the concerns, all of the excitement, and all of that. So we did the research. And part of what we found, in this, it is a great move for the city. And I know that you have a number of letters in support. We know business owners, residents, people are expressing excitement about adding this to our downtown. So as the president of this organization, and knowing that we're responsible for helping make downtown safe, hospitable, and memorable, I strongly believe that adding these 11 signs to the downtown core will add that energy and welcome new and inclusive voices into the heart of our city. And so I'm talking about the opportunity for, free and or reduced advertising on these signs, more space for community content to celebrate our neighborhoods and our organizations. I'm talking about the opportunity to create a clean zone to attract Baltimore's major events like the 2026 FIFA World Cup. I'm talking about illuminating areas that can be dark in the evenings, enriching the pedestrian experience. And God forbid that if we ever needed it, but it would be there. If something and we needed to display emergency messaging, we would have the ability to do that. So there are a tremendous number of benefits, and we know that no matter how great an idea, there are always going to be a small group who can find opposition to that. We've welcomed that input because the goal of this is to make it better. One of the things that we've been challenging, and we want to challenge people who are opposed, is to consider the citywide benefits and align with us on efforts to ensure that we make something that wins for all. That's been our mission the whole time. So as a result of the planning department's, as a result of all of this that we've done, the planning department developed criteria that they apply to evaluate the sign plan and will apply, as you heard, to any future signs that may be added, by an amended sign plan. Any additional signs in the future will have to be vetted by the planning department and approved by the planning commission before that sign goes up. So I'm expressing just that there are layers of protections to help ensure that we get this right. We've done the due diligence, we've engaged stakeholders in the process, and now we're asking for your vote to adopt the proposal of the sign plan. So I won't belabor it, but in closing, I just would like to thank the commission, the planning staff. I'd like to thank those who gave input into the process. We know this is a novel idea, and with that, there are going to be some, opportunities always to get it better, but we genuinely appreciate everyone's efforts. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Joanna, real quickly, do you accept the planning department's recommendations to the modifications to the sign plan?
We prefer the sign plan as presented initially. As some of these are new to us as well, I know that some of the property owners are on the line as well and would like to hear their positions on some of the recommended deviations.
Okay. All right. So next we have let's see.
We have questions, don't we?
If you would like to ask Ms. Stokes questions, please do.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
A quick point of clarification for staff. I just wanted to confirm that sign locations 1 and 2, which I believe are the Sheridan, that should be 300 South Charles, correct? I could be wrong. I just want to double check with staff.
No, those are 300 South Charles is sign number 7.
That's why staff is so in the weeds on this. I knew you would figure that out. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Peters, do you have questions for Ms. Stokes?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Ms. Stokes, thank you for your presentation and thank you for all the work you've done, particularly since October, to engage the community. To begin, Commissioner Horn and I had asked, and you did provide some strong information, 8 community sessions, 100 property owners, and aggressively making sure you hear all the concerns. So thank you for that. I was wondering if you could get a little bit more specific about how, like what kind of information was presented to the communities and in what time frame. So, like, was it this whole plan that was presented at once, and what kind of feedback did you get, and how did that impact your decision making? I guess one of the things I'm trying to understand is sort of how Downtown Partnership developed the plan as a whole and brought the various different components together as a building, or the various buildings together, and how the community may or may not have helped with that.
Okay, for that, and I can give some high level information. I would like to bring on Claudia and Lauren as they help lead a lot of our community outreach initiatives in there. But Commissioner, it was understanding, similar to the presentation that Caitlin outlined, there was an education portion that needed to happen with all of the outreach. It was them understanding that the district had to be established first, and upon acceptance of the district and approval of the district, then we needed to go into the process of the sign plan and what that entailed. And so the team went extensively in meeting with the various buildings, different community groups in that, and that list is located on our website. But that was the overall essence of how we did, and going through understanding and taking in their feedback for during each of those sessions.
What did it require for you to include a building in particular, whatever building it is? Just take any example, but or take them all as a whole. I don't care how you answer it. I just what did it require for you to say, yeah, we're gonna put that in our final plan? What different components went into that?
Right. So some of this I may need Caitlin to come back to. So we just to be clear about how some of this entailed, and Downtown Partnership doesn't say. We wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to submit. All of the property owners knew what they could. And so we did outreach to those property owners so that they could then engage with the planning department. And if they had questions, they were asked to also engage Claudia Jolin from our team. Once they worked together on whatever that sign would be, and those building owners then engaged their own media companies, all of that was done separately. Once they came with what they thought was a proposed billboard plan, they worked with planning, they worked with all of it to then work to get on this sign plan. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So each building owner, by the time they came to you, they had to have their own, I guess, media company also in tow, so that you could pair those things up and put them into the plan. Is that essentially what you said? What you're saying?
Right. What I'm saying is, based on our process for how we did the outreach to the property owners, we made a list available on our site of all of the media companies. They then, worked together, the media company and the property owners, and then came together with a proposal to go on the plan.
How did the media companies get on the list that's on the website? What did they have to do?
Media companies reached out as well. So media companies went out and expressed interest, and also, understanding, learning more, wanting to, and for those, we let them know that was the decision of the property owners.
And so if they wanted to be included on the website, did they have to do anything or give anything to Downtown Partnership to be included?
Not at all.
Anything else, Tom? Do you want, is it Claudia?
Did it freeze?
That you wanted to, can you hear me?
Shoot.
We can hear you, Tom. Tom can't hear us.
Anyone there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear.
Hello?
Can you hear us? Tom? All right, let's come back to Tom real quick. Mr. Commissioner Stevenson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
I don't have anything further right now.
Okay, so I see Eric Tiso has identified that we might want to unmute Claudia Jolin and Lauren Hamilton, who are with, I believe, Downtown Partnership. Is that correct?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you, Tom. Can you hear us?
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. And only if there are other questions about it, we don't have to prolong it. I just wanted to make sure we answered Commissioner Previs's question.
Yes, I agree 100%. So when Tom gets reconnected with us, if he needs them to come on, we'll bring them on. Yes, Deputy Mayor Carter.
Ms. Stokes and team, good evening. Just could you speak to a little bit how the buildings were identified, and was this building owners engaged you proactively, or did you work with them to identify which buildings the signs would be designated, or just speak to that process briefly, if you would, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, we didn't get into the specifics with the building owners and the media companies about where. Our outreach and our advocacy was with the property owners, making sure that they were aware of the opportunity and that they had the ability to select any of the media companies that they wanted. They then worked with the media companies. They worked with the planning department based on the size of the buildings, any deviations needed to determine the best locations for those signs.
Thank you.
Great. All right. So Shalonda, just stay close.
Can I make a comment, Chairman Davis?
Sure.
This is Commissioner Orange. Just want to say to Downtown Partnership, Tom and I, requested that the community engagement efforts be more intentional and intense and urgent. And just from listening to you in terms of your 22 sessions and 100 property owners that you talk with, just want to thank you for, taking our kind of nudge and push in terms of additional community engagement. It seems that you did a good job with that. So just want to say that.
Thank you so much.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Stokes while we wait for?
I will ask a couple of questions. This seems like the appropriate time.
Great.
Ms. Stokes, thank you. So in the summary that we've received on our Wix page, I believe it was prepared by Downtown Partnership. I'll ask two questions and you can answer them both. There are a lot of claims about lighting and the impact of lighting that this implementation will have. Have any lighting studies been done? And then the second question is, on the subject of safety and health, you reference a Virginia Tech Transportation Institute study that seemed to state that 93% of rear-end collisions were contributed to by visual inattention. Why did you include that statistic, and how does that relate to this plan?
Thank you for them both. Regarding the light pollution question, I think there are a number of things that we had. Went through a number of studies, talked with the consultants and all about what light pollution and the impact. A lot of what we found in the research where they referenced light pollution, it was talking about street lights and some of those things and older billboard technology. Part of what we know now and have learned throughout this process is that there are a lot of technologies and upgrades that could help mitigate that light pollution, like dimming, like curfews for lighting and all of those elements. And that's where a lot of our best practices from some of the other cities comes into play. And so we are committed and will continue to make sure that we're doing a bit of managing the benefits and opportunities in there so that we can get to a place that people feel comfortable with where we are. With regards to the Virginia Tech piece, I will need to ask Claudia or Lauren to specifically address that comment.
Eric Piso, can you unmute Claudia and Lauren?
Stand by. There's Claudia and Lauren.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioner Stevenson. Can you repeat the question directly so I can answer it in a way that satisfies your question?
Surely. In the summary document we received under number 4A, addressing safety and health, it states that in a study by the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute, visual inattention was a contributing factor in 93% of rear-end collisions. I'm wondering how that supports the case for these billboards.
Caitlin, correct me if I'm wrong. This report here is all the different research that came in from either people who support and not support the sign plan. Is that correct? Because
that's what you sent us with, just I think all of kind of the research you'd put together. Is that what you're referencing, Commissioner Stevenson?
Because the Virginia Tech collision research did not come from Downtown Partnership, I believe.
Mr. Tiso, or can staff clarify who the provided the document? I think it's titled DPOB research.
Yeah, that was, we received that from Downtown Partnership, and that was various billboard research that was completed by, that was compiled by Downtown Partnership.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I am clarified. We're good to go. So that was provided for us by our national consultant who helped us pull together all the research for this sign plan specifically in getting these signs up. And his name is David Ehrlich. We put it together for Planning Commission as requested after our first submission to the sign plan. So all of the research that came together was from our consultant to address any issues of lighting and traffic studies that came in play here.
So do we or don't we think that these signs will contribute to inattention and rear end collisions?
We do not believe so, no.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Chair? That question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to ask earlier, just Mr. Stevenson. So, how did you make that determination? You said you don't believe that, but what was the process to ascertain that? From national studies and best practices, or did you
That
do
is
a
correct,
local?
Deputy Mayor. We had our consultant, our national consultant, David Ehrlich, go through line by line for each of these for the research to do, bring us in for other cities that have done the same projects to give us research-backed initiatives that we provided to planning staff and commission.
Perfect. Thank you.
So along those lines, you referenced Pittsburgh's change in lighting. Can someone speak to what the implications of that were and how they're being applied here?
We believe that the Pittsburgh study is a completely different lighting study than it is for billboards when we did a little bit of research on that. And that was what our response was to planning staff and commission as well when that was addressed.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, I see Commissioner Priebus is back. Tom?
Yes, thank you. I'm very sorry. My internet just completely exploded for some reason and I was knocked out. If I may continue where I left off, if you don't mind, if you can remember, I know you probably went on to a different topic, but I just said that on the internet there was a list of media companies that could participate, and I asked what would a media company need to do? Was there something they had to give DPOB, or was it something else that they had to do to be included on that list? Did they have to apply, or what was the process behind the outreach to media companies?
Thank you. And I responded to that one. They didn't have to do anything. They called us and we put them on the site. There was no requirement or anything for them to do.
Thank you. Perfect. That's answered my question there. And then I wanted to ask the same question about building owners. So it seems like the other piece to this puzzle is the people, the building owner. So what was the outreach to them specifically?
We did a mailing, and then I did we did mailings to them where we had phone numbers we contacted, and then I did a personal outreach as well to make sure that they all received the communication.
And if they did receive the communication and they wanted to be included, what did they have to do to be included in the plan?
The contact person on that outreach, it was for them to contact Claudia so that she could engage and make sure she got them connected with planning in the same process that everybody else had followed. So the communication outlined specific steps they needed to follow.
And at what point, so they connected between connecting with you and connecting with planning, were they required to do anything like enter into any agreement?
To be on the plan, enter an agreement with us or do anything?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Because we needed to make sure that they had, that they were connected with a media company, so that, this was, quote unquote, shovel ready as, the conversations with the planning department. But beyond that, we weren't asking them to do anything. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, I guess I read in the BBJ this morning. So, I mean, in a prior hearing, and then I read again in the BBJ this morning that there's a 5% profit sharing plan of some sort. And I was wondering at what point in the process did that come into the mix?
That will, once we know that there is because that's the mix right now is getting the sign plan approved. And once we have the sign plan approved, then we will work with the media companies to make sure that we can create an opportunity, even greater protections coordination for the community. And so we'll have direct outreach with those media companies.
So no one has to sign any contract yet?
For the media, for it to be on the sign plan, no.
Okay. But what's the contract with DPOB then? I'm just confused by that. Maybe I was confused at the last hearing, and that's why I asked so many questions. But what is the contract? Why is there a contract with DPOB at all?
What we're looking to do at Downtown Partnership is create for this area of downtown synergy within the signs, and there are additional protections that we want to make sure are included. And so one of the things that we'd love to be able to do, and it's, a part of making sure that we can bring art and some other things and civic organizations and all of that to the digital signs. And so we're working with the media companies to figure out how to do that in a comprehensive and thoughtful way.
Could you just, other than art, could you give me some examples of the additional protections that you're imposing? Because I'll be transparent that I have a concern and it came from the law department about whether the planning commission can impose a condition on a company that's greater than, or allow the imposition of a condition that's greater than allowed by law. And so I want to make sure in when you're saying there's other conditions, I just want to make sure we're not agreeing to something that's more than our authority to do so.
Nope, I understand it. Let me transfer it. If I can ask that Alyssa speak to address some of your concerns.
I'm fine with that if Alyssa can. There.
Eric, Tiso, do you have to I'm
unmuted now. Yes, thank you. On these questions of ancillary agreements, we could really use guidance from the commission or the law department. We've received the guidance that the law department has said external agreements are not relevant and in fact can't be considered in this context. We understand this to be a design review hearing, and the only matter before the commission is the approval of the sign plan according to the criteria set forth in the zoning code, and that there are First Amendment issues with adding criteria for approval that are not expressly set forth in the code. So we are trying to be cooperative, which I think you're hearing from Ms. Stokes, that we really want to provide you the information that you need, but we really need some guidance from the commission on this.
Well, I'll give you some guidance. The question was, what are the additional criteria? And I was looking for an answer.
Hold on a second. What are the additional criteria for what?
What are there? The question, well, I don't understand the guidance. You said First Amendment issues. I'm not sure,
Perhaps this is a law department question, because we are following the guidance that we've gotten from the law department that there are limited criteria for planning commission approval.
Is this an objection? Is that what this is? An objection to the question asked by the commissioner?
Well, we're not in court, so it's a request to focus on what the criteria for approval are in this case.
I mean, it sounds like a relevancy objection to me.
Sean, the law department is available on the call if we need them.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I was gonna call on Hillary really last because I thought we had addressed most of these questions, but in legal papers that are going back and forth. But if we want to resolve this now,
my only question, and for Hillary, I took it right out of her document, that this commission cannot agree to something more stringent than the law allows it to do. And so I'm asking Downtown Partnership if they're forcing applicants to agree to something more stringent than we are allowed to impose, because if they, whether by contract or otherwise, because if they are, I don't think we can endorse it. That's all I'm asking.
all right. So I think
I don't see how that's irrelevant.
I think the answer that I remember was that was a private agreement.
But if let's just say hypothetically, a private agreement completely restricts First Amendment rights. So a non-government entity could go out and say, you can have these signs and we'll allow you to, under a private agreement, we'll allow you to apply to the Planning Commission, but you're only allowed to say speech that we agree to beforehand. It would be, I don't think we could endorse that, even if it was a private agreement. And that's the concern I'm getting at. First Amendment is right in the zoning code too.
But this is, we're not talking about First Amendment issue.
I'm using First Amendment as an example. Hypothetically, we could be talking about a First Amendment issue if into this side agreement, there's a clause that says you're only allowed to have speech that favors, so and so. The government can never impose a clause like that, but the Downtown Partnership theoretically could, because it's a private group, but we have to know whether that's being asked of applicants or not, I think.
No, I don't think that that's relevant. Personally, I don't think that that's relevant. As we talked about before in part of this presentation, the scope of our review is limited to the criteria that Ms. Audette included in her presentation. It says we have to be presented with a sign plan that has to contain these things. We've been presented with that sign plan. Our review has got to be based on, whether it creates visual clutter, the three criteria, if you can bring those up, Eric. So that, Cable, who's controlling the PowerPoint? I don't want to misstate anything, so I'm going to bring those directly up. Will not increase the likelihood of traffic congestion or distraction, would not add to the visual clutter in the area, and would not be incongruous with existing or contemplated design of the area. Those are the criteria by which we have to evaluate this sign. The agreements between Downtown Partnership are not going to impact any of these three criteria.
Well, we don't know that, because they could say something that's more stringent than it. What if they add a fourth, fifth, and sixth criteria to this? We're only allowed by law to focus on these criteria, but they add criteria 4, 5, and 6 to this list. We now don't know that they've done that, and that breaches a constitutional right. That's a problem. And I think we should have a right to at least ask them to answer the question.
Commissioner,
let's call in Ms. Ruley.
Okay.
Ms. Rowley?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Private parties can't breach the Constitution, at least with respect to First Amendment. Remember, that says the government shall make no law. So if private parties want to enter into a contract with other private parties and restrict their own speech, they're free to do so. We certainly couldn't and wouldn't be able to have a zoning code where we restricted billboards based on message. But we see all the time, people kind of conflate that argument. Facebook restricts your speech all the time. And so do other social media platforms. And they can do so because they are not the government. And so here again, if these private entities want to make their own side agreements, we couldn't, the city doesn't have an ability under the zoning code to approve a sign plan based on somebody else's private agreement. We can only look at the criteria, or you as the Planning Commission can only look at the criteria given. You could always say, based on what I'm hearing from residents, I think there ought to be more signs, or I'm hearing that everyone should have the right to put up a sign on their property that is an electronic billboard 3 or 4. This particular sign plan is just adding those 2 sign types with a possibility of a billboard as the zoning code defines it. And if the sign plan just basically said that and nothing else, it would apply to every single property owner in the district. It doesn't. The sign plan says via the feature to select a location, it says these are the permissible types of signs the plan is seeking, and these are the only locations that may have them. Anything else that the, if the planning commission wants to change location, dimension, height, those things are all valid things to think about changing in the sign plan. And you can change that based on if you don't think it's fair or you think some side agreement is not fair to people. But you're not approving their side agreements because you couldn't approve that. So, that's separate. If you feel like the separate agreements are not fair, then you could say, well, I don't think the sign plan is fair. I want it to have larger signs or smaller signs. As long as it meets what's in the signage table, it can be varied. So I think this one has a 75% maximum variance. So if you say, well, I don't like that, I think it should be 50%, you can do that. You can change locations or whatever. But that's all the zoning code gives the planning commission the ability to do. Or you could simply say, I think this is awful and I don't approve it at all. So again, that's sort of the options, but whether or not private entities decide to restrict themselves further than the law allows wouldn't be a problem for the
question. Is, can a commissioner ask that question and have it answered?
Well, you can ask that question, and they can decide whether or not to answer. And if they don't answer, and that means you don't think it's a fair deal, then your option would be to not vote for it or ask for a change to it.
I think that's fair. So I think that's the answer that we need. So are you refusing to answer the question, Ms. Tomsel, or are you going to answer the question?
The Downtown Partnership has made an overview of the services agreement available on their website this entire time. This is not a question of disclosure. This is a question of criteria for approval. Because if you asked for additional criteria that are in a services agreement or any other agreement, be it a lease or any other contract that typically is the underpinning of a development project or any project, and you say, oh, I don't like that criteria, I don't approve of it, then you, as the commissioners, have just made a new criterion, which you are not permitted to do, as Assistant Solicitor really just described. So it's not a question of whether we're answering, it's a question of whether you are making that a criterion.
So it's your testimony that it matters whether we're making it the criteria or whether Downtown Partnership's making it the criteria.
According to the guidance that Hillary provided, yes, that private entities are permitted to restrict their own.
If I happen to know that it says in the contract, the applicant agrees that unless approved by DPOB in writing, which shall be in DPOB's sole discretion, signage in the district will not include any political issue, advertising, defining, or the purpose of this agreement as a message that indicates support or opposition to a political candidate for elected office, or that attempts to persuade members of the legislative body to propose, support, or oppose, amend, or repeal legislation, or request members of the public to vote or not vote against any particular ballot initiative, question, federal law, or state law. If I were to say that I happen to know that something like that is in there and that it gives DPOB entire, complete, and unfettered discretion over speech, would I still have a right to ask the question at that point?
I think what you just said and what has been said is you just asked the question, and I think the answer was that private parties can restrict through contract anything that they want. We cannot. We, as a governmental body, administrative body, we can't do that. But private parties can do that.
But the authority for making this plan is under the zoning code, so the authority is conferred by the city of.
No, but hold on. I think it's important to point out the authority to approve this plan under the conditions that are granted to us, which is the 3 conditions that you see before you. That's where our authority lies.
Okay.
I see that. Not in the agreements between the private parties.
I'll argue it at the end. I see that. I just would say that the distinction is if we go down this path, maybe, and this is the policy piece where a non-governmental entity can strip constitutional or impose other restrictions without government oversight. It's a very dangerous one, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Can I ask a question, clarifying question? I'll try to move this forward. So since our jurisdiction is advisory, is it Mr. Priebus?
No,
it's a final judgment. It's a final judgment in this context.
We're not advisory on this. We are the final authority on this plan.
That makes it worse. If we're advisory, I wouldn't care as much. Deputy Mayor, I apologize.
So everybody on this call, everybody understands the designation of the area of special sign control, the physical geographic mapping of that. We were a recommending body to the city council. The city council proposed it. We reviewed it. We made a recommendation, went back before the city council. It was approved in October. That's done. Now the sign plan under the area of special sign control is entirely within our purview. When we vote on it today, that decision's final. I apologize for interrupting you, Debbie. I just wanted to make sure that.
No. That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right. So let me go back.
Where does that leave us, given Mr. Priebus's concern?
No, we'll just have to vote. I mean, I don't know.
So what we have is we were asking questions of Ms. Stokes. Are there any other questions for Ms. Stokes? Great. Hearing none. I see, Alyssa, I'm going to come back to you because there are several other people who have their hands up, and I'm going to start from the top. Amy Bernstein.
Thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak out today against the new downtown signage plan. I'm speaking officially on behalf of both the Harbor Way and the Towers at Harbor Court condominium associations, which together represent roughly 400 downtown residential taxpayers. I reside in the latter building. I really take exception to Ms. Stokes referring to, quote, a small group, end unquote, of people who oppose this plan. That is not true. There are many, many hundreds of people downtown who oppose this plan. Only a handful of them submitted testimony. Please don't take that to be the all, because it's not. We cannot understand why the city has committed an unforced error with respect to bringing billboards downtown. Councilman Costello and the Downtown Partnership are on record claiming that billboards will create light, vitality, and activity as well as energy. This is patently absurd. In cities ranging from San Jose, California to Bristol, England, residents don't want commercials beaming brightly at them day and night. Houston, Denver, St. Louis, and Kansas City prohibit them. In places where billboards were erected, such as Stockholm, Sweden, they've already been taken down. What do they all know that we don't? There is ample evidence-based research indicating that digital billboards contribute to accidents due to distracted driving. The light pollution they generate adversely affects the health of people and local wildlife. A digital billboard uses the same amount of energy in a 24-hour period as 15 average U.S. homes. And in some cases, billboards also contributed to a decline in property values. Moreover, there are no documented benefits associated with billboards for people living in urban neighborhoods. We are already bombarded by ads on television and social media, and even at our ballparks. Subjecting us to ads from Ford Motors, Nike, and Lyft will do absolutely nothing to brand Baltimore as a 21st century city. Nothing to increase foot traffic, attract tourists or new tenants. Nothing to enhance our architectural distinction. Posting notices for local concerts or art exhibits on a billboard is a wholly inadequate justification for doing this. Nor is it clear that sufficient revenue will be generated to make any transformational changes downtown, while saddling us with permanent blight, judging by the experience of other cities like Philadelphia. The partnership claims it will do everything in its power to manage the billboard's impact, mitigate light pollution, and ensure there's a place for local content. Yet the partnership admits terms and conditions like these are merely advisory and unenforceable. This is a Pandora's box that should never have been opened. The city had a choice to keep digital billboards out of downtown, and instead they made a decision we will surely come to regret. We all want a downtown that is welcoming and works for everyone. Billboards will never help us achieve that, and many hundreds of residents agree. In conclusion, this plan was pushed through with woefully inadequate research, or research never shared with us, and a lack of creative strategic thinking. This effort looks backwards, not forwards. We strongly urge the Planning Commission against approving the area of special sign control plan in its entirety until we see compelling evidence-based research, not just a DOT opinion, that digital billboards are safe for drivers, will not adversely affect residential property values, and above all, will deliver measurable benefits to the thousands who live, work, and play here. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bernstein. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Bernstein?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Ms. Bernstein. She's been engaged in this process early on. I recall exchanging emails with her, late summer, early fall. So I really appreciate the consistent engagement and certainly may respectfully disagree on some points. I did want to point out two things. One, that the city of Denver does not prohibit these. And second, I know that Graham Young, who's essentially our premier traffic planner at the Baltimore City Department of Transportation, as well as Liam Davis, who is the chief of government affairs at DOT, are both on the line in case any of our colleagues on the commission do have questions around their analysis. Ms. Bernstein, again, I want to thank you and thank you for the opportunity to respond, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Anyone else have any questions or comments for Ms. Bernstein? Ms. Bernstein? Thank you again, Ms. Bernstein. I have Joe Woolman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I'll try to be brief. I know it's been a long afternoon for the commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Carlisle Holdings, LLC, who is the owner of the building that contains signs numbers 1 and number 2. And I'm going to stay out of all the arguments about the plan overall. I'll let you all have at it regarding that. I'm just here to specifically comment on the recommendation by staff to reduce one of our signs. I think Deputy Mayor Carter may have touched on it, that it's somewhat of a subjective test. I believe Ms. Aldette, when she testified at one point, said that our reducing the sign meant that it no longer dominated, I think was the word she used, the plaza. But then later in her report, she said that because we overwhelmed the plaza, they're recommending we reduce the sign. We've already reduced the sign in half. I think we're probably the only proposer of signage that reacted positively to planning's recommendation. We do reduce the signs, and we did so, and asked that we get credit for that, and would just simply state that I agree with Ms. Stokes. I'd like to see the plan adopted as it's originally written. I don't think we should be subjected to that subjective standard and reduce sign number 1 that's up there on the screen now from where we are to 20 feet in height and 15 feet in width.
Mr. Woolman?
And that's the scope of my testimony and comment regarding that recommendation. I would ask that we be left where we are, which again was a significant reduction to, I think, a total of 900 square feet, which is one of the smaller signs in the plan.
So what are you asking for sign number 1? What are the dimensions?
If I was making a motion, which I know I can, I would move that the signage plan be voted favorably upon the way it's written, without the recommendation of staff to reduce one of our signs.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, where are you right now with your sign? What's the size?
Are we, excuse me?
What is the size of the sign number 1 that you are requesting?
900 square feet, which was almost a 1/2 reduction of what was originally proposed.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Woolman?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Woolman. Thanks for your engagement throughout this process. Just for clarification, the original sign you proposed was how many square feet?
I don't have that number in front of me. I want to say it was
2,250.
2250. Okay. And then Mr. Woolman, you reduced that after engagement with planning, downtown partnership and everyone to what?
900.
900. Thank you. And Ms. Audette, what is the staff recommendation on this one?
We would like it to see it reduced in size so that it is more like a rectangle in a vertical direction here, so that it is not so overwhelming to the plaza.
And what's the total square footage of what you're recommending, Ms. Audette?
15.
20 by 15.
It's 300 square feet.
Okay. So we
would be open to, to consideration here. The big thing is they have trees in the plaza that would block parts of the view. And also, we want the plaza to be a comfortable place to sit. So if you're going to have signs, they should be oriented away from the plaza. And so maybe a vertical sign above the Planet Fitness. I think a specific size could be considered.
Yeah. And I'm doing some rough math off the top of my head, but I think that's about an 82 or 83, just to frame it in scale. That's about 83% reduction in size from what was originally proposed. But I certainly, while I may not agree, do appreciate, the basis for the recommendation. But I just wanted to make sure I understood kind of all the numbers. Thank you, Ms. Audette. Thank you, Mr. Woolman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Horn. Just in terms of, because there's several modifications, and this might come up by the individual property owners. Could we say that the planning department is open to talking with the property owners to kind of work out a reasonable agreement, or are the recommendations? Yes, go ahead.
I think that if that was, the commission would need to approve a specific sign plan.
Yes.
So if that is the request, then I think that the motion would be to table it, ask planning staff to work with specific property owners to come up with very specific, height and width for each sign, and then return to the full commission.
Yeah. So we cannot approve it with the condition that planning work it out.
Yeah.
We have to approve a specific plan. So
what was done before this meeting, right? In terms of the modifications, in terms of conversations with the property owners?
So unfortunately,
in terms of outreach,
yes.
In terms of them, is this the first time they're hearing about this, or?
So we spoke through downtown partnership. So we made it clear, that the previous sign here, we were either going to propose a drastic change or removal due to visual clutter. And so, we made that clear, and then we didn't hear back. So we did not have an individual meeting with property owners regarding the signs.
If I'm not mistaken, Caitlin, you had actually initially recommended removal of this sign.
Yeah, when we were considering this, we proposed, internally, it was either removal of this sign or, like I said, the drastic reduction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Woolman? All right, thanks, Joe. We have a Paul.
Urbino, thank you.
Thank you.
I represent the owner of.
So I'm going to mess every other name up.
That's okay. I represent the owner of 124 Market Parkway Corporation, and just for the record, this is the first time I'm hearing about a sign alteration. I was not aware of before today. But the recommendation for ours, which is number 5, was to cut it back 1 bay, which would effectively cut it in size by 50%, which would destroy the value, not only because of the actual square footage, but these signs, as I understand it, this would make it a non-standard shape, and it would not have any value to advertisers. So by cutting it in half would destroy the value.
Paul, real quickly before you do that, Caitlin, when you say 1 bay, do you mean 50% or do you mean like?
No, I do not
When
mean
I look at
50%.
that, I see there's 4 quarters, and the 1 bay to me is 1 quarter, so 75% of the sign would remain.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would have to defer to our advertising company about that. The other alternative that they provided was to shift it vertically, and as I understand it, again, that would make it non-standard, cutting out a slew of advertisers from advertising on the property. Again, cutting the value considerably.
Well, I'd like to know whether that's actually the case, Mr. Urbino, because I've seen electronic billboards in all different shapes and sizes. So I figure
there are people from the digital advertising people on the line. They could certainly speak to that.
Yeah, if they want to raise their hands, I would love to speak with them about that. I'm sorry. By the way, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure you got the size thing right there. That it wasn't necessarily 50%; it was more like 75%.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I would have to defer to the advertising people about that.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Urbino? All right, we have Amy Jordan next.
Yes, I am the property manager at 36 South Charles Street, the building that they are proposing to eliminate. This is actually the first time we've heard about this. There was no indication that I was going to come on this call and hear that.
Talking about eliminating the building, just the sign.
Correct. Well, no, not the whole building. I hope not the whole building. That my owners would be really upset then. I think you'll see from the picture itself shows just how well it does blend into the building. I do want to state that we were put into this, our broker and just some other various people around town introduced us to the advertising company or to the signage company back in November of 2020. So we have been in works with them for quite a while now. I would suggest that we're probably one of the first ones that signed on to do this. I would like to state that there has been a lot of disagreement about the sign at 100 South Charles Street. There are 2 signs proposed for that building. And if you're going to eliminate a sign, it should be the one that has had a lot of controversy or discussion on 100 South Charles Street, because that is directly on their plaza, whereas ours could still remain and there wouldn't be that problem with the competing signs there. I think we have, we've been very eager for this process. We've been very excited about just bringing that light and the excitement, just to have the opportunity to be able to be part of it. I think it feels a little unfair that we wouldn't be able to generate any revenue, and this is something we've been very interested in from the start. For as long as we've been hearing about it. I know our ownership has been very eager to get it going and has been very patient and waiting for this whole process, because we thought going into this that it was going to happen, that we were going to sign something and get a sign up on the building. We didn't realize that the process would be so long. But we really are looking forward to this, to attract some tenants to the building and just to be part of the excitement and the buzz downtown. This is revitalizing the city, which is sorely needed, as we see a lot of other tenants moving out of buildings right around us. And we, are trying our hardest to get tenants into our building as things are changing so much downtown. And I also do strongly feel like this is a minimalist design compared to a lot of the other ones I saw in this presentation. Ours really does it's kind of fade into the building very nicely. I don't think that it stands out or is a problem. There are no windows that we're covering. The 36 is still visible, very visible from the road, and we can put a 36 on the other side if need be, on the other side of the sign. So we really are willing to do whatever we need to do to make this happen for our building, and we respectfully request that ours is left in the mix.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jordan. Are there any questions for Ms. Jordan? Okay, Ms. Hecker.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg. You know, I wasn't planning to comment on the package this evening. I was sort of just here to listen in and see what was going on. But the back and forth between Commissioner Priebus and the Downtown Partnership raised a question for me, and this may be half question, half comment, about the role of the Downtown Partnership here as like the gatekeeper in the signage plan. You know, I represent the owner of 600 East Pratt Street, and we had reached out to the Downtown Partnership about getting included in this plan with a sign that we had proposed. And we were told that the only way that we could be included in the plan was if we had a signed lease with a media company, and that the media company has entered into the services agreement with the revenue share with the Downtown Partnership. But it sounded like the testimony from the Downtown Partnership was that that was not a requirement to be included in the plan. And I just wonder how many other property owners are out here who may have been told the same thing, that if they didn't have a signed lease and the media company hadn't entered into the revenue share agreement, that they weren't able to even be considered for inclusion in the plan. So I'm not sure that it's more of a comment, I suppose, than a question here, but I do sort of wonder about what the appropriate role of the Downtown Partnership is in deciding what signs even come before the commission. It seems like the signs should be, the application should be made by the property owners for consideration by the commission directly, rather than going through the Downtown Partnership, which I think gets to Commissioner Priebus's question about what exactly is required by the partnership for inclusion in the plan.
All right, now I'm confused. So you're saying that your client would like to have had a sign, but was told that they could not have a sign without entering into an agreement with the Downtown Partnership?
Yes.
And Ms. Stokes said that that was not the case, that everybody could apply for a sign. So we're going to go back to Ms. Stokes. Ms. Stokes, are you still with us here?
Hello, thank you. This is Shalonda speaking. Sorry about that. So a couple of things just for points of clarification on where things are. We do not have at this point any signed agreements on our end with media companies. We do require for Downtown Partnership support that we work with the media companies and there's a signed agreement. But for them to be a part of the plan and all of that, they needed to have a signed agreement with the media company.
Right. So, Caroline, kind of in this quandary here. I mean, you're so, Shalonda, you're saying that the property owners had to have an agreement with a media company.
Correct.
And do you know what the media company was telling them they had to do? Did the media company tell the property owner, in order to get an agreement with us, you need to sign this Downtown Partnership agreement?
I know for our support, I'm not sure what the media company said on that end, but I know for Downtown Partnership to support it, then we do want a commitment of the media companies, you know, that they would sign a services agreement. And the reason, and I want to say a couple of things, because this goes to Commissioner Priebus as well. Part of what we're not taking away, the thought is not that we are doing anything against the city. What we know is that as the sort of organizer of what's beneficial and certain things for downtown, we want to make sure that we're doing things that will enhance the overall picture of downtown. We know that, you know, the city cannot say things about signs facing residential buildings. We know that there are certain things, as we talk to residents, that they said they want to make sure that there are curfews and light dimming and different things like that. So I just want to be clear that all of the outlines that are on our website about those pieces or really about things that we've heard consistently from the community and best practices to make it better?
I'm sure you have everybody's best interest in mind, but I'm still a little bit confused as to what property owners were told. So,
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm looking at an email. I don't mean to put the downtown partnership on the spot here, but I am looking at an email chain in which they say that the agreement needs to be signed in order to be, the services agreement needs to be signed in order to be included in the signage plan.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is we don't
Mr.
have
Chair,
any.
Mr. Chair, can I address that real? I'm sorry, Ms. Stokes. So, Caroline, Ms. Hecker, specifically, the signage plan that's being presented today, the applicant for it is the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore. So that language the language in that email refers specifically to what needs to happen in order for an applicant to be included in the signage plan that Downtown Partnership of Baltimore as the applicant is presenting to the Planning Commission for consideration today. So I just want to make that important distinction there. And Mr. Chair, I defer back to Ms. Stokes. I apologize for interrupting.
Thank you. I think you covered a lot of it. I do want to say, I think for some of what I know Ms. Hecker experienced, I know that you guys missed the deadline that was sent out to all of the businesses. And so I just wanted to, with all of that, I know that timing matters. I know that we heard from you guys in February after all of the materials that were out. So I can understand, why there might be some challenges with that piece. But, just wanted to say for us, it's just about trying to do the right thing here.
But your testimony was that you want to do the things that the city can't do.
My testimony is that we want to figure out how we want to work with the media companies to do things that are going to be in the best interest of downtown.
Yeah.
This is Alyssa Domsel, if I can speak for a minute.
Well, now you want to speak.
Hold on a second, Alyssa.
Absolutely.
As opposed to chiming in each one, I've got 3 more participants after Ms. Hecker. Caroline, is there anything else you would like to add? I just got a 4th one.
No, I have nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Fred Arena.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for their time and the presentation that was made. We believe that the downtown area definitely needs to be made more vibrant, and that the additional lighting and bringing life to it would be very important. And we were actually, talking with a media group before this came up, to make it a collective presentation, because, talking with our major tenant in the building and understanding what needs to be done to try to bring life downtown, when this was presented to us from the vendor, we thought it would be a great idea and we were pursuing it. And then all of a sudden it came up where, collectively from Downtown Partnership, the other buildings were engaged too. So we thought it'd be a great idea. As far as, reducing the sign, I know that, it was said that perhaps if we reduce the sign by 2 feet, the renderings would align a little better to the element of the building. We just think that the renderings that were shown make it look out of line versus, not aligning with the elements. And, we would like that opportunity to get our vendor to, get somebody comfortable with that. Because, he did work it towards the elements of the building. And, a 2-foot reduction doesn't sound like much, but, he feels and we feel it's somewhat material because we did work it in that regard. And that's, basically, what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arena. Are there any questions for Mr. Arena? Yes.
I didn't hear your last name.
Marina.
Mr. Marina, when you decided to that this was a good thing for you or for your building or with your vendor, Did you feel that there were certain terms and conditions that you had to meet similar to the ones that Ms. Hecker described in the last testimony?
No, I mean, actually, our major tenant in the building, T. Rowe Price, at that time when, we were conceptually discussing this, we presented it to them. This was before they made the decision to move. They still have 3 years plus on their lease. And, we meet with them on a monthly basis and we view them as our partner, needless to say, they're a major tenant in the building. And they thought, it was a great idea. We got them to, approve us pursuing it. So we didn't take our initial conversation with the vendor any further until we had them sign on. And again, major tenant like that thought it was a great idea to help bring some life to the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Arena? Ms. Valeri.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my testimony. I am the president of the Towers at Harbor Court Condominium. Amy Bernstein presented testimony earlier, and I presented written testimony to the Planning Commission.
Yes, we did receive that.
2 additional points, or emphasize a couple of points. One is in dealing with many of the community organizations and residents. The community organizations and residents were presented with a fait accompli. No research or analysis was provided to those organizations to substantiate the claims of crime reduction and increased traffic and any of the research that apparently was done by this national consultant. So very shortly after the Downtown Partnership reps and Councilman Costello talked with community organizations, the bill to designate the area of special sign control in the Inner Harbor or the North Harbor was presented in the City Council and approved. The other point is we've been repeatedly told by the Downtown Partnership and by Councilman Costello that the signs would not be visible from residential dwellings or from the Inner Harbor. I will tell you that I just looked out my window at the Sheridan at the corner of Conway and Charles Street. I can see clearly where that billboard will be. And so can all of the other residents in my building. The residents in 414 Light Street will be able to see it. The residents across the street at Conway and Charles, the corner of Conway and Charles, will be able to see it. The sign at 601 East Pratt, the Inner Harbor, should be visible to the people who are there in the Inner Harbor. So we've been given these reassurances about the visibility in various situations. Certainly this isn't codified anywhere. It hasn't been provided in any official documentation. And I heard Ms. Audette, and thank you, Ms. Audette, for your presentation. It was very good. I've heard them say something about including these restrictions in a manual, but we haven't seen it. And I think from the conversations today that I've heard, bringing this before the Planning Commission is premature. There's a lot more work to be done with the property owners, with the community organizations, and I would urge you to just reject this proposal on at least a temporary basis and send it back for more work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Valeri. Are there any questions for Ms. Valeri? I have a Gibran. Can't get the.
It's Sher Mohammed. Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
I was totally going to screw that one up. So
you weren't the first to trip over that one. And I understand. Well, thank you, commissioners, city staff, and Downtown Partnership for having us at this meeting, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak. Mr. Urbino earlier referenced a property and asked if his sign company was okay with the reduction in size to 1 bay. This is with 124 Market Street. marketplace. I just wanted to respond to that question. We have an in-house I work at Orange Barrel Media. We're the media company that has been working with Mr. Urbina there. Okay. And we have an in-house architect that we work with closely to design these signs, and spent a considerable amount of time and effort considering the view, studying the site, understanding really the building to design this sign. And so reducing it by one bay is feels somewhat arbitrary, especially not knowing the amount of space that one bay under that recommendation occupies. As we're eyeballing it from here, we would be accepting of that edit if necessary to advance the sign plan today. But our preference would be to not have that reduction without clearly understanding what the size implications are. But if that is the final kind of decision necessary to pass a sign plan today, we're in support of it. And the second sign that we also represent is at 100 East Pratt, where city staff recommended a 2-foot reduction in height. And now, while that 2-foot reduction seems de minimis, it actually goes from a 15 by 50 sign to a 13 by 50 sign, results in 100 square foot of sign space that's lost. And that is significant and considerable. Again, this sign was designed with a lot of thought and study put into this building, its view studies, its sight lines, its design, and finding a way to best complement the building, but also maximize the promotion of the tenants and, of course, revenue generated for the building. And that 2-foot reduction is actually going to be really significantly impacting to the sign. So we respectfully request that 2-foot reduction not occur to this sign.
So I guess my question for you, sir, is that does the 2-foot reduction eliminate certain advertising, or will just the advertising change to a new dimension? Would certain advertisers say, nope, it's only 13 feet tall. Sorry, ain't going to do it.
It's a great question, Commissioner. What it does is it'll make the aspect ratio more squat. And that means it would eliminate certain advertisers from even considering the sign, considering what it would do to the aspect ratio.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
May I ask a quick one? How many of these signs do you represent, sir?
I'm not here as a representative of any of them. I've just spoken in response to their request for us to speak specifically for these two.
I know you're speaking for those two signs, but I just mean of the other signs in the plan, how many do you guys have?
I'm looking right now. I'm sorry. We represent 100 East Pratt, 100 South Charles, 30 Light, 124 Market, 300 South Charles, and 36 South Charles, and 55 Market.
And the other, that's a nice number. The other question is, this isn't a question for him, but I don't remember why planning said 2 feet. Could someone just remind us why that 2 feet's important to us, or to the staff, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, it was just in proportion of the building. It seemed overly large for the scale of the building at this corner. But
from a design standpoint, I can see that in terms of how it relates to the horizontal elements in the structure. And it looks like it's kind of going really right up to the edge of the top one and right down to the bottom of the other one, and maybe one will offset it. But so I can understand where you were going there for that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, it was just that we would need to be more in proportion with the building and, shrink slightly. But I think, again, we could, if we wanted to, if you asked for us to have conversations with them about this, to, redesign it to be more appropriate, we'd be happy to do so.
Okay.
And to that point, Commissioner,
out, though, that all the concerns about aspect ratio could be addressed just by making proportional reductions in both directions.
May I respond, Commissioner?
Of course.
And to that point, we would completely welcome the recommendation from Ms. Audette to work with her to make sure that the sign design complemented the building. The rendering here it, I guess, isn't doing us any favors by really emphasizing the size of the sign, especially the sign labeled number 3. As you can tell from the sign labeled number 4, our intention is to work with the architecture and not exceed that top bay. And if we want to make that a limitation, we welcome it. The design is intended not to exceed that second floor of parking.
And to Mr. Commissioner Stevenson's question regarding the aspect ratio, I mean, if you cut off 2 feet, yeah, you're changing the aspect ratio, but if you reduce it in size proportionally, both on the top and on the side, then the aspect ratio stays the same, correct?
So, Commissioner, to that point, I reference a sign we discussed even earlier, where we were talking about a sign going from 2,200 square feet down to 900 square feet, and here we're talking about a sign that at its highest is 750 square feet. Within the competitive landscape, the size of sign, for example, even near the Planet Fitness, there is going to really overpower this sign, and so we are going to operate in this competitive landscape where we're going to have to succeed in that environment. And so really reducing the size beyond what we've done here, which is tried to design a sign that doesn't overpower the building, maximizes revenue, but also isn't too large for the surface it's on, is what we think the best way to generate revenue for the property. If we cut off the sign too much more, we're going to be in a position where we can't make the business model work.
Commissioner Stevenson, any other questions for?
No questions. I think it's interesting that this expert finds the other sign to be overwhelming.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions for this witness? I'm sorry, I'm saying witness because I still can't pronounce your last name. So
That's okay. You can call me Gibran, Commissioner Davis.
There you go. Perfect. That makes it a lot easier.
You got it.
All right.
And then finally, with respect to 36 South Charles, with the property owner with whom we also work, to Amy's point earlier, we found the sign to be appropriate at this location to be appropriate because we attempted to reflect the minimalist aspect of the building. To Amy's point earlier, we're happy to add another 36 on the other side in order to make sure that the building identification is clear. And we think that the sign is also appropriate in the site because this is one of the very busy corridors in downtown where there's both pedestrian and vehicular activity. And so a sign here, I think, complements the activity intended for this corridor and also complements the building's aesthetic.
Well, I mean, not to be picky, but I'm going to be. The actual graphic that you've displayed on that building, as illustrated in the image in the lower left, is about the most non-discrete image you can possibly put on a black marble building. It's a very, dark image with white lettering. So of course that looks great. Now go back and take a very vibrant image because there's going to be images repeating, through and through, and say, put that image on this building. And now let's take a look at that.
Commissioner Davis, you know that trick, don't you? That's how you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's on
classic architecture. The first day of architecture school.
I get it. I look at it and I say, okay, great. All right.
It wasn't our intention to mislead commissioners. We selected the Pendry because it's a well-known building in the area that has, I think, a high design aesthetic. And so that's why we selected it.
I wasn't saying you were doing it to mislead me. I know you weren't. I actually was probably the one guy who said in reviewing the original draft, use local businesses in your advertisements, and you used a local business. So I know you weren't doing it purposely to mislead anybody. It's just the way it's presented, and I know it. So, okay.
Looks great.
So with no further questions for Gibran, finally, I have Andrew Sachs.
Hi, thank you everyone for all the hard, diligent, patient work that's gone into this. I represent ownership of 55 Marketplace, Harper Park Garage, and also 300 South Charles, the Sheraton. And the first thing I want to say is that when I started this a very long time ago, I've been working with Orange Barrel Media. I was very impressed by them. I went and I looked at the work they had done in West Hollywood in Los Angeles, and it was great. It was impressive. I was concerned about them junking up my buildings, ruining the neighborhood, making it less attractive for the people that come downtown that we serve, whether it's people from outside the city in the county or counties that come and park, or people that come from out of the state and stay at the Sheraton. And so when I saw the work that they did, I was particularly impressed. One of the things that personally I fell in love with was their representation of artists. And I can tell you that, speaking to some local artists from California, that there's a year-long waiting list to get their art displayed on the billboards in West Hollywood. And when that happens, an artist gets more eyeballs than they'll probably get in a lifetime. And so that there's a tremendous opportunity, to provide that art to people in the community, and also support artists from the community. We also work proactively to make sure that our signs fit all the criteria, and quite honestly, went beyond. So look, I'm thrilled that the two properties that I represent had no modifications. I honestly urge you to pass the plan as originally submitted, although I can understand the desire for some of the modifications. I also want to talk about the Downtown Partnership. They have been a valued partner long before we ever started talking about signs. So I'm thrilled that there's some benefit for them, because they help us improve the community. I worked with them personally several years ago when COVID first hit. We created a Heart of the Park free meals, where we gave away over 20,000 some meals for people that were hungry in our community when there was, everything was shut down. And they stepped in and helped us raise the money to keep that program going. And they've stepped in, 100 other ways. So their involvement is something that I'm thrilled about. In terms of First Amendment issues, I gladly, signed, restrictions. I was looking for restrictions. I did not want political advertising on my signs. I wanted the ability to take down any advertising that we thought was inappropriate, and on and on. And Orange Barrel Media has been very responsive and impressive in how they've approached this whole process. So, these are partners that I look forward to working with. And I encourage you to pass the sign plan either as initially submitted, or if necessary, or if you find necessary, as the Planning Commission has suggested to their very thorough report. So thank you very much,
Mr. Sachs. Are there any questions for Mr. Sachs? All right, now I'm going to circle back to Alyssa. I'm sorry if I was a jerk earlier, Alyssa. I just wanted to make sure that we got through everybody here. And then, by the way, we're going to let you respond to those. Then we're going to go to the callers and I'll let you respond to those.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. There was one comment that I got from Mr. Fear, who might not be able to find the raise hand function. Would you prefer to hear from him now?
Sure.
Find him in the list. Oh, actually, he did get his hand up. And go ahead, sir.
Hi, Commissioner. Thanks for all the work and effort for everyone on the call. My name is Tom Fear. I am the director for Carlisle Baltimore Holdings for 100 South Charles. And I have to say, I mirror Andrew's sentiments 100%. We applaud all the efforts that everyone has put into this. And I really, I think that re-energizing Baltimore, Downtown Partnership, Shalonda, everyone in the office there is always thinking about how to, inject energy in the downtown. And we are 100% on board with that. And when, no offense to Gibran, but we are with a different media company. And, we are very excited about the prospect of what this does, our partnership for our property. And unfortunately, Redwood Tower doesn't have any ground to really, advertise on. But we can't really put that building into the mix. But we think that what we can do for the community, for advertising for the nonprofits in Baltimore, for advertising, our, business interests. And I again mirror, Andrew's comments about the right to approve and disapprove advertising. It was a big deal with us. And so, to that extent, I also want to raise my hand in support for this as submitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Are there any, Mr. Fear, are there any questions for Mr. Fear? All right, Alyssa, you got to hold on one more second because Zed Smith snuck in there. Mr. Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you great.
Hi there. Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Zed Smith. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Cordish Companies. We own and operate one of the most iconic projects in Baltimore, the power plant, 601 Pratt Street. And fortunately, we've had a relationship with Orange Barrel for many years. We partnered with them in Kansas City, Missouri, at one of our live developments, and the relationship has been gone very, very well. What's important for us at 601 Pratt is the fact that we've got a ton of vacancies. As you all know, Barnes & Noble left the property at the Pier 4 office building just to the south of the power plant. We've lost all of our retail on the ground level. So this is a tremendous opportunity to bring some new tenants in, to bring some new energy to the Inner Harbor. With the decline of Harbor Place, it just really has made it very challenging for us to be successful at retail leasing. So this gives us another opportunity to showcase our property, to attract high-end retail tenants that are more entertainment oriented, to have this sign on Pratt Street to engage with the public and draw people into the power plant. It can only be a big win for not only us, but for the city. So with that being said, I just want to acknowledge my support for the sign plan as presented.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? All right, Alyssa, sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. If there is nothing further in public testimony, I have nothing further at this time.
Okay. Well, let's go through the callers. There are still a number of callers, so I'll give you a chance to come back. Mr. Tisa, would you go through the caller IDs?
All right, sure. And for those that have already testified, if you wouldn't mind pushing that raise hand button just to make sure we don't miss anybody else. As I go through the callers, I'll unmute you individually. You'll hear 2 beeps, and that's your cue to introduce yourself to the commission and begin your testimony. If you're not interested in speaking, you can just say no comment, no thank you. We'll put you back on mute and move on from there. And the first caller is unmuted now.
Hi, yes. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. My name is Nicole Elmore, and I just want to talk about the billboards. As I listened to the call tonight, my heart was just truly touched in so many ways, and it was pulled in so many different ways. My daughter, she is an artist. My daughter she's a dancer, and she's been dancing since she was 8. She is now 16. And just to see the billboards throughout the city of encouraging our young people, not only that their dreams come true, but that they're powerful. And I honestly believe that if we come together as the city of Baltimore, if we come together and we can unite with each other, we can realize how powerful that we are. And we can also show that our young people that they too are powerful and that they do matter. I honestly and I strongly believe that having the billboards throughout the city, it will not only beautify it, but it will also teach our young people how to dream. Because so many times, on the news, it shows what our youth are not doing. But just imagine Just imagine that a little boy or a little girl that's hopeless, that don't have the means to do what they need to do, or don't have that support, but don't have that inspiration and don't have that motivation, but they can ride through the city or they can walk through the city to see themselves. That can change them. And they may one day be sitting on the City of Baltimore Council Board. They may be one day be president. They may be one day be able to follow their dreams. I always tell my daughter, no one can make you feel powerless unless you give it to them. You stand in your power and you stand for what you believe in. And I honestly believe that these billboards throughout the city, not only would it beautify Baltimore City, but it would give us hope. It would give us inspiration. And the people that's coming in to visit, they will be like, wow, look at this. Look what we're doing. All we have to do is just put our feelings aside, join arm in arm and say, we can do this, not for ourselves, but for our future. And our future are the children of Baltimore, but so often they're forgotten. Not only the children, but what about the businesses? What about, the entrepreneur? Let's not forget, if we say we're the city of love, but let's show that. Let's represent that. I know COVID may have put us on pause, because I feel like that sometimes, like my life has been put on pause and there's nobody to press the play button. But tonight we all can press the play button. We all can move forward with this. So why are we here just going at each other, but we are forgetting the common goal? What is the common goal here? If we are powerful, then let's stand together and be powerful. And let's stop pressing the pause button. Let's open our hearts. Let's open our minds. Due to the LED board, my daughter was dancing since she was 8. She is now 16. And every time she's up there, I go down there and I take her a cake, not just her, but I invite the neighborhood kids. The neighborhood kids, they pack in my car. And we take cakes and we take cupcakes and we're celebrating my daughter, but I told her it's not about her, it's about all of us. What about that little boy that don't have parents that can't take care of him? What about the little boy that can't even dream because look at the side of town he lived on? What about them? Are they forgotten? No. What about our business owners that's struggling, but they need someone to just come and see what they're doing? That entrepreneur that's struggling, it's the LED boards. I can't speak for no one else, but I can only speak for myself, me and my children. Let's celebrate Baltimore. Let's come together. We all are powerful and everyone has a valid point, but at the end of the day, when we lay down in our beds and we sit down and we eat with our family, let's make them remember that they have dreams. My daughter got a full scholarship this summer at 16 years old to attend Avenaley. I couldn't have done that without the LED boards. And even though she worked hard and she loves being a dancer, but it's more about her. It's about my neighbor's son. He feels he has no one, but I ride him by the LED board every weekend. I say, come on, get in the car, because you're going to be up there one day. Come on, get in the car. You're going to do that one day. So let's take our life off pause. Let's take this call off pause. Let's press the play button and move forward. Let's get these billboards up. Let's find the hope. Let's find the motivation. Let's find the inspiration to move Baltimore far. We say that. We say that. And I see the commercials on TV about moving forward. But are we really moving forward? Or are we just pressing the pause button? We're just pressing the pause button.
Thank you very much.
No one can make you feel powerless unless you give them your power. No one. So I ask of you tonight that you hear my heart. Not only my heart, but everyone that's in here that's in favorable of this LED board. We need this in Baltimore City. And I will go on every corner and say, we need this. I will bring my whole neighborhood. And there's a lot of us in my neighborhood because we need this. The business owners need this. Let's press the play button and move forward. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for your time. And my name is Nicole Elmore, and let's press the play button.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elmore. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All righty. Next caller, you hear 2 beeps. That's for you.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Whether you agree with this or not, I got to tell you, I'm ready to do 50 push-ups after hearing that lady's love for Baltimore City. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next caller, you're muted. I think they're on something else. Next caller.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, and I hope you all are doing well tonight. My name is Tony Mendez, and I represent the Say It Loud Film Festival. I'm in favor of the billboards. I met Will Shanklin, who runs the LED billboard on Charles Street, and I'm actually from Miami, Florida. I'm living here right now, but there was a time in 2014 that I lived in Baltimore, and I saw that billboard one day, and I had this idea to make a film festival, and I had a meeting with Will, and Will took a chance on me to host my film festival, to premiere my film festival at his billboard during Artscape. And just like the young lady Nicole just spoke, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Just like the young lady Nicole just spoke, her daughter was in a film that premiered on that billboard during Artscape, while hundreds of thousands of people were walking by. And not just that film, but many local films from Baltimore about yoga and meditation, about transforming the narrative of what it means to be a Baltimorean. And we had films from all over the world, so Baltimoreans can get exposed to that kind of art. And that was just during Artscape. And that opportunity of me having a film festival has allowed me to see over thousands of films. And I teach high school filmmaking down here in Miami now. After living in Baltimore for 3 years, I came back. I missed the warm weather, and now I teach down here high school filmmaking. And I use all those films that I've shown to teach my students, the art of filmmaking and how they can share their self-expression and how that can transform themselves and their communities. So I just texted Will right now saying thank you for taking a chance on me, and I hope you take a chance on the billboards, because just like Nicole so powerfully put, it can make a big difference. It can be very powerful, and I just want to say thank you all for your time. I appreciate you. I respect you, and everybody's opinion. I hope we make the right choice here and we move forward powerfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Okay. And next caller, you're unmuted.
Hello, Hello.
Yes.
Oh, hi. This is Carlos Palmer, and I've been on the line for 3 hours, and I have heard some stuff that is really, really disturbing, and I just hope that people that are for this really, really push hard to make this happen. I came here, and I want you all to really be patient with my story. I'm the very first student to graduate from the Baltimore School for the Arts. In 1985, I was sexually assaulted. That did not happen in a lit area. It was an unlit area. And I live with the effects and impact of that to this day. I was so depressed in Baltimore that I left. I went to Hawaii and I came back. And when I came back, one of the first things I noticed that was new to me was this billboard near Penn Station. And I was like, I want to be on that billboard. And when I finally had the opportunity, I worked with a model who later on moved to Japan, which it got my work in the Shirajuku district in Japan. And another one of my images was put up there. I have had over 400 images posted on that billboard, and I'm excited and working towards doing shoots to help me get even more work. It has helped me get the exposure that I need as an artist, because I had stopped for a while. It has just impacted me in so many ways. And Mr. Shanklin has been not only just a means to an end to expose my work, but he's also been a friend to me. And this is just, it really boggles my mind that people would complain. I need to address the woman that said that crime doesn't happen where it's lit, because that's not true. I was sexually assaulted, and it wasn't under a billboard. It was in the dark. There's so much despair and crime going on in Baltimore, and we focus on that and we give the attention to that. But there's so many great things that go on in this city. We have Artscape is one of the leading, at one point it was one of the leading arts festivals in the country. Can you imagine having your artwork posted on a billboard and the excitement that brings, especially to a child? Since I've moved here, I had a kid ask me for my autograph simply because he saw my work on that LED board. So whatever's great that's supposed to happen in my life may not happen in my lifetime, but maybe it might happen through that kid that asked me for my autograph. You know, I was, when I came back from Baltimore, I mean, I was really, really hopeless. And it's funny because how I met Mr. Shanklin, and I don't think that he knows where I was in my life at the time, but I was not in a good space. I had just moved back here from Hawaii, and I did not know how I was going to market myself and get things done. And fortunately, my work had been shown on that billboard. And I've later... And if you go to my Facebook page, you can see, because I have thousands of pictures, my work has not only been shown just through my own doing in France and just many countries, and people from those countries that are familiar with my work and they go to my Facebook page, they want to know, how can I work with you so that I can get my work on that billboard? So it does impact what's going on outside, and it does create revenue. If you look at statistics and you look at, for instance, Times Square. Times Square in New York City is one of the highest rent districts. It grosses millions of dollars because of the excitement. Motion causes commotion. We have more abandoned buildings. I'm not interested in looking at abandoned buildings. If I can be distracted on a bus ride home by that board on Penn Station, imagine all the other boards all over the place showing artwork from the people in the community. It is helpful, and it does take away some of that element of fear. It does bring people together. You know, we have we have Las Vegas. When you look at casinos, what do they use to create excitement? Lights. Lighting is important. Color is important. Art is important. Art is so important. If you look up the effects of art and being exposed to art, because part of the reason why we so many people are involved in crime here, because everything and every opportunity, especially in the Black or impoverished communities, everything is being taken away. Everything has a bunch of stops instead of just taking a chance. I looked at some of the buildings that they're going to have these lights on or these signs, and they're very well done. They're beautiful. And I think with all the work that Downtown Partnership has done, and I wanted to say to the lady that did the presentation, you did your thing. It was very well done. But I saw some of the way that some of the where these signs are going to be, and they're very well done. You know, and the truth is, if you're seeing a billboard or light from your window and you're in your apartment or your house or your condo or whatever, close your blinds. You know what I mean? It's only a few hours at night. Close your blinds. You know, this really, I feel like it's money being taken out of my pocket. If you go to my page, you can see people that, and look at the billboards and look at some of the work that I've done, and you can see where people from as far as Saudi Arabia are familiar with that board. So I just think that we are saying a quick no instead of a thoughtful yes on this. And I think it is something that we will regret later if we don't do it. You know, I think that there should always be open dialogue for those people that oppose it to be able to give input so that everyone is comfortable. I don't think it should just be a quick no. I definitely don't. I thank you all for your time, and I want you all to go to my page. My name is spelled Carlous, and you can see the many times I've been on the billboard and the responses that come from that. And it does help, and it does help generate income. It does create excitement. So it's definitely something that we should do. And most importantly, children that are inspired by this, they're the most important here. We just tear down anything that's fun or exciting or different. We just go in with too much anger and fear as opposed to just giving something a chance. And I think this is something that we really should give a chance to. Anyway, I thank you all.
Thank you very much
for your time.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay.
So for those of you that we have several more callers, and although I appreciate the passion that is being displayed by all of the callers, please remember this commission started this meeting at noon today. So we are now 7 hours and 10 minutes into this meeting. So if you would please just help us, if you have something additional to add, tell us whether you're for or against this. If you have something additional to add, that would be great.
Okay, continuing the list, looks like we have 6 more callers unmuting the next one now. You'll hear 2 beeps. If you have any comments, if not, you can say no comment, no thank you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, this is Will Shanklin.
Yes.
Hi. This is Will Shanklin. I'd like to thank you for your time. I heard my name mentioned a couple times. We have the billboard at Station North by Penn Station. That's been LED since 2014. I had a big, long list of things that I wanted to go over, but I don't want to take up time because it's so long now. But I support this 100% simply because I know what can be done with the 20% that's being donated to the arts and the community. And I know that it's much more than just putting art on the board. It's giving the youth and the people of Baltimore a platform to express their thoughts, their emotions, their feelings, whether it be through illustrations, photography, sculpture, poetry, whatever it may be. The ability to be heard, be acknowledged, has done incredible things for the people that have been on our billboard. And the thought that we could have 10 or 11 more of those that we don't just advertise on, but we utilize them to serve as a venue for the people of Baltimore to express their feelings and their creative talents. Incredible things can come out of this, believe me. But I'll stop here and I'll let the other people talk. But thank you for your time, and I'm 100% behind doing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, continuing the list. The next caller is unmuted. You hear the 2 beeps, that's for you. Okay. And the next caller.
Hello, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, great, hi. Wonderful. Yeah, thanks for having me out today. And it's been quite a long meeting. I'll try to be very brief. My name is Dominic Cerquetti. I am the former executive director of an organization called MagFest, the Video Game Music Festival. It's a 20,000 person event, and we do that every year in just outside of DC in National Harbor, but we're headquartered here in Baltimore. I'm also on board with another organization called the Baltimore Rock Opera Society, which is a crazy theater troupe company, and we've had our advertisements actually run up on the board at Station North, which has been awesome. I guess I wanted to just come in here and say I've got a lot of friends in the arts community, and the impact of their work being displayed out in public up on a giant billboard is cannot be overstated how impactful it is. You know, I hear a lot of stuff on these calls about like, oh, what's the difference between like a billboard and the image on social media, and the presentation is so momentous, especially it can rewrite your expectations of you know what you can do as an artist. Like you know, seeing your work up there is just adds a whole level of legitimacy to it. So I just kind of wanted to come out in heavy support here of this. I had the opportunity at Artscapes a few years ago to put some content together for the LED billboard in Station North, and just the reaction of like kids coming in that were learning to program video games and basically go in there and have their stuff shown up on a billboard that you can see for blocks. It just you can watch them with their eyes light up, and the transformation taking place when they're like, huh, well, if I can get up here, I can do anything. This is amazing. I guess one of the things I wanted to say was that, like, at MagFest, one of our core values is participation, and so we're a video game show where basically everybody we try to make people not be just attendees, but just have a two-way, kind of hand them the keys over to be able to do a lot of crazy stuff with the event and sort of break down the barriers between them being a consumer versus them being a creator. So opportunities like what we're talking about here, like what was up in Station North, if that can spread to, the downtown billboards and stuff that you guys are talking about, I'm just so heavily in favor of that. So just wanted to say that. Thanks so much for having me and everybody else. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And the next caller is unmuted. If you hear the two beeps.
No comment.
Thank you. And the next caller.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Brianna McKay. I just wanted to keep it short and kind of tune in and just give my support for, the board that exists now and, expansion to many others. As a local artist, I guess, it's no secret that a cheap and convenient way to earn livelihood off of your artwork and things like that or market your art is through social media. However, social media isn't the most positive avenue because many artists still remain overlooked. We're not just fighting with other creators, we're fighting with large companies as well. The algorithm can be a really sneaky game, and it really just sets small businesses and small artists up for failure, essentially. Promotion comes from advertising. Advertising costs money, and that's something that a lot of small artists do not have. Advertising and artistic expression don't have to be mutually exclusive. In fact, advertising needs an artistic influence in order to be considered in a successful advertisement, right? Many artists don't have the money to do that or promote themselves, so they don't have the opportunity to beat the algorithm. The board currently allows that opportunity, a very equal one to artists across all different types of media to beat that algorithm. I've personally worked with various artists that have been on that board, and there's really nothing that I would love to see more than local artists continue to get their shot, even more so of a shot with the expansion. This board allows us to continue nurturing the charm and the spirit of Baltimore, all while showcasing the creative minds that make it such a beautiful place. Just kind of wanted to add that in there. I was really excited to speak and whatnot, but it's been a long day. So I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
And thank you very much for hanging in there and speaking with us.
All right. I believe we now have the final caller. If you hear the beeps, that's for you.
No comment.
All right, great. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilman Costello, is that your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commission members want to thank you for a marathon of a day, 7 hours and 16 minutes in. I want to thank everyone who participated today. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion in light of the testimony that we heard today, not only from Ms. Stokes and the partnership, but the general public, which was very helpful, as well as the very insightful questions from our colleagues on the commission, and especially the really in-depth work that the planning department staff have done here. I'd like to move approval of the 6 items on this page that are on the slide, which the planning department staff are in concurrence with. Items number 2, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11. And the second part of that motion is to defer the following items to a subsequent planning commission hearing. I heard a lot of positive feedback and good ideas for how we can continue to work together and collaborate and really continue to strengthen the sign plan by continuing to do that outreach, ensure that we have appropriate stakeholder input and rely on the expertise of the planning staff, et cetera. So to summarize my motion, I move to approve items 2, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11, and to defer items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 8 to a subsequent planning commission hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second. I request opportunity for what's it called?
I second that.
Discussion.
If he needs a second.
Hold on a second. We have a motion. It's been seconded. Now, discussion. So we have a motion by Councilman Costello to approve signs 2, 6, 7.
Yeah, Commissioner Carter, seconds.
I'm sorry? Deputy Mayor Carter.
I don't know what Commissioner Horn was asking to.
Yes, yeah, I second.
Yeah, Tom, I was going to second it, but
second the motion or second my request for deliberation?
Second the motion.
Okay.
All right. So the motion has been made. It's been seconded by several commission members. Now, discussion. All right, Tom, is there something you would like to discuss?
I'll keep it brief. I oppose the area special sign control as proposed in its entirety on procedural grounds only. I appreciate the Department of I appreciate everyone's efforts, including Downtown Partnership's efforts. I think they're very well-meaning and doing everything that they want to, and quite frankly, I think the signs could be a great thing downtown. What I don't like is that, and in specific, if I point to two things specifically, Ms. Hecker said that building owners had to adhere to certain conditions that the Downtown Partnership said they would not disclose. That makes me feel uncomfortable. And the second thing is Ms. Stokes said that the Downtown Partnership is playing a role to impose restrictions that the government could not otherwise impose. And I have a sense of what those are: 5% profit share, 20% screen time, and a restriction on speech. I don't think the zoning code can really delegate to Downtown Partnership the ability to take this much of a role in a deliberative government process or discretionary government process where they're putting people at the front of the line. I understand that everyone's well-intended. Quite frankly, I think these are great signs. I really do. But as a business person who often deals with business, the idea of having a non-governmental agency being able to impose conditions on my clients or businesses before they can get to the planning process is really scary, because when like a neighborhood group wants conditions and they want to get in front of the permit, and they're not just a participant like we talked about in East Baltimore, but actually able to get in front of it before you even can go to the city, they could ask for anything, and that would really be bad for business. And so on that policy ground and as well as on the procedural ground, I will go against this entire procedure, but that's not substantive to anything anyone's done or anything about the signs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Are there any other discussion points?
The only thing I'd say is I appreciated Councilman Costello's motion because in just hearing the testimony, one of the things I was concerned with was the outreach, particularly with the owners who had modifications to the amendment and the conversations that they had. And so I'm pleased with at least there'll be some additional opportunities for discussion. I think Downtown Partnership did an adequate job in terms of outreach. I think it was balanced in terms of community. Some felt that they weren't adequate in terms of outreach. Others said they were. And so I think they did the best that they could. So that's my major comment. I think it's fair and equitable in terms of the way we're going about this vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Would anyone else like to say?
Hi, this is Commissioner Clark.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Okay, I wanted to make this statement before we decided which way we were going to vote. And it's something that just occurred to me the other night. I'm coming in from Washington, D.C. by way of 295. I rode past the Horseshoe Casino, very well lit, big building, pictures on the side, that sort of thing, okay? It's not digital signage, but still it was advertising. Once I left the Horseshoe Casino and turned on to Pratt Street, the next well-lit portion of Pratt Street was where Mr. Zed Smith was just talking about, was down there at the place with the big Phillips sign on top of it. It was like I was riding through a ghost town. I don't know if signs will light up the part of downtown that I've been used to with the harbor and those sorts of things, but I do believe that this signage would be helpful. In my opinion, Baltimore can benefit from it. As Ms. Bernstein, she said, what does Baltimore get out of it? If Baltimore gets a reputation of places where people want to come again like they used to when the harbor was vibrant, when you rode by and the shop owners left their lights on, even though they had closed for business, it looked like the whole block was still alive. I'm a native Baltimorean. I remember all these things from childhood on up. And my thing is that I want to know, how can we come to some agreement to do what I think needs to be done for what used to be the new downtown, but we all know is not anymore. So my vote can be up front right now. I'm going to vote for the proposition as it stands. However, I want to know, what can we do for people to feel comfortable? Where's the win-win in this entire situation? That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Clark. Anyone else like to say anything? Yes, Deputy Mayor Carter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I've already seconded Councilman Costello's motion, but just grateful for his thoughtful consideration of the multitude of voices we've heard over the last several hours. And I think this is a good compromise. It's prudent. I think that I'm supportive, and the administration is supportive of this, of these signs, but voices need to be heard. And I think there's been a varying degree of, without getting to every little detail and perspective, that should be flushed out. But we need to reignite downtown, and particularly animated by Zed's comment about how we can do something that's low cost, high impact in terms of igniting and supporting our office and retail space downtown. We just concluded a very successful CIAA tournament, 80% hotel occupancy, terrific crowds at the arena. And just imagine if this were in place to support, we'll support next year's event if this moves forward. So you can think about other places around the world where, this animates and creates vitality that we need as we look toward Harbor Place being brought back online. I just think that overall, this is a terrific step forward. I do want to, both in this conversation and the other conversations, Mr. Chairman, ask the Commission to consider how we consider community input going forward. I know that's not one of the technical considerations, but I think in the Mayor, when you talk about equity, just having community voices accurately reflected is not something that we should always take into consideration if it doesn't match up with the findings of fact, but would want to just have a discussion about not only this discussion, but the other things we've considered today. The community voice, sometimes they have a full understanding of our process, sometimes they don't, and so how we can improve that. So I just want to put that on the record for something to talk about down the road, but sooner than later.
Great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Carter. Does anyone else like to say?
A few comments, Mr. Chair.
Please, Commissioner Stevenson.
I'll start with, as Commissioner Previous said, I'm not wholesale opposed to these signs, and like some of the callers and other testimony, I'm a huge fan of the sign in Station North near the train station. I do have concerns about some of these signs. First of all, I have concern about the lack of evidence around the benefits of these signs, but more importantly, around what we've been asked to evaluate, specifically traffic. So I think that I'd be more comfortable looking at these on a case-by-case basis, accompanied by some traffic and lighting data.
Is there anything further, Commissioner?
No, thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, discussion points? All right, hearing none, Mr. Secretary, will you call a roll?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just before he does that, just to Commissioner Stevenson's comment, is that something that, because I asked a question following up on his question, that as part of Commissioner Costello's amendment, motion, will be addressed. The 6 remaining, do you need that fully satisfied, Commissioner Stevenson? Where are you on the grade here? Since we're kind of
I appreciated Councilman Costello's motion, and that I was almost able to meet in the middle on that, but I still have I don't think that those address all the concerns, specifically number 7, which I think is the largest of the signs. I have some concerns about the scale, and I also don't think that addresses the one sign at the Sheridan that a resident claims they can see from their home. So I think that I'm not there yet.
So just for the record, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The criteria that we're basing it on is the 3 criteria that we've discussed: likelihood of traffic congestion, or distraction, visual clutter in the area. So I appreciate your concern 100%, Commissioner Stevenson, regarding traffic congestion and distraction. Totally right on point with bullet point 1 here. Unfortunately, whether we all agree that removing those signs from facing residential buildings is a very, very good idea. It's not, unfortunately, one of the specific criteria. But, maybe we can fit it in. So I'm a little bit torn because there's a lot of things around here, but the criteria that are in front of us are pretty basic, and they leave a lot of room for discretion. And so, I appreciate exactly what you said, and I agree with you in many ways, but I don't know where I was going with that, but
it goes to a point that I forgot to make, which is a rulemaking would be really great to set those things forward and then make the decision, but that's not going to happen. But that was
actually
meant to say.
So there's a motion before us, and I don't want to make this a part of the motion, but I'm going to tell you right now that when we're done with this, I'm going to make sure that we work with planning and that we evaluate and develop guidelines that can accompany these criteria. So before we, quite frankly, in all hosts, before we ever discuss any other category 3 or 4 sign again, so that we can provide greater direction for the commission. Because the direction we've got right here is not great. It's not great. And now that this is the first area of special sign control, where a specific sign plan has been presented to us, we understand the weaknesses and the points that are put up here. So we can address those. We can address them through guidelines, or we can address them through legislation. Doesn't matter which one, but
specifically related to the traffic, we've heard a lot of interesting testimony, and my opinion has gone a little bit up and down. But a point that I had intended to make coming into this hearing is, number 6 and number 8 are face the same intersection. I have concerns about all of the signs that face stoplights. 60 seconds is a long time. How long does it take for someone to beep at you if you are at a light that changes and you don't immediately proceed? And of course, we're talking about an area that is possibly the most congested traffic corridor in downtown. So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a traffic study. And considering, the players that are involved in this process and the extent to which these signs have been implemented in other locations, I don't understand why that information is not readily available.
And to extend it, if we were to ask DP, Downtown Partnership for that, they would say it's secret. We're not allowed to have it.
Okay, so listen, guys.
Mr. Chair, I have to take exception with that comment. That is completely inappropriate.
Okay.
Well, I asked them about the process, and they said that I'm not allowed to know about the process because it's between 2 private individuals.
Guys, there's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I've given everybody an opportunity to have your discussion points. You've had those discussion points. If you do not believe that the evidence weighs enough for you to approve that motion, that's entirely your jurisdiction. That's what you have to decide. Everything's been presented to us. Motion's made. Motion seconded. Any other questions, comments, discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I did want work to address Commissioner Stevenson's comments moving forward. There was a memo in the file, Commissioner Stevenson. It's probably not the level of detail that you're looking for from DOT, but I'd certainly be willing to work with you and Chairman Davis as we kind of think through this with Department of Planning to have something a little more in depth in the future, if that's a possibility, but at least start to have that conversation to make sure, because it's a well-founded, whether I agree with it or not, it's a very well-founded observation on your part. So if that's something you want to work together on, I'd certainly love to partner with you on that moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman. And again, I am open to some of these signs, so I'd be glad to discuss them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Certainly. Robin Allen.
I vote to approve the motion as put forth by Councilman Costello.
Ted Carter.
Approve as presented.
Victor Clark.
Abstain.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Previs.
Oppose.
Eric Stevenson.
Opposed.
And Sean Davis.
Approved. There being no further business and it being 7:34 p.m., I thank you all very, very much for your participation and for everybody who is on the attendee list for staying around for this late hour. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
All right. A roll call on that one, Mr. Secretary. We'll see you all on the 17th.
Thank you.